Tonight, we're taking a slow stroll back to ancient Egypt, but not for pyramids or pharaohs. We're here to find out what hygiene was really like. Spoiler, they were actually pretty ahead of their time. From scented oils and linen garments to copper razors and natron salts, the Egyptians took cleanliness seriously. Imagine the scent of incense, the gentle splash of water from a clay basin, and a world where cleanliness wasn't just about health, it was sacred. So, before you get cozy as always, take a second to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you support our work across multiple projects. Also, please let us know where you're tuning in from and what time it is. I finally got the word of sticking to what used to work for us. No more confusing you guys out there. Now dim your lights, grab a blanket, and let's begin. Picture yourself settling into your favourite chair with a warm cup of tea, ready to drift back in time to a place where cleanliness wasn't just next to godliness, it practically was godliness. You're about to discover that ancient Egyptians were the original clean freaks, and frankly, they'd probably judge your morning routine pretty harshly. Close your eyes and imagine stepping off a time machine into ancient Egypt around 3000 BC. The first thing that hits you isn't the blazing sun or the magnificent pyramids in the distance. It's how surprisingly fresh everyone smells. You expected eau de ancient civilization, but instead, you're getting hints of frankincense, myrrh, and something pleasantly floral. It's like walking into a high-end spa, except everyone's wearing linen and speaking in hieroglyphs. You see, the ancient Egyptians didn't just stumble into good hygiene by accident. They turned it into an art form, a science, and honestly, a bit of an obsession. While your ancestors in other parts of the world were still figuring out that maybe washing occasionally wasn't such a bad idea, Egyptians were already 3,000 years ahead of the curve, creating beauty routines that would make your modern skincare regimen look like child's play. The Nile River wasn't just their highway and their lifeline, it was their original spa resort. Every morning you'd watch as people made their way to the riverbank like commuters heading to their favourite coffee shop, except instead of grabbing a latte, they were grabbing handfuls of natron, a naturally occurring salt that worked better than anything in your medicine cabinet today. But here's where it gets intriguing and why you'd probably feel right at home despite being thousands of years out of place. The Egyptians knew that cleanliness was more than just not bothering others, though that was a plus. It was about respect. Respect for yourself, respect for others, and most importantly, respect for the gods who, according to Egyptian belief, were apparently quite particular about personal hygiene standards. Imagine walking through Memphis or Thebes in their heyday. You'd notice that even the poorest citizens made an effort to stay clean. It wasn't a matter of showcasing their wealth or keeping up with the pharaohs, despite their high standards. It was woven into the very fabric of their society, like how we automatically reach for hand sanitizer or check our appearance in mirrors without thinking about it. The wealthy, of course, took things to levels that would make modern luxury seem modest. They had servants whose entire job was managing their hygiene routines. They employed teams of specialists, not just a single servant. There was one person dedicated to hair, another for skin, someone else specifically for nails, and there were also consultants for perfume. You would basically need a personal assistant just to schedule all your other personal assistants. But what's truly remarkable is how they made cleanliness accessible to everyone. While the rich had their teams of hygiene specialists, regular folks developed ingenious solutions using materials readily available along the Nile. They turned everyday items into cleaning supplies that actually worked better than much of what was available in other civilizations for centuries to come. Their understanding of hygiene was remarkably sophisticated. They knew that certain materials fought bacteria, that specific oils protected skin from the harsh desert sun, and that particular combinations of ingredients could make hair shine like it was touched by the gods themselves. The above information wasn't guesswork or folk wisdom passed down through generations. This was systematic knowledge that they documented, refined, and improved upon. As you stand there in ancient Egypt watching the sun set over the Nile while people complete their evening washing rituals, you realise you're witnessing the birth of modern hygiene. These aren't primitive people making do with what they have. These are innovators, scientists, and artists who happen to live several thousand years before the invention of running water and antibacterial soap, yet somehow managed to stay cleaner than many civilizations that came centuries after them. You wake up in ancient Egypt to discover that your morning routine has just become infinitely more interesting and significantly more time-consuming. Forget your quick shower and dash out the door. You're about to learn that the Egyptians approached their morning ablutions with the same reverence that you might reserve for Sunday brunch or your favourite yoga class. The day begins before dawn, because apparently even ancient people understood that getting gorgeous takes time. Joining the pre-sunrise pilgrimage to the Nile would involve more than just washing. It involved a ceremonial ritual that would make your local spa envious of their customer service. Picture this. You're standing knee-deep in the cool Nile water, and someone hands you what looks like a rough bar of soap, except it's not soap as you know it. It's a mixture of animal fats and ash that the Egyptians perfected over generations. It doesn't smell like your favourite lavender body wash, but it works like nothing you've ever experienced. After using this ancient formula just once, you will understand why Egyptian skin was considered legendary throughout the ancient world. However, it's important to note that the Egyptians didn't simply wash their skin once a day. Oh no, that would be far too simple. The complete Egyptian washing routine involved multiple steps, each with its own specific purpose and often its own dedicated tools. First came the preliminary rinse, then the deep clean with their special soap mixture, followed by what can only be described as the world's first exfoliating scrub. They used everything from ground pumice stone to crushed shells, mixed with oils and herbs that transformed the whole experience from getting clean to being pampered by ancient beauty experts. This routine would leave you not only clean, but practically glowing exactly what was intended. The Egyptians believed that cleanliness was a form of beauty, and beauty was a form of holiness. Now, if you think this process sounds like a lot of work for a regular Tuesday morning, just wait until you hear about the special occasion routines. Religious festivals, important meetings, or any event where you might encounter someone of higher social status required what we might call the premium package. This involved oils that cost more than most people's monthly wages, imported fragrances that came from exotic locations you couldn't pronounce, and cleansing rituals that took hours to complete properly. The tools alone would fill up your entire bathroom cabinet. They had specialised scrapers made from bronze or bone for removing dirt and dead skin, different brushes for different parts of the body, and an array of containers for various oils and unguents that would make your skincare collection look embarrassingly simple. Women in particular elevated this whole process to an art form that would impress modern beauty influencers. They understood concepts like pH balance and skin types thousands of years before chemistry became a science. They used different oils for dry skin, specific mixtures for oily complexions, and made seasonal adjustments to account for the changing climate along the Nile. The fascinating part is how they democratized beauty and cleanliness. While the wealthy could afford exotic ingredients and personal servants to manage their routines, ordinary Egyptians developed equally effective methods using local materials. They shared knowledge, traded recipes, and constantly innovated. It was like having a beauty community that spanned the entire civilization. You'd notice that cleanliness wasn't just about personal preference, it was deeply connected to their spiritual beliefs. Being clean meant being prepared to interact with the gods, and since the gods were everywhere in Egyptian daily life, staying clean was essentially a full-time job. It wasn't vanity, it was piety with practical benefits. Even their approach to cleaning was methodical in ways that would appeal to your modern sensibilities. They understood that different situations required different approaches. The cleaning routine for someone who worked outside all day was different from that of a scribe who spent time indoors. They had specialised treatments for different occupations, ages, and even seasons. As you go through your first complete Egyptian cleansing routine, you realise that what seemed like an elaborate process is actually a perfectly logical system that addresses every aspect of personal hygiene with remarkable efficiency. These people had figured out, through trial and error over centuries, exactly what worked best for maintaining health and cleanliness in their specific environment. You're about to discover that ancient Egyptians were basically the original DIY beauty gurus, except instead of YouTube tutorials, they had generations of inherited wisdom and access to some of the most creative natural ingredients you've ever heard of. Exploring an Egyptian household's hygiene collection is akin to discovering a unique blend of pharmacy, perfumery, and art supply store. Let's start with their soap, because this is where things get genuinely impressive. While the rest of the world was still figuring out that washing with plain water might be a good idea, Egyptians had already perfected a soap recipe that modern chemists would respect. They combined animal fats with alkaline salts from dried lake beds, creating something that could tackle everything from everyday dirt to the kind of grime that comes from building pyramids in the desert sun. But they didn't stop there, because apparently good enough wasn't in their vocabulary. They infused their soaps with oils from plants like castor and moringa, turning a simple cleaning product into something that moisturized while it cleaned. Your modern body wash, with all its fancy marketing and scientific backing, is essentially trying to recreate what Egyptians perfected 4,000 years ago using nothing but observation, experimentation, and patience. The tools they used would make your bathroom drawer look sadly understocked. They had bronze razors so sharp and well-crafted that barbers today would be impressed by the engineering. These weren't crude scraping tools, they were precision instruments designed for specific purposes, maintained with care, and passed down through families like heirlooms. For daily cleaning, they used something called a strigil, which sounds like it should be a magical weapon, but was actually a curved bronze or bone scraper for removing oil, sweat, and dead skin. Think of it as the ancient Egyptian version of exfoliation, except it actually worked better than most modern loofahs and didn't fall apart after 2 weeks of use. Their containers and applicators were unique pieces of art. They stored oils and unguents in beautifully crafted jars made from alabaster, pottery, or even precious metals for the wealthy. Each container was designed for specific products: wide-mouthed jars for thick ointments, narrow-necked bottles for liquid oils, and specialised containers with built-in applicators for delicate work around the eyes. Speaking of eyes, their eye makeup wasn't just about looking fabulous, though they definitely achieved that. The kohl they applied served multiple practical purposes. It reduced glare from the intense desert sun, helped prevent eye infections, and yes, made everyone look mysteriously alluring. They ground minerals like galena and malachite into fine powder, mixed them with oils, and applied them with tiny spoons and brushes that would make modern makeup artists jealous. You'll be amazed at their ingenuity with everyday materials. They used everything from crushed ostrich eggs for face masks to ground reed for toothpaste. River reeds became toothbrushes when frayed at the ends, and they even figured out how to make breath fresheners from mint, honey, and various spices. Your morning dental routine would seem both familiar and primitive compared to their comprehensive oral care system. For hair care, they developed an arsenal of treatments that addressed everything from dandruff to premature balding. They mixed castor oil with various herbs and spices, creating hair treatments that kept their locks healthy despite the harsh desert climate. Some of their recipes included ingredients like lettuce seeds and fir oil, combinations that sound odd until you realise they actually worked. The wealthy took things several steps further, employing teams of specialists who knew exactly which oils worked best for different skin types, which fragrances complemented each person's natural scent, and how to adjust formulations based on the season, occasion, or even the person's mood. It was personalised beauty care at a level that modern luxury brands still struggle to achieve. But perhaps most impressively, they understood the importance of tool maintenance. Bronze implements were carefully cleaned and oiled to prevent corrosion. Brushes were thoroughly washed and dried. Containers were emptied, cleaned, and refilled regularly. They knew that clean tools were essential for maintaining cleanliness, a concept that seems obvious now but was revolutionary then. Their approach to innovation was equally impressive. They constantly experimented with new combinations of ingredients, tested different application methods, and refined their techniques based on results. It was like having a civilization-wide research and development program focused entirely on personal hygiene and beauty, with thousands of years of accumulated knowledge to draw upon. Prepare to be amazed by the sophisticated chemistry lab that existed in every Egyptian household. You're about to discover that these ancient people were basically running pharmaceutical operations in their kitchens, creating products that would make modern cosmetic scientists sit up and take notes. The Egyptians discovered methods of preservation that were still challenging for your grandmother's generation. They knew that certain plant extracts could keep their cosmetic preparations fresh for months, even in the hot, humid climate along the Nile. Honey wasn't just for sweetening. It was a natural preservative and antibacterial agent that kept their beauty products safe to use long after they were made. Let's talk about their perfumes, because this is where their chemistry skills really shine. They understood that different oils evaporate at different rates, which allowed them to create complex fragrances that changed throughout the day. The scent you'd notice when someone first walked into a room would be different from what you'd smell an hour later, and different again by evening. They were creating what modern perfumers call fragrance journeys, using nothing but their noses and centuries of experimentation. Modern aromatherapists would be impressed by the scientific precision with which they chose their base oils. They selected sesame oil for its stability and neutral scent, castor oil for its conditioning properties, and moringa oil for its resistance to rancidity, They combined these bases with fragrant materials like frankincense, myrrh, cinnamon, and various flower essences to create personalised scents that were as unique as fingerprints. The process of making these perfumes was like watching ancient chemistry in action. They'd heat oils to specific temperatures, not too hot to destroy the fragrant compounds, but hot enough to extract maximum scent from their materials. They comprehended infusion, distillation, and extraction techniques which European texts wouldn't record for another 2 millennia. But perfume was just the beginning. They created antiperspirants using alum and other mineral salts, understanding that aluminum compounds could reduce sweating long before modern deodorants made the same discovery. Their formulations were gentler than many modern products, causing less skin irritation while being equally effective. Their approach to skincare was remarkably sophisticated. They knew that different skin types needed different treatments, and they developed diagnostic methods for determining what each person needed. They used clay-based treatments for oily skin, rich oil blends for dry skin, and gentle milk-based preparations for sensitive skin. They even had specialised treatments for sun damage, age spots and wrinkles. You'd be fascinated by their understanding of what we now call active ingredients. They used alpha-hydroxy acids from sour milk and fruit acids for exfoliation centuries before modern cosmetics companies discovered these same compounds. They mixed ground almonds with honey for gentle scrubs, combined oats with oils for soothing masks, and used various clays for deep cleaning treatments. Their knowledge of plant chemistry was particularly impressive. They knew which parts of plants contained the highest concentrations of beneficial compounds, roots for some properties, leaves for others, and flower hairs for still different effects. They harvested materials at specific times of day and seasons to maximize potency, understanding that plant chemistry changes based on environmental conditions. The color cosmetics they created involved complex chemistry that modern manufacturers would respect. Creating stable, long-lasting colors required understanding how different minerals interacted with oils and how to prevent separation, fading, and chemical reactions that could cause skin irritation. Their Kohl formulations included antibacterial compounds that actually helped prevent the eye infections that their dramatic makeup might otherwise have caused. They even understood the chemistry of preservation in ways that extended beyond cosmetics. Their mummification techniques, while serving religious purposes, demonstrate an understanding of biochemistry and preservation that scientists are still studying today. The same knowledge that kept bodies intact for millennia also kept their beauty products fresh and effective. Perhaps most remarkably, they understood individual chemistry. The fact that the same product could work differently on different people. They'd adjust formulations based on factors like age, skin type, occupation, and even personality. A scribe who worked indoors all day would receive different skincare recommendations than a farmer who spent time in the sun, and a priest would wear different fragrances than a merchant. Their quality control methods were equally impressive. They tested products on small skin areas before full application, understood the importance of patch testing for allergic reactions, and developed methods for determining when products had gone stale. They were practicing safety protocols that modern cosmetics companies had to rediscover through trial and error. As you learn about ancient Egyptian hygiene, you may be surprised that cleanliness wasn't just for the rich. While you might expect a society with such elaborate beauty routines to be exclusive and elitist, the Egyptians actually created one of history's most democratic approaches to personal hygiene. Everyone, from the pharaoh to the farmer, had access to effective cleaning methods. They just expressed them differently. Picture walking through different neighborhoods in ancient Memphis or Thebes. In the wealthy quarters, you'd see elaborate bathrooms with bronze fixtures, imported oils stored in precious containers, and servants managing complex beauty routines. But venture into the working class areas, and you discover that ordinary Egyptians had developed equally effective methods using locally available materials and ingenious adaptations of luxury techniques. The democratization of cleanliness started with basic access to water and cleanings materials. The Nile provided water for everyone, and the natural deposits of natron salt were freely available to anyone willing to make the trip to collect them. This meant that the fundamental building blocks of Egyptian hygiene, water and soap, were accessible to all social classes. Working-class Egyptians became master innovators out of necessity. They couldn't afford imported perfumes, so they learned to extract fragrances from local plants growing wild along the riverbank. They couldn't buy expensive bronze tools, so they crafted equally effective implements from readily available materials like bone, wood and fired clay. They couldn't employ teams of beauty specialists, so they developed community knowledge-sharing systems that would make modern social networks jealous. You'd find neighbourhood groups where women shared beauty recipes, traded ingredients, and helped each other with complex treatments that were difficult to manage alone. It was like having a beauty subscription box, except instead of monthly deliveries, you had daily exchanges with neighbours who'd discovered new techniques or perfected existing ones. The ingenuity of ordinary Egyptians in adapting luxury techniques is truly remarkable. They learned that crushing certain flowers at specific times of day produced oils almost as fragrant as expensive imports. They discovered that local clays, when properly prepared, worked as well as exotic beauty masks used by the wealthy. They developed preservation techniques that kept their homemade products fresh without expensive additives. Even in the poorest households, you'd find evidence of sophisticated hygiene routines. Simple pottery containers held carefully prepared oils and ointments. Basic tools, lovingly maintained, served multiple beauty and cleaning purposes. Recipes passed down through families contained the same active ingredients found in luxury formulations, just sourced and combined differently. The occupational variations in hygiene routines reveal how thoroughly embedded cleanliness was in Egyptian society. Farmers developed specialized cleaning methods for dealing with soil and agricultural residues. Craftsmen had specific routines for removing materials related to their trades. Priests followed elaborate purification rituals that went far beyond basic cleanliness, while soldiers had practical, efficient methods for maintaining hygiene in challenging conditions. What's particularly fascinating is how social mobility was reflected in hygiene practices. As people improved their economic status, they'd gradually upgrade their cleaning routines, but the basic principles remained the same. A successful merchant might switch from clay containers to bronze ones, from local oils to imported perfumes, but the fundamental approach to cleanliness stayed consistent. Children learned hygiene as naturally as they learned to walk and talk. Families with limited resources still prioritized teaching proper cleaning techniques, understanding that good hygiene was essential for health, social acceptance, and success in life. Parents would spend considerable time and effort ensuring their children understood not just how to stay clean, but why it mattered. The seasonal adaptations show how practical Egyptian hygiene really was. During flood season, when the Nile made certain areas inaccessible, communities developed alternative cleaning methods using stored materials and indoor techniques. During the dry season, they adjusted their routines to account for increased dust and different skincare needs. During harvest time, they created quick but effective cleaning methods for busy agricultural periods. You'd also notice that Egyptian communities shared not just techniques but actual resources. Families would pool their resources to buy expensive ingredients, which they would then distribute among multiple households. Neighbourhood groups might collectively maintain better bathing facilities than any individual family could afford alone. This was the epitome of community-supported cleanliness. The respect for cleanliness transcended social boundaries in ways that might surprise you. A clean farmer commanded more respect than a dirty noble. Personal hygiene was considered a reflection of character, self-respect, and consideration for others, regardless of wealth or social position. These values created a society where everyone had an incentive to maintain good hygiene and where cleanliness truly was democratic. Here shortly, you're going to see something that might change how you think about your own daily hygiene routine. For ancient Egyptians, getting clean wasn't just about personal comfort or social expectations, it was a spiritual practice that connected them directly to their gods. Every morning, washing became a form of prayer, every application of oil became a ritual of respect, and every moment spent on personal care became an offering to the divine. The Egyptian pantheon was filled with deities who took personal hygiene very seriously indeed. Hathor, the goddess of beauty and love, wasn't just concerned with how people looked, she was actively involved in their daily grooming routines. Egyptians believed that taking care of their appearance was a way of honouring her, and that neglecting their hygiene was essentially snubbing a goddess who had better things to do than deal with people who couldn't be bothered to wash properly. But it went deeper than just keeping the gods content. The Egyptians believed that cleanliness was directly connected to spiritual purity and that it was essential for success in both this life and the afterlife. You couldn't approach the gods with dirty hands, appear before important people with unkempt hair, or expect spiritual enlightenment while smelling like you'd been wrestling with livestock. Their purification rituals were elaborate ceremonies that combined practical cleaning with spiritual preparation. Before entering temples, Egyptians underwent cleansing processes that would make modern spa treatments look hurried and superficial. They'd wash with special soaps, rinse with blessed water, anoint themselves with sacred oils, and put on fresh clothing that had been specially prepared for religious purposes. The priests took this practice to levels that bordered on the obsessive, but in ways that actually made perfect sense within their spiritual framework. They shaved their entire bodies every few days, not just for cleanliness, but because hair was considered to harbour impurities that could interfere with their connection to the divine. They bathed multiple times daily, changed clothes frequently, and followed dietary restrictions that were designed to keep their bodies as pure as their spirits. You'd find that even ordinary Egyptians incorporated spiritual elements into their daily hygiene routines. Morning washing included prayers of gratitude for health and cleanliness. Evening cleaning routines involved requests for protection during sleep and purification of the day's accumulated spiritual as well as physical dirt. Applying makeup became a ritual of transformation, preparing the wearer to interact with both human and divine beings throughout the day. The connection between cleanliness and the afterlife was particularly strong in Egyptian thinking. They believed that how well you maintained your body and life directly affected your spiritual journey after death. The elaborate mummification process was essentially the ultimate hygiene routine, designed to preserve the body in perfect condition for its eternal existence. The practice wasn't just about preventing decay, it was about presenting yourself to the gods in the best possible condition. Their understanding of spiritual cleanliness extended to their living spaces as well. Homes were cleaned and purified regularly, not just for comfort, but to create environments where both gods and humans could coexist peacefully. They burned incense to purify the air, washed floors with blessed water, and arranged furniture and decorations in ways that promoted spiritual harmony. The seasonal religious festivals provided opportunities for community-wide purification rituals that reinforced the connection between cleanliness and spirituality. During these events, entire neighborhoods would participate in elaborate cleaning ceremonies, sharing techniques, materials, and spiritual practices that strengthened both individual hygiene habits and community bonds. Women had special purification rituals connected to various life stages and natural cycles. These weren't just practical hygiene measures, they were spiritual ceremonies that acknowledged the sacred nature of female experience and the importance of maintaining purity during significant life transitions. The rituals combined practical care with spiritual celebration in ways that honoured both the physical and metaphysical aspects of being human. Even their approach to perfume had spiritual dimensions. Different fragrances were associated with different gods, and choosing the right scent for the right occasion became a form of spiritual communication. Wearing the fragrance associated with a particular deity was a way of invoking that god's protection and favour throughout the day. The remarkable thing is how this spiritual approach to hygiene actually improved its practical effectiveness. When cleaning your body becomes a sacred act, you tend to do it more thoroughly, more regularly, and with greater attention to detail. When your appearance becomes an offering to the gods, you put more effort into maintaining it properly. When hygiene becomes connected to your eternal destiny, you make sure to get it right. This spiritual dimension also created a social support system around cleanliness that ensured everyone had help maintaining proper hygiene. Community members felt spiritually obligated to help each other stay clean, sharing materials, techniques, and encouragement, because they understood that individual cleanliness affected the spiritual health of the entire community. As you prepare to leave ancient Egypt and return to your modern bathroom with its running water and antibacterial everything, take a moment to appreciate just how much of your daily routine was actually invented several thousand years ago by people who never saw a bar of commercial soap or heard of germ theory, yet somehow managed to stay cleaner than most civilizations that came after them. The influence of Egyptian hygiene practices spread far beyond the banks of the Nile, carried by traders, diplomats, and conquering armies who encountered Egyptian cleanliness and realized they'd been doing everything wrong. Romans adopted Egyptian bathing techniques and turned them into the elaborate bathhouse culture that defined Roman social life. Greeks incorporated Egyptian beauty practices into their grooming routines. Even distant civilizations that never directly interacted with Egypt eventually developed hygiene practices that bore remarkable resemblances to Egyptian innovations. You'd be amazed at how many modern products and techniques can trace their origins back to ancient Egyptian laboratories and bathrooms. That exfoliating scrub you use? Egyptians were mixing abrasive materials with oils for the same purpose 4,000 years ago. Your moisturizer? They understood the importance of replacing skin oils after cleansing. Your perfume? They invented layered fragrances that changed throughout the day. Your makeup? They created the dramatic eye looks that still influence beauty trends today. But perhaps most remarkably, they understood concepts that modern science has only recently validated. They knew that certain natural materials had antibacterial properties long before anyone understood what bacteria were. They practiced aromatherapy and understood its psychological effects centuries before researchers proved that scents could influence mood and behaviour. They developed personalised beauty routines based on individual differences that modern cosmetics companies are still trying to perfect. The democratic aspect of Egyptian hygiene also produced long-lasting effects on how societies think about cleanliness and social responsibility. Egyptian communities that shared resources and knowledge to ensure universal cleanliness inspire the idea that everyone, regardless of social status, deserves access to basic hygiene necessities. Modern public health initiatives echo Egyptian understanding that individual hygiene affects community well-being. Their integration of spiritual and practical approaches to cleanliness influenced religious practices around the world. Many traditions that emphasize purification rituals, the connection between physical and spiritual cleanliness, and the importance of maintaining the body as a temple can find elements of their practices in ancient Egyptian beliefs and customs. Even their approach to innovation and experimentation continues to influence how we develop new hygiene and beauty products today. Their systematic testing of different ingredients, their documentation of what worked and what didn't, and their willingness to adapt and improve existing techniques established patterns that modern research and development still follow. As you return to your 21st century bathroom, you might find yourself looking at your daily routine a bit differently. That morning shower isn't just about getting clean. It's participating in a tradition that stretches back thousands of years. Your skincare routine connects you to generations of humans who understood that taking care of your appearance is a form of self-respect and consideration for others. The next time you complain about spending time on personal grooming, remember the ancient Egyptians who turned hygiene into an art form, a science, and a spiritual practice all at once. They proved that being clean isn't just about removing dirt, it's about presenting your best self to the world, honouring your body as the remarkable machine it is, and participating in the fundamentally human desire to look and feel our absolute best. Their legacy reminds us that good hygiene isn't vanity or superficiality. It's a foundational aspect of civilization, a marker of self-respect, and a gift we give not just to ourselves but to everyone we encounter. The ancient Egyptians understood that staying clean is one of the most basic ways we show care for ourselves and consideration for others, a truth that remains as relevant today as it was when the pyramids were young. So tomorrow morning, as you reach for your soap and start your daily routine, take a moment to appreciate the thousands of years of human ingenuity, experimentation, and wisdom that went into creating the products and techniques you use without thinking. You're not just getting ready for your day, you're continuing a tradition that connects you to some of the cleanest, most innovative, and most hygiene-conscious people who ever lived. And who knows, maybe, just maybe, they'd approve of your morning routine. They might recommend incorporating more oil-based moisturizer and enhancing your perfume selection. If sleep still hasn't found you, maybe that's okay. Maybe your mind just needed a quiet place to wander for a while, and that's what we're here for. These stories aren't just about history. They're about letting go of the day, one strange fact or forgotten name at a time. We're not trying to be the loudest or the flashiest. We just want to be the soft voice in the background when your thoughts won't settle. And thanks to you, we get to keep doing that. Keep making things that are weird, thoughtful, original, and never rushed. So I'm off now to sit by the fire, maybe get lost in a book I'll never finish, and let the world slow down a little. Sweet dreams, my friends, and as always, sleep tight and good night. In the waning days of Rome's glory, a young deacon named Leo quietly ascended to prominence. The Western Empire was in danger of disintegrating in the year 440. Instead of looking to senators or generals for advice, imperial officials looked to a churchman. At Emperor Valentinian III's behest, Leo journeyed to Gaul to mediate a bitter feud between General Aetius, Rome's most powerful commander, and the magistrate Albinus. The emperor's decision to entrust this delicate mission to Leo was significant, as the able deacon had established a reputation for prudence and authority beyond ecclesiastical circles. While Leo negotiated peace in Gaul, fate intervened back home. Pope Sixtus III died in Leo's absence, and on September the 29th, 440, the clergy and people of Rome unanimously elected Leo as Bishop of Rome. The news reached him up north. The mediator would now become the supreme pastor of the Western Church. Leo returned to a city in need of strong leadership. Stepping into the role of Bishop of Rome, later generations would hail him as Pope Leo the Great. He carried both humility and resolve. Rome in the 440s was a city of contrasts, still adorned with imperial marble and Christian basilicas, yet teeming with destitute refugees from barbarian invasions. Leo threw himself into the work. From the pulpit he preached not only doctrine but also charity. He organised relief for those suffering from famine and war, urging the faithful to practice mercy and almsgiving alongside their fasts. Under his guidance, the church opened its granaries to feed the hungry and its monasteries to shelter the homeless. Leo's compassion in action earned him a fatherly status among Romans. In a world where emperors taxed and generals fought, it was the Bishop of Rome who cared for the widow and orphan. However, Leo was not a passive individual. He was equally a man of ideas and unwavering determination. As heresies sprouted amid the turmoil of the times, Leo responded with intellectual rigour and firm discipline. When news came that certain priests in distant Aquileia were tolerating the Pelagian heresy, Leo swiftly ordered a synod to correct them. In Rome, he discovered a secret sect of Manichaean dualists lurking in the shadows, likely refugees from the recently fallen African provinces. The Pope reacted decisively. He investigated, preached fiery sermons against their false light, and, according to his contemporary Prosper of Aquitaine, even burned their forbidden books. By 444 he declared the capital cleansed of the Manichaean contagion. Such actions might seem harsh to modern eyes, but to Leo's mind the very soul of Rome was at stake. If the empire was crumbling, at least the faith must stand firm. Leo's blend of compassion and authority extended his influence beyond the usual spiritual realm. The Western imperial court itself acknowledged his leadership. In June 445, Emperor Valentinian III issued a remarkable decree recognizing the primacy of the Bishop of Rome based on the merits of Peter and the dignity of the ancient capital. Provincial governors were even ordered to enforce papal summonses, a legal nod to Leo's supremacy over Western Christendom. This feat was unprecedented. Once merely primus inter pares, first among equals of bishops, the Bishop of Rome now held a recognized preeminence. Under Leo's stewardship, the very title of Pope, once used broadly for any bishop, became reserved exclusively for Rome's bishop. The decline of the empire was sowing the seeds of the papacy's future grandeur. Despite these accolades, Leo remained at heart a pastor. He corresponded with distant churches, arbitrating disputes in Gaul and Spain as a trusted father figure. He drew around him learned men like Prosper to assist in administration and correspondence. Ever mindful of his exemplar, St. Peter the Apostle, Leo championed the idea that the Pope is Peter's heir, carrying the keys of spiritual authority. The ultimate test of this conviction was imminent. As the mid-5th century approached, ominous tidings spread across the Alps. A storm was gathering in the north. The Huns, led by a warlord whose name was already spoken in dread whispers, were on the move. Unbeknownst to Leo, destiny was steering him toward a singular role, not only as a teacher and shepherd of souls, but as Rome's protector in its darkest hour. The stage was set for an encounter that would resound through the ages, and the humble deacon-turned pope would soon be called upon to save an empire. Pope Leo I was solidifying his spiritual authority while the Western Roman Empire around him was on the verge of collapse. By the mid-5th century, Rome's dominion had shrunk to a pathetic core. Little more than Italy and part of Gaul, observers noted of the Western realm. The grandeur of Caesar and Augustus was now a ghost haunting crumbling walls. Gone were the rich provinces of North Africa. The Vandals had seized Carthage in 439, cutting off Rome's critical grain supply. Hispania and Gaul were carved up by Visigothic and Burgundian kings who paid only token respect to the emperor. Across the sea, Britannia, once a Roman diocese, was abandoned to wild Anglo-Saxon warlords. The Western Empire in Leo's time was essentially an Italian kingdom struggling to survive, its frontiers pressed on all sides by so-called barbarians, and its treasury drained. The city of Rome itself, though still symbolically powerful, was a mere shadow of its former self. The imperial court had long since relocated to Ravenna, a marsh-girt city easier to defend. In Rome, Ancient monuments decayed even as new churches rose. The populace, much diminished from a century ago, lived in uneasy suspense. Memories of the Visigoth sack of 410 still lingered like a national trauma. Elderly Romans could recall the horror when Alaric's Goths breached the walls and looted the Eternal City for 3 days. The psychological scar had not healed. Now, 4 decades later, rumours spread that an even fiercer enemy was approaching Italy's borders. Children heard frightening tales of the Hun with his ruthless horsemen and felt their parents' anxiety. Many asked, was history repeating itself? Or worse, was this the end of Rome at last? In the palaces of Ravenna, Emperor Valentinian III reigned in name, but real power was precariously balanced. The true strongman was Flavius Aetius, the Magister Militum, master of soldiers, famed for both his cunning and his controversial alliances. Aetius had spent his youth as a hostage among the Huns, even befriending their leaders. Hardened by that experience, he knew Rome could not fight all its enemies at once. With grim pragmatism, Aetius had struck deals with some barbarians to fight others. In 437 he formed an alliance with Attila's Huns to demolish the Burgundian kingdom in Gaul, eradicating it from its core. Western Rome was forced to play a desperate game of divide et impera in order to survive. By the late 440s, Aetius managed a fragile coalition holding Gaul against the Visigoths and Italy against the Ostrogoths. But the Huns, once his occasional allies, were becoming an ever greater threat. Aetius knew Attila's character too well. The Hun king's ambitions had no limit. The cultural fabric of the empire was also fraying. The old pagan aristocracy had mostly bowed to Christianity, but not always sincerely. Some clung to classical traditions and nostalgic dreams of Rome's past, while the new reality, a Christian empire fighting for its life, demanded a different ethos. In this atmosphere, spiritual interpretations of Rome's misfortune flourished. Many Christian Romans, Leo among them, viewed the successive calamities as divine chastisement for the empire's sins. Was God using barbarian invaders as a scourge to humble Rome? The question was pondered in sermons and letters. Decades earlier, St. Augustine had written The City of God after the 410 sack, explaining that earthly empires rise and fall while the City of God endures. Now Augustine was gone. He had died in 430 as Vandals besieged his city of Hippo, but his ideas lived on. Pope Leo, steeped in such theology, urged his flock not to lose faith. If the empire was crumbling, perhaps it was all the more urgent to uphold Christian virtue and unity. By 450, the Western court was rife with intrigue and insecurity. Emperor Valentinian, never a strong ruler, was dominated first by his formidable mother, Galla Placidia, and then by Aetius. With Placidia's death in 450 and the emperor's own sister Honoria embroiled in scandal, she had secretly appealed to Attila for help escaping an arranged marriage, offering him her hand, and half the empire as dowry. The dynasty itself seemed to teeter. When reports came that Attila had considered Honoria's plea and was mustering his forces, panic swept the Italian elite. Attila's reputation as the scourge of God preceded him. He had already bullied the Eastern Empire into paying enormous tribute, and now he cast his covetous gaze westward. In the spring of 451, Attila marched into Gaul. The showdown came on the Catalaunian plains near Chalons. There, Aetius, joined by Roman troops and various foederati allies, Visigoths, Franks, confronted the Huns in one of antiquity's great battles. The fight was brutal and indecisive. Attila's advance was halted, but not decisively crushed. Corpses littered the plain, and the Visigothic king was slain in the fray. But Attila lived to fight another day. The Battle of Chalons, instead of a clear Roman victory, resulted in a Pyrrhic stalemate that left the Hunnic horde battered yet intact. Gaul had taken the brunt of Attila's wrath, giving Italy a moment of relief, but the respite was fleeting. Late in 451, as winter fell, unsettling news reached Rome. Attila had regrouped his forces beyond the Alps. The Hun was far from finished. In fact, he was enraged. They had thwarted his campaign in Gaul, leaving his appetite for conquest unsated. Honoria's offer still stood as a convenient pretext. In Attila's mind, the dowry he demanded, half of the Western Empire, remained unpaid. Early the next year, scouts and refugees brought terrifying reports. Attila was crossing into Italy. City after city in the northern provinces was falling to fire and sword. The spectre that had loomed so long was now at hand. Rome's darkest hour was approaching, even as its secular might was at its weakest. The people's hopes increasingly turned to prayer, and to the unassuming figure of Pope Leo, whose courage and faith would soon be tested as never before. In the gathering gloom of the 450s, Pope Leo I emerged as more than a religious leader. He became the soul of a dying empire. While legions faltered and emperors dithered, Leo provided a different kind of strength, one rooted in faith and moral conviction. He often preached that earthly turmoils were transient, but the spiritual battle for righteousness was eternal. Leo's unwavering faith in the unique function of his position fueled his confidence. As Bishop of Rome, he saw himself as heir to St. Peter, the Apostle Christ had charged with feeding his sheep. To Leo, the task was no mere honorific. It was a living mandate. In one letter he wrote, "To deny the authority of the chair of Peter is to question the very foundation of the Church." He strove to live up to that high calling, convinced that in his leadership the voice of the apostles echoed anew. This conviction was dramatically vindicated in 451 at the Great Council of Chalcedon, a church synod convened far to the east in Asia Minor to settle a theological crisis. Leo could not attend in person, troubles in the west kept him in Rome, but he sent legates bearing a document he authored, the famous Tome of Leo. This tome clearly defined the dual nature of Christ, both fully God and fully man, and was intended to guide the Council Fathers out of contentious debate. As the assembly of bishops read Leo's words aloud, a sudden unity swept the hall. According to the council records, the bishops cried out in unison, "This is the faith of the fathers. Peter has spoken thus through Leo." In that acclamation, Leo's authority was affirmed in an almost mystical way. It was as if St. Peter himself had stood among them, teaching through Leo's voice. The Roman Pope's stature soared. He was now revered as Leo the Great, a pillar of orthodoxy and a figure of international renown. For Leo personally, it was confirmation that his leadership carried not just human approval, but divine sanction. Back in Rome, Leo leveraged this moral authority to bolster the city's resolve. He preached frequently to his flock, tailoring his message to the tumultuous times. In homilies, he called the invasion threats a test of faith. Drawing on scripture, he likened Rome to the biblical Nineveh, a mighty city that could be spared from destruction if its people repented and turned to God. He urged public fasting and prayer vigils, and it was said that the churches were filled day and night with supplicants crying for deliverance. The Pope himself led processions through the streets, venerating relics of saints and imploring heavenly aid to avert the scourge approaching Italy. To a population frightened by news of flaming towns in the north, Leo's calm and resolute presence was a godsend. He told them, "God did not abandon Jonah's Nineveh, nor will he abandon Rome, seat of his apostles." Such words gave hope to the hopeless. Leo's influence extended even into the imperial palace. When Emperor Valentinian III and his court vacillated on how to deal with Attila's impending onslaught, Leo did not hesitate to offer counsel. Some accounts suggest it was Leo who volunteered to personally meet the Hun, a proposal that stunned the imperial advisors. Others say the idea originated from the emperor, who realised that no general or diplomat had the gravitas to face Attila on equal terms, whereas the saintly Bishop of Rome just might. Regardless, by the beginning of 452, everyone's attention was focused on Leo, possibly the sole individual capable of saving Rome from the abyss. It was a heavy burden for a man of the cloth, yet Leo prepared to shoulder it with the same sense of duty that had guided him all along. There was a profound symbolism in Leo's stepping forward. Here was a representative of spiritual authority confronting the might of worldly violence. The clash was not simply between a pope and a warlord, but between two worldviews, one of faith, mercy and moral suasion, and another of conquest, fear and raw power. Leo understood this. In quiet moments of prayer before his departure, he surely reflected on the trials of past leaders of the Church. He prayed at the tomb of St. Peter in the Vatican Basilica, seeking courage. Tradition holds that Leo had a vision there, hearing the words, "Peace be with you, I am with you," as if spoken by Peter or an angel. Empowered by this reassurance, Leo arose determined to act. If Attila was indeed a scourge sent as punishment, then Leo would be the intercessor pleading for mercy on Rome's behalf, a new Moses before the Pharaoh, or a David against Goliath armed only with faith. By the spring of 452, Attila's forces had stormed into northern Italy, and panic gripped the land. Emperor Valentinian remained safely behind Ravenna's walls, and General Aetius, lacking an army strong enough after the Gaulish campaign, could do little. It was in this vacuum of secular leadership that Leo's moment arrived. The Pope gathered a small delegation to accompany him, among them the former consul Gennadius Avienus and the ex-prefect Memmius Trigetius, distinguished Romans who lent political weight to the embassy. But there was no question who led it. Dressed not in armour, but in simple clerical robes, Leo set out northward, determined to confront the unconfrontable. As he left the gates of Rome, citizens wept and cheered him in equal measure, praying for his success, fearing for his safety. Behind him trailed an austere retinue of priests and deacons carrying holy relics and perhaps gifts for the Hun king. It was an unprecedented sight, the vicar of Christ riding forth to meet the terror of the world. The sun-baked Italian roads ahead were uncertain, but Leo's purpose was clear. In his heart burned both the courage of a lion and the compassion of a shepherd. Whatever happened on this journey, Rome's fate and Leo's legacy would forever be intertwined on that fateful day when faith stood face to face with fury. While Leo advanced north, Attila the Hun drove his war host relentlessly south. To understand the collision course of these two figures, one must step into Attila's world, a world of vast open. The vast steppes echoed with thundering hooves, symbolising a destiny forged in blood and superstition. Attila was no ordinary barbarian chieftain. He styled himself as something far grander, even cosmic. A legend circulated among his people that a sacred weapon had fallen into Attila's hands, the sword of Mars. A humble shepherd, the story went, discovered an ornate sword in a field, revealed by the blood of a limping heifer. He presented it to Attila, who exulted in the find. Believing it a gift from the war god, whom Romans identified as Mars, Attila took it as a sign of divine favour. He thought he had been appointed ruler of the whole world, and that through the sword of Mars supremacy in all wars was assured to him. So writes the historian Jordanes, echoing the accounts of Attila's contemporaries. Armed with this talisman and unshakable self-confidence, Attila saw himself as an instrument of godly wrath, a scourge sent upon the earth. Indeed, later Romans would call him flagellum Dei, the scourge of God, believing that he was a punishment for the sins of humankind. Under Attila's command, the Hunnic Empire reached its zenith. From the plains of Hungary across the Danube and into Germany, he united a confederation of Huns, Alans, Ostrogoths, and other tribes through charisma and fear. He became sole ruler in 445 after allegedly murdering his brother Bleda, an act that removed the last check on his power. Ruthless as he was, Attila was also a shrewd strategist. He realised that brute force alone wouldn't sustain his dominion. Cunning diplomacy and psychological warfare were equally potent. Throughout the 440s, Attila alternated devastating military campaigns with calculated negotiations. He extorted the Eastern Roman Empire for gold year after year, first £700, then £2,100 annually, after he battered their armies in 447. The Eastern Emperor, Theodosius II, preferred paying off the Huns to facing them in battle, a policy that enriched Attila immensely. By the year 450, Attila's treasuries were brimming with tribute, and his warriors had gained seasoned experience from numerous skirmishes and sieges. Despite ruling over such wealth, Attila led a simple life by choice, akin to a warrior monk. Roman envoys who visited his encampment were astonished by his austerity. The historian Priscus, who dined with Attila during a diplomatic mission, recorded that while lavish food on silver platters was served to guests, Attila himself ate nothing but meat off a wooden trencher. He drank from a wooden cup, whereas his lieutenants sipped wine from gleaming goblets of gold. His clothes were plain and clean, devoid of the jewels that adorned other chieftains. Such discipline both impressed and unnerved the Romans. It suggested a man of unwavering determination, unaffected by decadence or distraction, a leader capable of instilling unwavering loyalty by empathising with the struggles of his followers. Attila also had a mercurial temper and could be mercilessly cruel, but he tempered terror with moments of calculated mercy or humour, keeping even his closest followers guessing. Attila's worldview was steeped in omen and prophecy. Priscus noted that Attila consulted seers and believed in predictions about his lineage. One prophecy purportedly left him momentarily sombre. It foretold that disaster would eventually befall the Huns, though perhaps not in his lifetime. But such dark musings were rare. More often, Attila projected absolute confidence in his divinely sanctioned mission of conquest. He even co-opted Roman mystique for his ends. A chilling tale from Milan illustrates this. When Attila captured that proud Italian city in 452, he came across a fresco in the palace that depicted past Roman emperors seated on the thrones, which triumphed over the barbarian chiefs who were laid prostrate at their feet, conveying a sense of imperial arrogance. The scene of imperial arrogance enraged him. Attila immediately summoned an artist and ordered a new mural painted. In this revisionist artwork, Attila sat on the throne while cringing. Roman emperors knelt before him, pouring out bags of gold in tribute. With grim satisfaction, Attila essentially declared his reversal of fortune. Rome's days of victory were over. It was now the barbarians' turn to rule. Whether or not the story is apocryphal, it captures Attila's mindset. He was deliberately crafting an image, to Romans and to his people, that the Hun was the new master of the world and Rome's proud eagles would bow to the rider of the steppes. While Leo advanced north, Attila the Hun drove his war host relentlessly south. To understand the collision course of these two figures, one must step into Attila's world, a world of vast open. The vast steppes echoed with thundering hooves, symbolizing a destiny forged in blood and superstition. Attila was no ordinary barbarian chieftain. He styled himself as something far grander, even cosmic. A legend circulated among his people that a sacred weapon had fallen into Attila's hands, the sword of Mars. A humble shepherd, the story went, discovered an ornate sword in a field, revealed by the blood of a limping heifer. He presented it to Attila, who exulted in the find. Believing it a gift from the war god, whom Romans identified as Mars, Attila took it as a sign of divine favour. He thought he had been appointed ruler of the whole world, and that through the sword of Mars supremacy in all wars was assured to him. So writes the historian Jordanes, echoing the accounts of Attila's contemporaries. Armed with this talisman and unshakable self-confidence, Attila saw himself as an instrument of godly wrath, a scourge sent upon the earth. Indeed, later Romans would call him flagellum Dei, the scourge of God, believing that he was a punishment for the sins of humankind. Under Attila's command, the Hunnic Empire reached its zenith. From the plains of Hungary across the Danube and into Germany, he united a confederation of Huns, Alans, Ostrogoths, and other tribes through charisma and fear. He became sole ruler in 445 after allegedly murdering his brother Bleda, an act that removed the last check on his power. Ruthless as he was, Attila was also a shrewd strategist. He realised that brute force alone wouldn't sustain his dominion. Cunning diplomacy and psychological warfare were equally potent. Throughout the 440s, Attila alternated devastating military campaigns with calculated negotiations. He extorted the Eastern Roman Empire for gold year after year, first £700, then £2,100 annually after he battered their armies in 447. The Eastern Emperor, Theodosius II, preferred paying off the Huns to facing them in battle, a policy that enriched Attila immensely. By the year 450, Attila's treasuries were brimming with tribute, and his warriors had gained seasoned experience from numerous skirmishes and sieges. Despite ruling over such wealth, Attila led a simple life by choice, akin to a warrior monk. Roman envoys who visited his encampment were astonished by his austerity. The historian Priscus, who dined with Attila during a diplomatic mission, recorded that while lavish food on silver platters was served to guests, Attila himself ate nothing but meat off a wooden trencher. He drank from a wooden cup, whereas his lieutenants sipped wine from gleaming goblets of gold. His clothes were plain and clean, devoid of the jewels that adorned other chieftains. Such discipline both impressed and unnerved the Romans. It suggested a man of unwavering determination, unaffected by decadence or distraction, a leader capable of instilling unwavering loyalty by empathizing with the struggles of his followers. Attila also had a mercurial temper and could be mercilessly cruel, but he tempered terror with moments of calculated mercy or humour, keeping even his closest followers guessing. Attila's worldview was steeped in omen and prophecy. Priscus noted that Attila consulted seers and believed in predictions about his lineage. One prophecy purportedly left him momentarily sombre. It foretold that disaster would eventually befall the Huns, though perhaps not in his lifetime. But such dark musings were rare. More often, Attila projected absolute confidence in his divinely sanctioned mission of conquest. He even co-opted Roman mystique for his ends. A chilling tale from Milan illustrates this. When Attila captured that proud Italian city in 452, he came across a fresco in the palace that depicted past Roman emperors seated on the thrones, which triumphed over the barbarian chiefs who were laid prostrate at their feet, conveying a sense of imperial arrogance. The scene of imperial arrogance enraged him. Attila immediately summoned an artist and ordered a new mural painted. In this revisionist artwork, Attila sat on the throne while cringing. Roman emperors knelt before him, pouring out bags of gold in tribute. With grim satisfaction, Attila essentially declared his reversal of fortune. Rome's days of victory were over. It was now the barbarians' turn to rule. Whether or not the story is apocryphal, it captures Attila's mindset. He was deliberately crafting an image, to Romans and to his people, that the Hun was the new master of the world and Rome's proud eagles would bow to the rider of the steppes. In the sultry August of 452, northern Italy lay crushed under the Huns' heel. The Huns trampled fields, left villages empty, and filled the air with thick smoke from burnt towns. Down the ancient Via Aemilia, a strange procession made its way against this tide of destruction. Pope Leo I, mounted perhaps on a sturdy mule or horse, led a small band of envoys and clergy steadily northward. Each mile brought new evidence of Attila's wrath. Charred farmsteads, refugees huddled by the roadside, and tales of unspeakable carnage. Leo's heart must have been heavy, yet he pressed on, radiating a calm conviction that bewildered those who met him. There are accounts of peasants kneeling as he passed, as if sensing that this man carried the last hope of Rome on his shoulders. Clad in the simple white garments of a bishop, Leo cut an incongruous figure on a battlefield. But to the desperate Italians, the sight of the unarmed pope heading toward the invader inspired a flicker of faith. If anyone could appeal to Attila's mercy, perhaps it was this saintly man. Meanwhile, Attila had pitched camp near the Mincio River, not far from where it flows into the Great Po. The summer heat and disease in his ranks urged him to conclude business quickly. Rome beckoned just over the horizon. Attila sent scouts ahead toward the capital, who returned with curious news. The city's gates were still shut, no army in sight. Instead, a delegation of high-ranking Romans was coming to parley. Attila agreed to receive them. Perhaps he believed that a quick negotiation could secure both a hefty ransom and Honoria's hand, which would allow him to claim victory without further bloodshed. Or perhaps he relished making Rome prostrate itself. Either way, a meeting was arranged on the open plain. Attila ordered his war tent prepared with appropriate pomp. The Hun camp bustled, banners emblazoned with dragon motifs fluttered, horses neighed, and rings of leather tents stretched to the horizon. Battle-scarred warriors, curious about the Roman Pope, gathered at a respectful distance when the envoys arrived. They came in state. Leo, flanked by the ex-consul Avienus, and ex-prefect Tragetius, and attended by a train of priests bearing processional crosses and icons. To Attila's warriors, the scene was a novel sight. Romans without weapons, carrying only strange symbols and moving with solemn purpose. Under the bright sky, Pope Leo and Attila the Hun finally came face to face. The moment was historic. The soft-spoken Holy Father and the scourge of nations. Despite being in his early 60s, Leo stood with dignified bearing. Attila, a middle-aged man of middling height with a man with a broad chest and weathered face, regarded the Pope intently. Attila was known for his habit of rolling his fierce eyes to intimidate those in front of him. One might imagine he attempted the same on Leo, yet Leo did not flinch. Clad in simple robes, the Pope met the barbarian's gaze with steady, compassionate eyes. An observer described Leo at that encounter as fearless, as one who trusts not in himself but in God. Attila, who had terrorized tens of thousands, now encountered a man who showed no fear. The conversation that unfolded has been lost to time. No transcript exists, but through various accounts and a dose of imagination, we can reconstruct its tenor. First, the Roman envoys likely offered formal salutations. Avienus, experienced in diplomacy, probably spoke, "Attila, most noble leader of the Huns, we come on behalf of the Senate and people of Rome." They might have offered gifts, chests of gold or jewelled goblets, tokens of Rome's esteem or desperation. Attila listened impatiently. Then Pope Leo addressed the warlord. Unlike the perfumed senators of the East who had grovelled before Attila in past embassies, Leo's voice was neither sycophantic nor cowering. He spoke plainly, demonstrating both grave respect and authority. Through an interpreter, for Attila who understood Latin only a little, Leo appealed to humanity in the Hun. He acknowledged Attila's victories. "You have been the instrument of divine justice, punishing the sins of the land." Such words, crediting God for Attila's success, may have intrigued the superstitious king. Leo continued, perhaps urging Attila to show mercy now that his mission of chastisement was fulfilled. He might have invoked the fate of conquerors who failed to temper justice with mercy. Certainly Leo reminded Attila of the transience of mortal life. One chronicler imagined Leo saying, "We are all mortals, O king, sooner or later we return to dust. Seek not the further spilling of innocents' blood, but earn everlasting glory by sparing Rome." Attila responded brusquely. One can picture his scowling visage as he listed his demands. Through the interpreter, he likely thundered that Honoria, the imperial princess who had appealed to him, be handed over at once with her rightful inheritance, the dowry he claimed. He may have also demanded an annual tribute of gold from Rome to replace what the Eastern Empire had stopped paying. Attila was a man used to dictating terms, yet even as he spoke, something gnawed at him. Here was this unarmed priest calmly rebutting the scourge of God. Leo answered Attila's demands firmly. The emperor could not yield his sister as a bride, for that matter was already settled. Honoria had been punished for her rash offer. As for tribute, Leo likely pleaded that Italy was spent and ravaged. There was little left to give. Perhaps he offered what he could from the church's treasury, emphasizing that further devastation would only bring diminishing returns. A starved, plague-ridden land would profit no conqueror. As the negotiations seesawed, Attila's temper might have flared, but each time Leo responded with steady reasoning and moral exhortation. He reminded Attila of Alaric's fate. The Goth had died soon after taking Rome. Was it truly wise to risk the same anger of heaven? Attila's pagan priests in his retinue exchanged nervous glances. They too had heard the stories. The Hunnic king, despite his bravado, felt a chill. At that very moment, according to the later legend, miraculous vision sealed the outcome. Attila suddenly fell silent, eyes widening at a point above Leo's head. To his astonishment, he beheld what seemed to be two towering figures in the air, saintly men clad in armour, one carrying a sword that blazed in the sunlight. These spectral warriors, who were visible only to Attila, glared at him as if to say, "Do not touch this man or this city." Paul the Deacon, a writer from centuries later, would identify the warriors as the apostles Peter and Paul who had come from heaven to protect Rome. Attila, who believed in omens, felt a stab of fear. Was this a divine warning? Whether one credits the miracle or not, something stirred in Attila. He, who had never lost a negotiated advantage, suddenly softened. The fierce light in his eyes dimmed. Attila, the untamable, gazed at Pope Leo's peaceful face and found no enemy there, only a beseeching father figure. In that instant, the dynamics shifted. Attila raised a hand, signalling an end to the debate. He announced his decision. The Huns would withdraw, he would spare Rome. The Roman envoys must have suppressed a deep sense of relief upon hearing those words. Terms were likely agreed upon, perhaps a one-time payment of gold, certainly a promise that Honoria's issue would be dropped. Attila made a final pronouncement, half warning, half concession. "Tell your emperor this. This peace is not permanent. If Rome wishes to remain safe, let it remember to give Attila what is Attila's." It was merely a show of strength to maintain the status quo. Leo inclined his head, accepting the conditions, whatever they were, and offered a blessing. The meeting was over. Attila had yielded, against all expectation. The Pope and his party turned back toward Rome, carrying the almost unbelievable news. Behind them, Attila retired to his camp, pensive. The sun was dipping low as the two groups parted ways. Roman chroniclers later rejoiced that no sword was drawn that day, no blood spilled. A battle had been won by words and faith alone. Attila's chieftains were astonished. Some protested, "Shall the mighty Attila be turned back by a preacher's tongue?" But others, those who knew of the worsening supplies and the whispers of plague, were secretly glad. They feared a doomed assault on Rome as much as any Roman did. In the privacy of his tent that night, Attila brooded. Perhaps he felt an unaccustomed twinge of admiration for Leo, or perhaps simply relief that he could retreat without testing Rome's cursed fate. Either way, the decision was made. By dawn, the Hunnic banners were pointed north. The scourge of God began his march out of Italy. Pope Leo I had achieved an unimaginable feat. He gazed into the eyes of the most feared man on earth, causing him to blink. Rome was saved, at least for that season. Raphael's famed fresco in the Vatican, painted over 1,000 years later, dramatizes the legend. Pope Leo, depicted serenely on horseback, raises a hand toward Attila, while above the Pope, 2 warrior saints brandish swords in the sky. This artistic fantasy captures the essence of how contemporaries and posterity viewed the encounter in 452, a turning point where the tide of destruction miraculously halted at the gates of Rome. Leo saved Rome on that fateful day near Mantua, not through the use of force, but through the strength of his character and faith. The aftermath of the meeting was immediate and profound. As word spread that Attila had turned back, a wave of incredulous joy swept through Italy. In Rome, anxious citizens waiting for news could scarcely believe it. The city and their lives had been spared. Many attributed it entirely to divine intervention thanks to Leo's sanctity. The Pope's status reached unprecedented heights. Rome welcomed him back as Pater Patria, the father of the fatherland, a title no humble churchman had ever held. The relieved Romans truly deserved to call Leo Magnus the Great. Historians through the ages have debated why Attila withdrew. Some near-contemporary observers, like the chronicler Prosper of Aquitaine, insisted that it was Leo's personal impact on Attila that made the difference, that the Hun was so impressed by the holy man's courage and eloquence that he simply gave up his designs. Another source, the historian Priscus, who knew Attila's court firsthand, offered a more pragmatic rationale. Attila's men were growing afraid. They recalled how Alaric had died after sacking Rome, and they urged Attila not to invite a similar curse. Modern scholars point to logistics and disease. Indeed, a later chronicle suggests that at that very time, plague was ravaging Attila's army, and supplies were running perilously low, while the Eastern Emperor Marcian had dispatched troops to harry Attila's homeland. Surrounded by ill omens, sickness in camp, hostile forces gathering elsewhere, and the psychological weight of Rome's spiritual clout, Attila likely calculated that discretion outweighed valour. Whatever mix of motives one assigns, the result is indisputable. Attila suddenly retreated, and he never returned. The scourge of God had scourged enough. Leo's triumph, however, was not a permanent deliverance. He knew as much. According to ancient accounts, Attila sent a message upon his departure, threatening to return unless Honoria handed over her inheritance. Attila made this gesture to save face, but in reality he had lost his chance. The following year, in 453, Attila the Hun tragically passed away on the eve of his latest wedding feast. The legendary conqueror succumbed not on the battlefield but in his marital bed, reportedly bursting a blood vessel and choking on his blood after heavy drinking. His bride Ildiko awoke to a corpse. The superstitious saw divine justice in this inglorious end. With Attila's death, the unity of the Hunnic Empire perished. His sons quarrelled and, within a decade, the Huns ceased to be a major threat. Rome had survived Attila, however the lifespan of the Western Roman Empire was short. In 455, just 3 years after Leo's encounter with Attila, Rome faced another deadly menace. Genseric, king of the Vandals, sailed his fleets from North Africa and landed at Ostia. This time there was no massive barbarian host at the gates, but a naval invasion. Emperor Valentinian III had been assassinated. Political chaos reigned. Once again, Leo filled the void. Unarmed and accompanied by his clergy, he went out to meet Genseric, employing the same courage and moral plea he had with Attila. The Vandal was a different man, however, and negotiations yielded only a partial success. Genseric agreed not to burn the city or massacre its inhabitants, but he would plunder, and plunder he did. For 2 weeks in June 455, the Vandals methodically looted Rome. The treasures of ages, the temple of Jupiter's gilded roof and the spoils Titus had taken from Jerusalem, were carted off to Vandal Africa. Leo could not prevent this humiliation. Nonetheless, even Genseric's begrudging restraint was attributed to Leo's influence. The Pope's entreaties at least spared Rome the flames. The massive basilicas of St. Peter and St. Paul, where terrified citizens had flocked for sanctuary, were left intact by Vandal hands. This mitigation counted as another testimony to Leo's clout. Once more, the secular authorities had utterly failed, and once more it was Leo, and Leo alone, who stood as Rome's protector. Pope Leo I lived on for a few more years after these tumultuous events, dying in 461. He was buried as a hero in Rome, his tomb adorned with the inscription Defender of the City. His legacy only grew with time. In ecclesiastical history, Leo is remembered for his theological contributions, the Tome of Leo and the strengthening of papal primacy. But in popular memory, it was the day he saved Rome that truly made him a legend. Over the centuries, the story of Leo and Attila acquired an almost mythical aura. Medieval writers embroidered it freely. The apparition of Saints Peter and Paul threatening Attila, hinted at in Paul the Deacon's 8th century account, became a staple of the tale. Artists immortalised the scene. Apart from Raphael's Renaissance fresco, earlier the Baroque sculptor Algardi carved a grand relief in St. Peter's itself, showing Leo backed by heavenly figures driving away the Hun. Such images reinforced the narrative that Rome was saved not by human might but by divine intervention, channeled through Leo the Great. Yet for all the embellishment, the core truth endures and rings down the ages. In a moment of existential peril, when the material defences of an ancient civilization had failed, one man's moral courage prevailed. Leo's encounter with Attila stands as a testament to the power of persuasion over the sword and of faith over fear. It highlights the shifting world of the 5th century. As the Western Empire crumbled, the spiritual authority of the Church was rising to fill the void. Leo's success with Attila wasn't just a lucky diplomatic coup, it was a sign of the new epoch dawning. In the centuries that followed the fall of Rome, the last emperor would be deposed in 476, just 24 years after Leo's stand. The bishops of Rome, now firmly called popes, would increasingly assume roles of civic leadership, protectors, and power brokers in the remnants of empire. Leo had set the example. He showed that a pope could marshal not armies, but something perhaps equally compelling: moral suasion, unity, and hope in the face of despair. In separating myth from reality, modern historians acknowledge the practical factors that led to Attila's retreat: hunger, disease, and strategic considerations, but they also acknowledge that Leo's diplomatic mission was crucial. Without it, Attila might have lingered long enough to sack Rome before those factors fully unravelled his campaign. Leo gave Attila a face-saving exit and a spiritual scare to boot. That was enough. In the summer of 422, an unlikely saviour in a plain cassock saved the Eternal City from annihilation. For the generation that witnessed it, there could be no doubt. Pope Leo I had saved Rome. It was a bright spot in an age of collapse, a story retold with gratitude and awe. To this day, when one stands in St. Peter's and looks up at the marble relief of Leo driving away Attila, one is reminded of the power of courage and faith to alter the course of history. In Leo's voice lay the echo of an empire's spirit, and the promise that even in history's darkest chapters, a single steadfast soul can shine brightly enough to turn back the tide of destruction, if only for a moment. And occasionally, that moment is all that civilization needs to survive. The sun set on the Western Roman Empire not with a single cataclysm, but through decades of slow decay. Pope Leo I, however, had already sealed his place in the annals of survival, diplomacy, and faith. As Rome's political fabric crumbled, Leo's influence continued to expand. Even in death in 461, his legacy was carried on by popes who modelled themselves not just after St. Peter, but after Leo's blend of spiritual fervour and diplomatic steel. His tomb in the old St. Peter's Basilica became a shrine not only of theological memory, but of civic pride, a place Romans could point to and say, "This man stood when others fled." The 5th century saw chaos, fragmentation and loss. Italy became a patchwork of Gothic rulers, Gaul drifted toward Frankish hands, and Africa became a Vandal kingdom. Yet the institutional church remained remarkably cohesive. This was, in part, Leo's doing. His letters had established a papal administrative style that reached bishops far beyond the crumbling empire's borders. His tome had crystallized Christology for centuries to come. His sermons, preserved, copied and studied, continued to nourish Christian identity in a post-imperial world. Yet the story of Leo's meeting with Attila continued to evolve, not just in church memory but in public imagination. The miracle, whether historically accurate or not, resonated deeply. In a world of collapsing order, the myth of a shepherd confronting the wolf and turning him away felt truer than any dusty chronicle. Artists, poets, theologians, and even emperors clung to this narrative. Leo's courage became archetypal, echoed in later eras when Popes would stand up to kings, emperors, or even fascist regimes. Meanwhile, Attila's name lived on in darker legend. Although Attila died in 453 AD under anticlimactic circumstances, drunk and bleeding on his wedding night, his empire soon dissolved afterward. His sons quarrelled over the remnants, the cohesion of the Hunnic tribes vanished. By the end of the 5th century, the Huns were no longer a power, not even a memory in the lands they once terrorised. In some parts of Europe, parents no longer warned children about the Huns. The threat had passed, yet Leo's voice still echoed from pulpits. Over time, Rome transitioned from the capital of a political empire to the symbolic heart of Christendom. This transformation was neither inevitable nor easy. It took figures like Leo, resolute, theologically sharp and diplomatically fearless, to steer the city from imperial ruin toward ecclesiastical prominence. One could argue that the Papal States, medieval Christendom, and even the Vatican City of today trace a straight line from Leo's model of papal leadership. He proved the Church could not only survive political collapse, it could redefine power entirely. The sculpture in St. Peter's Basilica by Alessandro Algardi, completed in the 17th century, immortalises the scene with drama. Leo raises his hand, angelic warriors bear down from the heavens upon Attila, frozen in awe. It is theatrical, yes, but theatre with purpose. It reminds viewers that history is made not only through armies and battles, but through moments of extraordinary moral courage. That was Leo's gift to his age and ours, a vision of spiritual authority that was not passive, not withdrawn, but deeply engaged in the mess of human affairs. In the end, the day Leo saved Rome was not about political negotiation alone. It was a cultural pivot point. He demonstrated that faith could influence diplomacy, that courage didn't necessitate a sword, and that at times, defending civilization could be achieved by a single man with unwavering conviction, bravely stepping into the depths of darkness. Morpheus rarely stands in the spotlight when people discuss Greek mythology, overshadowed by the grand Olympians who wield thunder and seas in their command. Yet, in ancient stories whispered around flickering lamps, Morpheus played a pivotal role in bridging mortals and gods through the subtle realm of sleep. He was neither a warrior nor a master of loud proclamations. Instead, he chose the gentle approach, weaving illusions, shaping dream landscapes, and occasionally planting cryptic messages that could alter the course of entire kingdoms. To understand Morpheus, one must first step back and recognise how the Greeks viewed the pantheon. They revered sky gods, underworld deities, nymphs of the forests and rivers, and lesser-known creatures who existed in the half-light of mortal awareness. Morpheus belonged to this latter category, operating in spaces easily overlooked by the mortal eyes. Where lightning bolts lit up the cosmos, Morpheus lit up the inner mind. His was the quiet magic of unspoken revelations. He was typically described as the son of Hypnos, the personification of sleep, whose children were called the Oniroi, or dreams. Yet Morpheus stood out even among his siblings. He had a unique talent, the ability to shift shapes and appear to dreamers in whatever form best conveyed the god's messages. Some tales characterized him as an ethereal being, pale, silent, and drifting through moonlit corridors, while others claimed he was a shapeshifter who took on human guises so convincingly that dreamers seldom realized they were asleep. In either depiction, he was seldom menacing. There was no need to frighten mortals into submission. A carefully placed dream could do more to guide or warn than thunderous commands from on high. Morpheus occupied a pivotal position at the intersection of cosmic power and human fragility. Since ancient times, people have wrestled with the enigma of dreams. Are they mere figments of one's imagination? Or do they carry coded messages from beyond mortal perception? The Greeks, with their flair for blending superstition and storytelling, believed that certain dreams could indeed foretell the future or reveal divine will. For such dreams to occur, though, there had to be an intermediary, someone who shaped the dream into a symbolic narrative. Morpheus stepped into that role with an artistry that rivaled the muses themselves. He was not a mere messenger. The deeper mythic threads paint him as a curator of experience, someone who wove together a dream's characters, locations, and moods. He chose which relatives you might see, which long-lost lovers reappeared to stir your soul, which undiscovered realms you'd traverse. If the gods wanted a king to spare a village or redirect an army, Morpheus could craft a night vision so convincing that the recipient woke up resolute in a new plan. When the pantheon wanted to remain secret, Morpheus could deliver an enigma, a riddle wrapped in dream logic that only the clever or desperate would decipher. Yet for all this influence, Morpheus is largely absent from the boisterous epics of Homer or the grand tragedies performed in Athens. You won't find him leaping into battlefield scenes or presiding over mead-soaked banquets on Mount Olympus. His domain lay in the stillness of late-night darkness, unnoticed by the wide awake. No chorus sang loud odes to him, but behind the scenes, he shaped destinies as surely as any decree from Zeus. That subtlety attracted a certain reverence among those who paid attention. Mystics, seers, and even oracles at Delphi sometimes acknowledged him as a hidden ally. They believed that whereas Apollo declared truths in broad daylight, Morpheus gently revealed them under the cloak of sleep. These characteristics made him neither a rival nor a subordinate, but rather another facet of divine revelation. To them, Morpheus represented the possibility that truth need not be shouted from temple steps. It could be softly breathed into the deepest recesses of human consciousness. In later centuries, references to Morpheus drifted into Roman thought, courtesy of the poet Ovid, who famously described him as the most gifted of the dreambringers. He was singled out for his ability to mimic any mortal form. This skill, so modest on the surface, hints at the potent capacity to influence not just thoughts, but emotions, a subtlety that immortals rarely mastered. Thus begins the history of Morpheus, a quiet god, half forgotten in popular retellings, but deeply felt whenever dreams unfold. He represents the art of subtle persuasion and the comfort of illusions, a figure whose real power emerges when eyes close and the ordinary senses drift into shadow. To appreciate Morpheus fully, we must understand the lineage that placed him at the nexus of sleep and dreams. In the primordial chaos of Greek mythology, enormous powers battled for supremacy, shaping the universe as they saw fit. Among these entities was Nyx, the personification of night, whose dark cloak stretched across creation. From her came Hypnos, the embodiment of sleep. While Nyx enveloped the world in darkness, Hypnos guided all living things to rest. For a mortal, sleep represented a nightly surrender, an act of trust in forces beyond conscious control. Hypnos dwelled in a silent abode rumoured to be near the shores of the river Lethe in the underworld. The stories describe it as a landscape untouched by sun or moon, draped in eternal twilight, with only the hush of the distant waters echoing through the halls. Within this realm, Hypnos presided over the Oneiroi, a whole family of dream spirits who ventured out each night through a pair of gates, one made of horn, the other of ivory, to bring dreams to mortals. The horn gate delivered true visions, while the ivory gate offered deceptive dreams. This distinction underscored the Greeks' conviction that not all dreams were created equal. Among these Oneiroi, Morpheus stood apart. His name itself conveyed a sense of shaping or forming, as if he acted as a skilled craftsman, meticulously shaping dreams. Some of his siblings, like Ixlus or Phobator and Phantasos, were in charge of different types of dreams. For example, Icelus was in charge of nightmares involving animals or monsters changing into other forms, and Phantasos could bring inanimate objects and natural elements. Morpheus alone possessed the gift to appear as any human figure, which made him invaluable whenever the gods needed to send a personalised message. He understood the nuances of human emotion, how to bring forth a familiar face to disarm a dreamer, or how to stage a scene that resonated with unspoken fears and desires. Morpheus's relationship with Hypnos was not one of mere subordination. While Hypnos embodied the abstract power of slumber, Morpheus took that raw potential and shaped it into narrative. Father and son thus formed a partnership of calm and creativity. Hypnos paved the path to unconsciousness, while Morpheus populated it with meaning. In a sense, they mirrored the idea that rest could be either empty or transformative. Under Hypnos, the mortal body relaxed. Through Morpheus, the mind roamed landscapes both familiar and surreal. It was said that Morpheus could slip past the notice of the Olympians themselves. In a realm dominated by displays of might, Poseidon's raging seas, Zeus's thunderbolts, Morpheus's power lay in subtlety. Gods might proclaim grand destinies to seers, but Morpheus brought his brand of prophecy, one couched in symbolism and open to interpretation. Any shift in a dream's plot, any cameo by a lost loved one, could spin fate in unforeseen ways. This quiet potential set him apart from other deities known for direct, sometimes violent intervention. In certain esoteric traditions, priests would leave offerings to Hypnos and the Oneiroi when interpreting dreams. Incubation rites took place in dedicated temples, where devotees slept overnight in hopes of receiving a cure or a prophecy from the gods. Morpheus played a starring role in these nighttime visions, sculpting experiences that might heal, warn, or guide, though rarely given the spotlight in epic poetry. His presence was keenly felt by those who sought divine interaction without the spectacle of oracles or the hustle of public ceremonies. Over time, as Greek culture spread and mingled with other civilizations, the concept of Morpheus evolved. In some local myths, he was depicted less as a subordinate to Hypnos, and more as an independent god of illusions, free to intervene or withhold as he saw fit. His fluid boundaries gave him a certain mystique. Mortals who believed in him imagined that their late-night revelations weren't random flickers of the psyche, but carefully tailored messages from a divine guide. Of course, skepticism existed even in ancient times. Not everyone believed in the significance of dreams. Philosophers like Aristotle treated dreams largely as mental byproducts of daily activities. Others dismissed them as illusions that lured people away from rational thought. But for those who embraced the mysterious, Morpheus was a comforting figure, a deity who shaped intangible narratives, either as gentle warnings or sources of unexpected inspiration. In this way, the lineage of Morpheus, the quiet synergy of night, sleep, and dreams, symbolized the Greeks' deep fascination with the unseen dimensions of life. Within the hushed intervals of slumber, it was Morpheus who held the keys to imagination, bridging mortal concerns and divine intentions through a world woven from ephemeral shadows. Unlike gods who clamoured for shrines, Morpheus often arrived uninvited, slipping into mortal minds without ceremony. But references to him do emerge if one sifts through fragmentary texts, second-hand accounts, and the poetic flourishes of authors who found meaning in the dream realm. Among these, the Roman poet Ovid left one of the most detailed portrayals, cementing Morpheus's image as a master shapeshifter. Though Ovid wrote in Latin centuries after Homer, his verses revealed a fascination with the intangible realms of dream, further interweaving Roman and Greek perspectives. In Ovid's Metamorphoses, Morpheus is one of three brothers, each responsible for different aspects of dreaming. But Morpheus receives pride of place as the one who can mimic human forms. When the gods, especially the goddess Iris, needed to slip a message into a mortal's mind, Morpheus would be summoned. He would take on the likeness of a friend, a family member, or a beloved mentor. The subtlety of his craft was its force. He achieved through gentle suggestion what thunderbolts could not. Mortals, awaking from these dreams, often felt compelled to act with a conviction that reason alone rarely mustered. Yet behind this skill lay an irony. Morpheus himself appeared in a few face-to-face encounters with mortals. A shapeshifter by profession, he did not sport a signature visage in the stories. He might show up as an old shepherd or a radiant youth, whichever best carried the god's intent. This anonymity magnified his mystique. Though recognised as a deity, he was simultaneously anyone and no one. Averse to dramatics, Morpheus seemed content to remain overshadowed by more flamboyant gods. Perhaps he recognised that anonymity was power. No one begged him for favours. No armies prayed for his intervention, and no temples were built where worshippers might harangue him with pleas. He did his work quietly and receded into slumber's twilight. That is not to say he lacked humour or emotion. In a few lesser-known stories, bards allude to Morpheus toying with dreamers, weaving in playful illusions. A tired traveller might dream of a lavish banquet only to wake up starving, cursing the false feast. A spurned lover might dream of reconciliation, only to awaken to the sting of reality. Occasionally, these illusions serve to teach lessons, moral messages about humility or gratitude, though they also reveal Morpheus's capacity for whimsy. Even gods, it seems, can entertain themselves with mortal foibles. His domain extended beyond mere illusions, however. Morpheus was said to have some sway over memory, a trait inherited through his lineage from Lethe's waters. While not as comprehensive as Mnemosyne, the titaness of memory, he could stir recollections long buried, bringing past joys or sorrows back into sharp focus during dreams. This occasional stirring of old memories sometimes acted as a catalyst for the mortal decisions. A warrior might remember a childhood promise and thus abandon the battlefield, or a grieving mother might recall the face of her lost child, finding solace or renewed determination upon waking. Crucial to Morpheus's influence was the fact that mortals rarely recognized his presence. They might blame the strangeness of dreams on a bad meal, or consider it a fleeting mood. Few realized that a divine hand had crafted the scenarios unfolding behind their eyelids. Those who did suspect a supernatural cause usually assumed it was a broad gesture from some Olympian, not the specialized artistry of a lesser-known deity. This was Morpheus's hallmark, to shape fates without demanding recognition. In certain Orphic traditions, the mention of Morpheus is accompanied by rituals intended to court beneficial dreams. People might write prayers or incantations, hoping for a vision that clarified a dilemma or revealed hidden truths. These rites were more private than the grand festivals for Demeter or Dionysus. They involved quiet petitions, often performed at bedside altars. A cup of warm drink, a simple token left under a pillow, or an inscription repeated before sleep might invite his favour. If results came, they were ephemeral, a dream that might fade by dawn, leaving behind only an inarticulate sense of guidance. Gradually, as Greek culture gave way to Roman rule, Morpheus's name and role adapted. The Romans had their pantheon, but they also absorbed Greek deities, translating them into Latin forms or merging them with local gods. Morpheus found a place in this cultural tapestry, aided by Ovid's literary gifts. His shapeshifting grew into an enduring metaphor for the power of dreams to challenge the status quo, to give mortal minds a glimpse of possibilities otherwise unreachable. That notion that something intangible could spark real-world change proved resilient. Even after temples crumbled and pantheons lost their worshippers, the idea lingered, quietly echoing whenever humans closed their eyes and wandered into the land of sleep. Beyond myths and poetry, Morpheus's influence took on tangible form in the dream-centric rites practiced in scattered regions of the ancient Mediterranean. Temple incubations, particularly those dedicated to Asclepius, the god of healing, are well documented. Supplicants slept in sanctuaries to receive curative or prophetic dreams. Though the official cult credited Asclepius with these visions, undercurrents of belief suggested that Morpheus or one of his siblings sculpted the dream imagery. In many accounts, dreamers would see Asclepius himself performing a healing act, but behind that divine mask might lurk Morpheus's handiwork, ensuring the dream resonated with the pilgrim's personal needs. Yet this indirect worship was as far as it went for Morpheus. No major city erected a grand temple in his honour. His name does not appear on long lists of civic gods who protected armies or oversaw commerce. In a culture that often prized the dramatic, victorious battles, epic voyages, monstrous confrontations, Morpheus's domain seemed too nebulous for large-scale devotion. Dreams were deeply personal, fleeting experiences not easily shaped into public festivals. This subtle presence, however, lent Morpheus a curious universality. He was accessible to everyone, king or peasant, without the need for elaborate ceremonies. A fisherman dozing by the shore might receive a warning dream about an approaching storm, courtesy of Morpheus. A farmer's child might glimpse a future bride in a fleeting reverie. Although such visions were unpredictable, they reflected a certain democratic aspect of his power. No mortal was too lowly or too exalted to receive a nighttime visitation. Philosophical schools took varied stances on dream deities. The Stoics viewed dreams with skepticism unless they aligned with virtue or reason. The Epicureans dismissed them as mental residue with no supernatural origin. Yet others, including certain Platonists, entertained the possibility that divine agencies influenced the soul during its nocturnal wanderings. Morpheus occupied a liminal space in these debates, neither firmly asserted nor fully denied. The complexity of dream experiences made them resistant to strict categorization, mirroring Morpheus's inherent elusiveness. In the everyday lives of ancient Greeks and Romans, dream interpretation became a small-scale industry. Travelling dream interpreters or local wise women offered readings, attributing cryptic images to messages from gods. Manuals like the Onera Critica by Artemidorus served as compendiums of symbolic meanings. A dream about a serpent might portend betrayal or healing, depending on context. While Morpheus himself rarely got explicit credit, these interpretive practices implicitly acknowledged a shaping force behind dreams. It was possible to feel the subtle touch of a divine hand in every strange or enlightening vision. Meanwhile, dramatists occasionally hinted at Morpheus's presence on stage. In certain tragedies or comedies, characters received revelatory dreams that set the plot in motion. Although playwrights typically invoked the major gods, Zeus, Athena, Apollo, some lines implied that it was a shapeless whisper of the night that delivered the dream. Audiences familiar with mythic lore would quietly attribute that role to Morpheus, even if the script avoided naming him outright. This indirect cameo suited his nature, a cameo in illusions rather than a direct spotlight role. As Roman influence peaked and Greek city-states became provinces within an empire, religious practices evolved. The cults of Isis, Mithras, and other deities from Egypt and Persia began to spread. Mystery religions thrived, promising spiritual experiences that mainstream rites did not provide. In these clandestine settings, where initiates sought personal transformation and glimpses of the afterlife, dreams were valued as a means of direct communication with the divine. Morpheus, though not explicitly worshipped, found renewed significance as a silent collaborator. Participants believed that their revelations during ritual-induced trance or sleep could unveil cosmic secrets, and who better than the gentle craftsman of dreams to facilitate those glimpses? Despite these evolving cultural currents, Morpheus kept his low profile. He neither clashed with up-and-coming deities nor demanded new reverence. Like a cameo actor in an ever-changing theatre, he adapted to shifting religious landscapes by maintaining the same core function. He shaped nightly illusions, passing along whatever message the dreamer needed, whether it was solace, instruction, or warning. Thus, while other gods experienced dramatic transformations or assimilation into new pantheons, Morpheus's essence stayed remarkably stable. His anonymity shielded him from the fortunes and misfortunes that befell gods tied to political power or public devotion. Through countless conquests, cultural fusions, and doctrinal shifts, he remained that discreet presence behind the eyes of sleeping mortals. He needed no marble statue or sacrificial altar, for his temple was the quiet domain of the human mind, a refuge where illusions danced, and destinies could be nudged without the constraints of daylight logic. As the classical world gave way to the Hellenistic era, and then to Roman dominion, Morpheus's relevance persisted in subtler, more eclectic forms. Scholarship in the city of Alexandria produced treatises on the dream interpretation that blended Greek, Egyptian, and even Jewish thought. Hermetic texts invoked the interplay of cosmic forces, sometimes alluding to lesser gods of vision and illusion. While these references seldom name Morpheus directly, they revealed a growing intrigue with the mystical dimensions of sleep. The more people tried to decode their dreams, the more they acknowledged a guiding power behind them. During this period, philosophers like Plotinus delved into the nature of consciousness. They wrestled with questions about the soul's movements during sleep. If the soul journeyed outward or inward, while the body rested, might it encounter spiritual beings or glean higher truths? Such speculation wasn't mainstream, but it held appeal for seekers disillusioned with state-sanctioned cults. Morpheus, while rarely cited, remained the unspoken craftsman of these interior voyages, the silent engineer behind whatever glimpses the soul might catch of a grander cosmic design. Meanwhile, poets, freed from the strict heroic codes of earlier ages, experimented more boldly with dreamscapes. They penned verses where protagonists navigated labyrinthine illusions or encountered fleeting apparitions, offering cryptic guidance. Although literary critics might argue, these poems reflected psychological depth rather than divine action. To many readers, the boundary was immaterial. Dreams were that liminal zone where mortal thoughts intertwined with supernatural influence. Morpheus, shapeless though he was, presided over that zone like an unacknowledged stage director. In everyday Roman society, too, the role of dreams took intriguing turns. Emperors occasionally claimed that certain expansions or decrees were inspired by divine apparitions at night. Augustus himself, recognized for his strategic cunning, was rumoured to pay attention to auspicious or ominous dreams, though officially, he credited major gods like Apollo. Citizens, hearing such stories, might privately wonder if a lesser-known deity like Morpheus had orchestrated these nocturnal briefings. After all, if the god of dreams could sway the mightiest ruler in the world, it underscored his quiet potency. As Christianity began to spread across the empire, attitudes toward pagan deities shifted. Bishops denounced the worship of multiple gods as idolatry, and an ascendant monotheism strove to replace the old pantheon. In this environment, minor figures like Morpheus faded from official discourse. Yet the phenomenon of dream visitation did not vanish. Biblical narratives contained their own dream sequences, Joseph interpreting Pharaoh's dreams, the Magi warned in a dream about King Herod. Early Christians recognized that significant messages could be delivered during slumber, though they attributed such interventions to angels or the one god. Morpheus, if mentioned at all, became a quaint relic of pagan folklore. However, among rural populations and within certain esoteric sects, older beliefs persisted in fragments. People might still light a candle and utter a small prayer before bedtime, not necessarily to Morpheus by name, but to the notion of a gentle force that shaped dreams. In personal diaries or in hushed family traditions, references lingered, testaments to how deeply ingrained the idea of a dream-shaping presence was. Over time, Christian mystics sometimes wrote about heavenly illusions or spiritual revelations received in dreams. Though they did not call Morpheus by name, the conceptual overlap was clear, a benevolent entity bridging the gap between mortal minds and higher powers, all while the world lay in darkness. During the waning days of the Roman Empire, barbarian invasions, economic turmoil and social upheaval threw daily life into chaos. Dreams, as always, offered either an escape or an omen. Morpheus might appear in scattered references, half remembered in local folklore or embedded in spells within the syncretic practice of magic. These spells, scribbled on papyrus or scratched into lead tablets, sought to harness dream power for love, revenge or knowledge. In some, the incantation invoked a shape-shifting figure of night, a shadowy being able to emulate any human form. The text might use Greek or Latin synonyms, never explicitly stating Morpheus, but the lineage was clear to those who knew their myths. By the time the Western Roman Empire collapsed in the 5th century CE, the tapestry of old gods had unravelled in public life. Grand temples stood empty, their rituals undone, yet the intangible realm of dreams persisted as a private frontier. Morpheus, whether recognised by name or not, retained his function. As centuries slipped by, he would shape-shift again, receding deeper into cultural memory. In occasional manuscripts or monastic texts, he survived as literary reference, an allegory for illusions or hidden messages that surface when reason dims. The twilight of antiquity thus set the stage for a Middle Ages in which classical gods receded but never vanished entirely. Like seeds buried under layers of history, their legacies lay dormant, waiting to surface when imagination or scholarly curiosity revived them. For Morpheus, all it required was for people to dream, a condition unlikely ever to fade. Explicit references to Morpheus become rare in medieval Europe. The academic class largely occupied itself with textual analysis and theological treatises as Latin Christendom shaped the intellectual and spiritual terrain. If at all mentioned, dreams were explained as the result of divine or demonic powers. Still, the classical corpus never vanished entirely. Though sometimes covertly, copies of Ovid's Metamorphoses were distributed in monasteries due to the church's conflicted view of pagan literature. Morpheus stayed a weird footnote in these books, a name a conscientious monk or a curious researcher would come upon and question. The handful who did study Ovid or other classical texts came onto someone who resisted simple moral classification. Neither was Morpheus a demon, nor did he fit Christian angelology exactly. Instead, he was a crafter of visions, free from ideas of sin or virtue. Sometimes this ambiguity inspired creative interpretations, particularly in the undercurrents of medieval allegory. Some writers suggested that Morpheus might be used to represent the illusions of the world, his form shifting a metaphor for the ephemeral character of worldly concerns. Still, these readings were occult rather than conventional. Greek philosophy was kept alive and developed in the Islamic world, meanwhile. Dream interpretation flourished in that field, thanks in part to customs derived from the hadiths of the Prophet Muhammad, but references to Morpheus, especially, were few. Still, the idea of a shaping dream creature echoed in mystical Sufi teachings, in which glimpses in sleep may transmit spiritual truths. Although the name Morpheus did not travel much in these writings, the agent who creates significant illusions stayed universal. Europe became quite interested in classical antiquity by the Renaissance. A fresh wave of humanism pushed the study of pagan literature. Scholars rediscovered old manuscripts. Artists found inspiration in Greek and Roman mythology. Morpheus revived in this environment. Poets started referring to him more freely, entwining him into allegorical tales about time, knowledge, and love, though their images differed, since the ancients never offered a consistent iconography. Painters occasionally portrayed him as a winged young man or as a delicate presence hanging over a slumbering person. Beyond intellectual and creative circles, Christianity and local mythology concerning dreams nevertheless affected the public imagination. Common people could talk of night hags or guardian angels, entities visited during sleep, but not so much of an ancient Greek dream maker. But at the courts of Europe, where educated courtiers flaunted their classical knowledge, a reference to Morpheus marked the speaker as well versed in old stories, a sophisticated illusion. Sometimes masquerading writers of masques and pageaux personified dreams, calling them Morpheus for a little vintage flair. The printing press helped these illusions to proliferate more quickly. Ovid's translations into common languages brought the clever dream shaper a larger audience. Renaissance writers who loved stacking their works with antique themes grew to favour Morpheus. He represented to them the magical ability of illusions, the tempting attraction of imagination, capable of surpassing the physical world. Trusting the audience's increasing awareness with mythic connections, Shakespeare's contemporaries would call for Morpheus in stage directions or comic asides. Morpheus's nature stayed fluid even with this increasing attention. Unlike Jupiter or Venus, who had well-documented personalities and cults, Morpheus was defined essentially by function. This provided writers of plays and poetry freedom. One author would label him an aloof trickster, while another might write him as a kind mentor. Some works confused him with the whole idea of the dream world and attributed any nighttime vision to the arms of Morpheus. At least among the educated classes, this word even seeped into common parlance, a beautiful way to explain falling asleep and a monument to how completely the god of dreams was entwining with Western consciousness. The Renaissance also inspired fresh interest in sleep and dreams in science and medicine. Unprecedented rigidity in their study of the human body, doctors dissected cadavers to grasp physiology. Still, the character of dreams stayed mysterious. While some suggested dreams were the residue of sensory impressions, others suggested they were brought on by vapours or humours influencing the brain. For these newly arrived empiricists, the legendary concept of Morpheus as a physical dream maker was no more convincing. Still, the metaphor stayed with the writers and speakers. It caught something the scalpels and early microscopes could not. The sensation dreams emerged from somewhere beyond normal experience. So Morpheus lived in several worlds concurrently, as the Renaissance gave way to the early modern era. For academics and artists, he was a classical reference, a person who gave creative works depth and vitality. To the general public, he remained a rather obscure moniker, sporadically mentioned in sentences like summoned by Morpheus, but hardly connected to any active religious practice. And to the rising ranks of scientists, he was a remnant of mythology, interesting, poetic, but inadequate in elucidating the real mechanics of the sleeping mind. This diversity of roles highlighted Morpheus's ongoing adaptability, a shape-shifting presence not only in the dream realm, but also in the cultural scene of a Europe undergoing change. The scientific, political, and religious upheavals of modernity altered people's perceptions of nature. A more mechanical or logical view of human experience was influenced by the Industrial Revolution, the Enlightenment, and later advances in psychology. Instead of being living elements of belief systems, the ancient gods appeared in this context as antiquated artifacts, curiosities for literature, art, or historical research. Despite his subtlety, Morpheus was no different. However, his legacy continued in surprising ways, subtly influencing contemporary cultural expressions and the human mind. The derivation of the drug morphine, which Friedrich Serturner called in the early 19th century after separating its active ingredients from opium, is one such example. By associating the drug's ability to produce sleep and dreamy states with the ancient god of dreams, he decided to honour Morpheus. Morpheus was elevated to a strange position by this scientific acknowledgement. He was no longer only a mythological character, but now had a real link to medicine. Ironically, the idea that Morpheus facilitated altered consciousness, albeit through chemical rather than divine intervention, was supported by morphine's ability to ease pain and induce visions. He was still mentioned in literature, though infrequently. Enthralled with the mystery of dreams and the human imagination, Romantic poets invoked Morpheus as a metaphor of spiritual or creative insight. He appeared in Gothic stories during the Victorian era, occasionally taking the form of a character in dream sequences that made it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fantastical. The power of dream imagery was rediscovered in the 20th century by surrealist painters and fantasy authors who occasionally used Morpheus as a thematic device. Even comic book creators found him to be a fascinating character. Neil Gaiman's The Sandman series, for example, depicted a modern reinterpretation of Morpheus, albeit it was more influenced by modern fantasy than by rigid classical myth. Meanwhile, under the leadership of individuals like Carl Jung and Sigmund Freud, psychology became a recognised field of study. They conducted in-depth research on dreams, examining their symbolic meaning and unconscious function. Jung's idea of archetypes allowed for the recognition of mythic characters as expressions of universal psychological patterns, but Freud rejected direct allusions to dream deities. Despite being infrequently mentioned in clinical discourse, Morpheus personifies some mythological features, such as the shape-shifting messenger who connects the conscious and unconscious domains. Speaking poetically, one could imply that, even if they employ different language. Therapist and patient are really tiptoeing over Morpheus's territory whenever they engage in dream interpretation. Outside of academics, the phrase "the arms of Morpheus" is still used in casual conversation as a charming way to describe someone who is falling asleep. Morpheus is sometimes used by songwriters as poetic shorthand for illusions or dreamy situations. Characters in plays or movies may joke that they were taken by Morpheus when they are particularly exhausted or have bad dreams. As a result, the god's name endures in popular culture, reflecting a persistent interest in the transitional realm between the fleeting theatre of dreams and the real world. Morpheus was occasionally likened to comparable dream figures in other traditions, gods, spirits or ancestors. Credited with forming nighttime visions, as religious plurality increased and audiences for myths from around the globe expanded. Morpheus has occasionally attracted followers in some New Age and neo-pagan societies, which revive ancient pantheons for individual spirituality. These contemporary practitioners might view him as a lucid dreaming guide, or an ally in creative inquiry, creating a personal bond that somewhat reflects the age-old practice of looking for important dreams. Naturally, such varied revivals do not dominate popular belief, but they highlight Morpheus's versatility throughout history. He continues to serve as evidence of the human need for a go-between for conscious awareness and the innermost parts of the mind. The appeal of a guiding figure endures even at a time when sleep labs and neurology are used to analyse dreams, the subjective landscapes that play out in our minds every night. After all, cannot be completely mapped by any technology. Therefore, Morpheus persists as a cultural shapeshifter. Initially a minor character in Greek mythology, he was crucial in bridging the gap between mortal life and divine aims, while being overshadowed by Olympians. He withstood scientific breakthroughs, religious upheavals, and conquests throughout millennia. He found new homes in literary flair, psychological metaphor, and medical terminology. He now represents that sedent, all-encompassing enigma, the dream realm where we face self-revelations, delusions, and reflections of ourselves. Despite being elusive and infrequently worshipped in official ceremonies, Morpheus never fails to arouse our imaginations by serving as a reminder that sleep is more than just a place to rest. It is a doorway, thoughtfully crafted by a being who doesn't require a temple to demonstrate. The faded colour photographs from 1938 Germany present a paradox. Smiling families at lakeside resorts, industrial workers leaving modern factories with steady paychecks, and cultural festivals celebrating regional traditions. These images clash dramatically with the historical narrative many have internalised. Yet for millions of ordinary Germans, the late 1930s represented not darkness descending, but rather a bewildering economic renaissance. Horst Müller, a machinist from Duisburg, represented a typical experience. After years of humiliating unemployment during the hyperinflation of the Weimar Republic, by 1938, he supervised 12 workers in a steel manufacturing plant. His salary afforded him simple but previously unimaginable luxuries: small radio, occasional restaurant meals, and a savings account for his family's future. Politics we discussed little, his surviving letters reveal. The feeling was, why question what seems to be working? Propaganda Minister Joseph Goebbels built this economic transformation, dubbed the German economic miracle, on unsustainable foundations, massive military spending, accumulating foreign debt, and fiscal sleight of hand disguised by the appropriation of Jewish assets and later plundering of foreign resources. But for ordinary Germans like Müller, these macroeconomic realities remained abstracted from daily experience. The contrast with the traumatic post-World War I years proved powerful enough to garner genuine, if contingent, popular support. The regime's cultivation of Volksgemeinschaft, people's community, fostered a paradoxical environment where many Germans simultaneously experienced new forms of social mobility while witnessing increasing exclusion of designated outsiders. Organisations like Kraft durch Freude, Strength Through Joy, offered working-class Germans unprecedented access to leisure activities previously reserved for the wealthy: subsidised cruises, concert tickets, and spa treatments that fostered a sense of national unity and advancement. Helga Schneider, a secretary at a Berlin insurance firm, recorded in her diary, "Attended the Berlin Philharmonic for the first time. Father would never have imagined his daughter in such surroundings. It is strange to think about how much has changed in 5 years. This sense of social transformation created genuine attachment to the regime among many who had previously felt marginalised. The educational system underwent swift transformation. Curriculum changes emphasised Germanic cultural contributions while gradually diminishing humanistic education. Teachers navigated complex allegiances, with many quietly preserving older educational traditions while superficially complying with the ideological mandates. Students found themselves caught between competing value systems, traditional parental values versus new ideological imperatives in classrooms and youth organisations. Religion, contrary to simplified historical accounts, maintained considerable influence. While some Nazi officials envisioned eventually eliminating religious institutions, the pragmatic reality saw complex accommodations. The 1933 Concordat with the Vatican temporarily stabilised Catholic state relations, while Protestant churches fragmented between the regime-aligned German Christians and the oppositional confessing church. Most Germans maintained religious practices, creating compartmentalised belief systems that allowed simultaneous adherence to traditional faith and new ideological commitments. Media transformation proceeded rapidly after 1933. State control of radio broadcasting, film production, and print media created an information environment where alternative perspectives became increasingly inaccessible. Foreign radio broadcasts remained technically available but were criminalised in 1939. The sophisticated propaganda apparatus under Goebbels didn't simply fabricate reality but rather selectively emphasise certain facts while suppressing others, making critical evaluation increasingly difficult for average citizens. As international tensions mounted through 1938 and 9, ordinary Germans responded with complex emotions. The bloodless annexations of Austria and the Sudetenland generated genuine nationalist pride, yet war fears remained pronounced. The generation that had experienced the catastrophic losses of the First World War harboured deep anxieties about renewed conflict. When mobilisation orders finally arrived in August 1939, contemporary accounts reveal more resignation than enthusiasm, a stark contrast to the jubilant crowds of August 1914. As German forces massed on the Polish border, the foundations for catastrophe were set. The economic miracle had created genuine material improvements without sustainable foundations. Ideological indoctrination had proceeded unevenly, but had successfully isolated critical perspectives. Most crucially, the moral framework for evaluating leadership decisions had been systematically undermined. Millions of ordinary Germans became participants in extraordinary crimes, setting the stage. On September 27, 1939, Warsaw capitulated to German forces. As Feldwebel Sergeant Karl Degenhardt wrote home, "The campaign ended so quickly many of us still have the food rations we packed 3 weeks ago. My company lost just 2 men. Father's stories of the Somme seem like tales from another universe. The Polish campaign established a psychological pattern that would prove devastating in the coming years. Military success came so swiftly and at such minimal cost that it fundamentally altered German perceptions of warfare itself. Unlike the protracted trench warfare of 1914 to 1918 that had traumatized a generation, blitzkrieg victories reinforced a dangerous misconception that modern warfare could be limited, decisive, and relatively bloodless for the victors. This perception would later make the grinding attritional warfare on the Eastern Front all the more psychologically devastating. The domestic experience of these early victories created an atmosphere that historians now term performance legitimacy. The regime's ability to deliver military successes temporarily overshadowed critiques even among those Germans harbouring private reservations. Newsreels showing German forces entering Paris in June 1940 generated authentic national pride across political divides. As one social democratic underground activist reluctantly confessed in a monitored conversation, "I detest everything about them, but I never imagined I would live to see France defeated in 6 weeks." Occupation policies across Western Europe initially reflected strategic restraint more than ideological moderation. In countries deemed racially acceptable, like Denmark, Norway, and parts of France, occupation authorities established what historians now term soft hegemony, maintaining fundamental control while allowing substantial autonomy in non-military matters. This calculated approach minimised resistance while extracting economic benefits at sustainable levels. Food rationing in Germany remained remarkably generous through 1940 and 1941 compared to WBE standards, creating an illusion of economic sustainability. German civilians received approximately 2,400 calories daily during this period, a stark contrast to the turnip winter of 1916 and 17, when rations fell below 1,000 calories. This relative abundance stemmed from systematic exploitation of occupied territories, particularly Poland, where caloric intake for non-Germans was deliberately depressed to support German consumption. The ethical implications of this comfort remained largely invisible to ordinary Germans. Military success transformed the relationship between the Wehrmacht and the regime. Before 1939, the officer corps had maintained a certain institutional distance from Nazi ideology, preserving vestiges of traditional military values. The unexpected triumph over France shattered this detachment. General Wilhelm Keitel reflected the institutional shift when he declared in July 1940, "The Führer has proven himself a military genius beyond the comprehension of traditional strategy. We are privileged to serve in this historic mission." This subordination of professional military judgment to Hitler's intuitive decision-making would have catastrophic consequences when facing the Soviet Union. Tourism represents an overlooked aspect of early war experiences. Between 1940 and 1941, over 150,000 German civilians visited Paris as tourists, staying in requisitioned hotels and enjoying preferential exchange rates that made luxury goods affordable to middle-class Germans for the first time. Photographs show German families posing at the Eiffel Tower while wearing their best clothes, an experience of imperial tourism that normalised occupation and created an emotional investment in continued German dominance. The absence of significant Allied bombing during this period maintained an artificial barrier between military fronts and civilian experience. Luftwaffe pilot Helmut Bergmann wrote home in October 1940, "We fly daily against England, while our cities remain untouched. The present seems a different kind of war entirely than what grandfather described." This separation of combat from home front experience would collapse dramatically in subsequent years. Educational institutions intensified ideological components as victories accumulated. Chemistry lessons incorporated examples from poison gas development. Mathematics problems calculated bomb trajectories, and literature classes studied only approved texts emphasizing Germanic cultural superiority. This curricular transformation accelerated pre-existing tendencies while systematically eliminating alternative perspectives. Preparations for Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of the Soviet Union, in early 1941 revealed the first serious resource constraints. Strategic materials like rubber, certain metals, and petroleum products faced increasing restrictions. These limitations were presented to the public as temporary sacrifices necessary for the final great campaign that would secure Germany's resource needs permanently. This framing established a psychological pattern that would persist even as military setbacks accumulated. Present difficulties were always portrayed as temporary obstacles before inevitable victory. As German forces prepared to invade the Soviet Union in June 1941, a fundamental transformation had occurred in German society. Military success had created genuine popular investment and continued expansion. Economic benefits derived from conquest had established material dependencies on the continued occupation. Professional institutions had surrendered critical independence to align with perceived historical momentum. Most crucially, alternative perspectives had been systematically eliminated from public discourse, creating an information environment where even pragmatic assessment of risks became nearly impossible. The German invasion of the Soviet Union on June 22, 1941, proceeded with such initial momentum that victory appeared inevitable. By early October, Army Group Center had encircled massive Soviet formations at Vyazma and Bryansk, capturing over 600,000 prisoners. German newsreels proclaimed the Soviet military effectively destroyed as a fighting force. Maps displayed in public spaces throughout Germany showed dramatic eastern advances represented by flags and arrows sweeping toward Moscow. This visual propaganda created a widespread expectation that the war would end by Christmas 1941. This expectation made the subsequent winter crisis all the more psychologically devastating. Letters from soldiers on the Eastern Front revealed a shocking transformation. Lieutenant Werner Haas wrote in September 1941, "The campaign proceeds faster than we can follow on our maps." By December, his tone had fundamentally changed. "We sleep in holes scraped in frozen ground. Our equipment fails in this cold. The enemy keeps coming with fresh troops from somewhere." This abrupt reversal shattered confidence across military ranks and created the first significant credibility gap between frontline reality and home front perceptions. The logistical systems sustaining German forces collapsed under the dual pressures of distance and weather. Railway gauges in the Soviet Union differed from European standards, requiring extensive conversion work. Soviet scorched earth policies left few usable resources in captured territories. Most critically, equipment designed for Western European conditions failed catastrophically in extreme cold. Tank engines wouldn't start, weapon lubricants froze, and soldiers suffered frostbite due to inadequate winter clothing. These failures revealed fundamental flaws in German planning assumptions about the campaign's duration and nature. Herbert Richter, a supply officer with the Sixth Army, documented the deterioration. "Our requisition system assumed short transportation distances and rapid victory. We now operate beyond all planned parameters, improvising daily solutions to impossible problems." The German advance stalled not primarily from enemy action, but from internal systemic failures that revealed planning short-sightedness. On the home front, the winter of 1941 and 2 marked the first significant erosion of civilian morale. The Winter Relief Collection, Winterhilfswerk, took on desperate urgency as authorities scrambled to collect warm clothing for freezing troops. This emergency measure inadvertently signalled to observant civilians that the campaign faced unforeseen difficulties. Helene Schmidt, a schoolteacher from Dresden, recorded in her diary, "We are told to donate our warmest items for men fighting in Russia. If the situation was as favourable as reported, why would they need our civilian coats so urgently?" The declaration of war against the United States following the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor received surprisingly little attention in German Wikipedia compared to Eastern Front developments. This deliberate minimization reflected leadership awareness that adding another major power to the conflict represented a strategic catastrophe. The few Germans with international perspective recognized the implications immediately. Economist Heinrich Brüning wrote privately, "American industrial capacity alone makes our position ultimately untenable. This decision ranks among history's biggest miscalculations." Resource constraints became increasingly visible throughout 1942. Rubber shortages led to the disappearance of civilian tires. Metal collection drives stripped public spaces of decorative elements. Textile rationing introduced increasingly synthetic fabrics into clothing. These material changes represented daily reminders that the promised short, victorious war had transformed into something far more demanding. Government messaging shifted accordingly, emphasizing resilience rather than imminent triumph. The character of the Eastern Front's fighting degraded moral constraints with shocking rapidity. Surviving letters reveal this transformation. Infantry soldier Friedrich Kellner wrote in July 1941, "We conduct ourselves as a disciplined force representing European civilization." By October, his perspective had shifted drastically. The things occurring here defy description. We have entered a conflict beyond conventional military understanding. This moral degradation stemmed partly from ideological indoctrination, but equally from the extreme conditions troops encountered: constant partisan threats, logistical desperation, and survivalist psychology. The first significant industrial bombing of German cities in 1942 shattered the psychological separation between military fronts and civilian experience. The Lübeck raid of March 1942 destroyed 30% of the historic city centre, raising vivid awareness that Germany itself had become a battleground. Civil defence preparations intensified, with civilians spending increasing time in shelters and basements. Work productivity suffered as sleep deprivation became endemic in targeted areas. Medical systems showed increasing strain throughout 1942. Hospital trains returning from the Eastern Front overwhelmed facilities designed for much lower casualty ration. The wounded became visible throughout German cities. Their presence contradicted official narratives of manageable military challenges. Dr. Elisabeth Kruger, working at a Berlin military hospital, noted, "We receive men with injuries indicating prolonged exposure before treatment, frostbitten limbs requiring amputation, infections advance beyond normal progress. Something is clearly failing in our frontline medical systems. By late 1942, rationing expanded to previously protected categories. Coffee disappeared entirely, replaced by ersatz substitute versions made from roasted grains. Meat allocations dropped below 300 grams weekly. Bread quality deteriorated as wheat flour was extended with potato starch and other fillers. These daily deprivations created a visceral understanding that Germany faced increasing constraint rather than approaching victory. The Stalingrad encirclement in November 1942 represented the decisive psychological turning point, though its full implications weren't immediately comprehended. The regime attempted to frame the situation as a temporary setback within a still viable larger strategy. Radio announcements emphasized heroic resistance rather than strategic catastrophe. This messaging temporarily delayed full public recognition of the disaster's magnitude, but couldn't prevent information leakage through millions of concerned families with relatives in the encircled forces. As 1942 concluded, German society had entered a fundamentally different relationship with the war. The certainties of 1940 had evaporated. Material conditions deteriorated visibly. Information management became increasingly difficult as gaps between official narratives and observable reality widened. Most significantly, the psychological momentum had reversed, rather than anticipating imminent victory. Both military personnel and civilians began adjusting to an open-ended struggle with no clearly articulated endpoint. The foundations for eventual collapse were now firmly established. By early 1943, the confirmation of the Stalingrad disaster forced a fundamental recalibration of German wartime consciousness. The announcement of the Sixth Army's destruction couldn't be disguised as a tactical setback. Over 90,000 men had been lost in a single catastrophic defeat. 3 days of official mourning were declared, an unprecedented acknowledgement of military failure. Public spaces displayed black crepe decorations, while theatres, cinemas, and restaurants closed temporarily. This organised grieving ritual marked a decisive transition point in how Germans understood the war's trajectory. The regime's response centred around Joseph Goebbels' famous Total War speech at the Berlin Sportpalast on February 18, 1943. This carefully choreographed event represented a sophisticated attempt to transform military disaster into psychological mobilisation. When Goebbels asked his audience, "Do you want total war?" the enthusiastic affirmative response captured on film reflected not necessarily ideological fanaticism, but rather a psychological mechanism that social psychologists now term escalation of commitment, having invested heavily in the war effort. Many Germans responded to setbacks by increasing rather than questioning their investment. Civilian life underwent accelerated militarization throughout 1943. Work weeks extended to 60-plus hours in armament industries. Women previously exempted from labour service received conscription notices. Children's education increasingly focused on practical war contributions rather than academic content. 16-year-old Erich Kästner recorded his experience. School now consists primarily of salvage collection, air raid response training, and agricultural labour assignments. Actual classroom instruction occupies perhaps 10 hours weekly. Material conditions deteriorated as resource allocation shifted decisively toward military priorities. Civilian clothing production virtually ceased. Families adapted by endlessly modifying existing garments. A dark joke circulated. How do you recognise a 1943 fashion design? It's made from curtains with the rod holes still visible. Building maintenance ended for non-essential structures, with weathering damage left unrepaired. Public transportation operated on reduced schedules, leading to overcrowded vehicles. These daily frictions created cumulative psychological strain that affected productivity and social cohesion. The Allied bombing campaign intensified dramatically, reaching sustained strategic levels by mid-1943. The Hamburg firestorm of July 1943, Operation Gomorrah, killed approximately 37,000 civilians and destroyed over 250,000 homes in a single concentrated attack sequence. The psychological impact extended far beyond Hamburg itself. Citizens throughout Germany now understand that similar destruction could visit their communities at any time. Air raid precautions consumed increasing energy and resources, with substantial portions of the population experiencing chronic sleep deprivation from nighttime alerts. Private correspondence reflects this deteriorating psychological climate. Ursula Maurer, a municipal office worker in Stuttgart, wrote to her evacuated children, "One lives from alert to all-clear signal, sleeping in daytime hours when possible, carrying critical documents and valuables everywhere. Normal life rhythms have dissolved entirely." This perpetual stress state contributed to declining health metrics across the civilian population, with stress-related ailments increasing dramatically. Food security became an increasing concern as agricultural production suffered from manpower shortages and fertilizer constraints. Urban residents established informal networks with rural connections, arranging weekend trips to farming areas for direct food purchases or barter exchanges. Authorities tolerated this technically illegal circumvention of rationing systems, recognizing its necessity for maintaining minimal nutrition standards. By late 1943, official rations provided approximately 1,500 daily calories for normal consumers, technically sufficient for survival, but inadequate for workers performing physical labour. Information management became increasingly challenging for authorities. The Reich Security Main Office documented growing defeatist conversations in public spaces, while intercepted private correspondence revealed declining confidence in official narratives. Rather than direct censorship, which would acknowledge information problems, authorities responded with intensified propaganda, emphasizing miracle weapons under development and potential divisions among Allied powers. These narratives lost credibility among segments of the population who had access to alternative information sources, especially those who could listen to forbidden foreign radio broadcasts. Religious institutions experienced a notable revival during this period. Church attendance increased significantly in both Protestant and Catholic congregations, with religious authorities carefully balancing spiritual comfort against regime opposition. Pastor Dietrich Bonhoeffer's secret seminary activities represented the most organized theological resistance, but thousands of local clergy provided more subtle moral alternatives to official worldviews. This religious revitalization represented a significant cultural current running counter to the regime's totalitarian aspirations. The family unit underwent profound transformations as female-headed households became the norm rather than the exception. With most working-age men in military service, women assumed unprecedented responsibilities managing family finances, making educational decisions, and maintaining property. This practical experience contradicted official gender ideology, while creating post-war expectations that would prove impossible to reverse. Sociologist Elizabeth Heinemann terms this the negotiated patriarchy, nominal adherence to traditional gender roles while practical circumstances required their systematic violation. By late 1943, German society existed in a state of contradictory consciousness. Official rhetoric maintained victory remained achievable, while daily experience provided mounting evidence of unsustainable decline. This cognitive dissonance produced social behaviours that external observers often misinterpreted as fanaticism, but actually represented adaptive mechanisms for navigating impossible contradictions. German society had entered a condition of paradoxical functionality, maintaining productive activity while fundamental systems degraded beneath the surface. This tenuous equilibrium would face even greater challenges as military reversals accelerated in the coming year. The Allied landings in Normandy on June 6, 1944, shattered a critical psychological bulwark. Since 1940, German propaganda had emphasized the impregnability of the Atlantic Wall defensive system. Elaborate media reports had showcased massive concrete bunkers, underwater obstacles, and dense minefields supposedly making invasion impossible. When Anglo-American forces established a viable beachhead despite these defences, the credibility gap between official claims and observable reality widened irreparably. Heinz Guderian later wrote, "The psychological impact of the successful invasion exceeded its immediate military significance. It demonstrated that nothing proclaimed impossible by our leadership was actually beyond Allied capabilities." The assassination attempt against Hitler on the July 20th, 1944 revealed deep fractures within the German elite that had been carefully concealed from public view. The involvement of senior military officers, aristocrats, diplomats and civil servants contradicted the image of unified national purpose carefully cultivated since 1933. The regime's response, approximately 5,000 executions and 7,000 arrests, represents an unprecedented internal security crisis requiring substantial resources diverted from military needs. This internal purge particularly devastated professional military leadership, removing experienced officers during a period of maximal external threat. Industrial production achieved paradoxical peak outputs in mid-1944, despite intensifying Allied bombing. Albert Speer's rationalization initiatives, coupled with the exploitation of approximately 7.6 million foreign forced labourers, temporarily offset resource limitations. This production miracle created false confidence among some leadership circles while masking fundamental systemic vulnerabilities. The transportation infrastructure supporting this industrial output, particularly railways and canals, faced increasing disruption from precision bombing, creating distribution bottlenecks that left finished weapons stranded at production facilities. Foreign workers represented an increasingly visible presence throughout Germany, creating complex daily interactions that contradicted racial ideology. By 1944, approximately 1/4 of the German workforce consisted of foreign nationals, some voluntary workers from Allied or neutral countries, others conscripted labourers, and still others concentration camp inmates allocated to industrial enterprises. While official policy mandated strict separation, practical necessity required working relationships that sometimes developed into human connections despite severe penalties. Factory supervisor Wilhelm Hauser recorded, "Theory dictates minimum interaction with Polish workers. Reality requires teaching them machinery operation, which inevitably leads to conversation beyond technical matters." The Soviet summer offensive, Operation Bagration, beginning June 22, 1944, destroyed Army Group Center, inflicting losses from which the Wehrmacht never recovered. The scale of this disaster surpassed even Stalingrad. With approximately 350,000 German casualties in a 5-week period, the psychological impact was magnified by the timing, occurring simultaneously with the Normandy campaign. It created inescapable awareness that Germany faced overwhelming pressure on multiple fronts without adequate resources for effective response. Military communications from this period reflect dawning recognition of inevitable defeat among field commanders, though such assessments remained criminalized if expressed officially. Civilian evacuation programs expanded dramatically as the eastern territories became threatened. Approximately 1.8 million Germans fled from East Prussia, Silesia and other eastern regions in late 1944, creating massive resource demands for temporary housing, food distribution, and administrative services in receiving areas already under severe strain. These refugee populations brought first-hand accounts of the military collapse that contradicted sanitized official information, accelerating awareness of the strategic situation among Western German populations previously insulated from direct war effects. Transportation systems approached systemic failure by autumn 1944. Allied bombing specifically targeted railway junctions, bridges, and canal locks, creating cascading disruptions throughout the logistics network. Coal deliveries to urban areas became increasingly unreliable, leading to heating restrictions even before winter weather arrived. The ripple effects extended through all sectors. Industrial production declined despite available raw materials and labour. Food distribution suffered despite adequate harvests in some regions. Military units received decreasing supply percentages despite prioritisation efforts. This logistical unravelling represented the practical manifestation of strategic defeat that theoretical analyses had predicted months earlier. Propaganda messaging underwent subtle but significant evolution, emphasising endurance rather than victory. The concept of holding out durchhalten replaced previous narratives of inevitable triumph. References to historical examples of national resilience became prominent, particularly the 7 Years' War when Frederick the Great's Prussia had survived, despite seemingly hopeless military circumstances. This messaging shift implicitly acknowledged the deteriorating situation while attempting to maintain civilian cooperation with increasingly desperate measures. The Volkssturm, People's Storm Militia, established in September 1944, represented both practical military desperation and psychological manipulation. By conscripting males between 16 to 60 previously exempted from service, authorities gained approximately 175,000 poorly trained personnel while simultaneously creating broader investment in continued resistance. The psychological calculation proved partly successful. Families with Volkssturm members felt an increased commitment to defence measures despite recognition of the overall strategic situation. This force was militarily ineffective but played a socially significant role in maintaining civil functioning during the accelerating collapse. Christmas 1914 marked a poignant psychological milestone. Despite unprecedented material shortages, families maintained holiday traditions with remarkable determination. Surviving records show elaborate efforts to create meaningful celebrations, decorations manufactured from salvaged materials, gifts fashioned from repurposed items, special meals assembled from hoarded ration portions. This determination reflected not necessarily ideological commitment, but rather psychological necessity, maintaining cultural continuity amid disintegration. The contrast between these intimate celebrations and the catastrophic military situation, the Ardennes offensive had already stalled, created a dissociative experience that many survivors later struggled to articulate coherently. As 1944 concluded, German society existed in multiple contradictory realities simultaneously. Military defeat had become mathematically inevitable given resource disparities and territorial losses. Yet daily life continued with remarkable functionality in areas not directly affected by combat. Institutional structures maintained operational continuity despite leadership losses and resource constraints. Individual Germans navigated impossible ethical dilemmas with varying degrees of compromise and resistance. This complex condition, functioning organizations within a failing system and ethical individuals within a criminal state, defies simplified historical categorization and continues to challenge historical understanding decades later. January 1945 marked the beginning of comprehensive system collapse. The Soviet Vistula-Oder offensive, launched on January 12th, represented warfare of unprecedented ferocity on German soil. Civilized behaviours deteriorated rapidly on all sides. Johannes Henschel, a municipal administrator in East Prussia, documented the psychological environment. Survival replaced all other considerations. Those with transportation fled westward immediately. Those without became desperate beyond description. Civil authority ceased functioning entirely within hours. This dissolution of organised society occurred with shocking rapidity in eastern regions, creating behavioural dynamics that institutional structures had previously constrained. The refugee crisis reached catastrophic proportions. Approximately 8.5 million Germans fled westward during the war's final months, most during harsh winter conditions with minimal provisions. The Baltic Sea evacuation Operation Hannibal moved approximately 2 million civilians from East Prussia and surrounding regions despite Soviet submarine attacks that produced maritime disasters like the Wilhelm Gustloff sinking, 9,400 deaths. These desperate population movements created overwhelming humanitarian challenges and hindered effective defence preparations in the western regions that were receiving this influx of people. Allied bombing reached maximum intensity during this period, targeting mid-sized cities previously spared systematic destruction. The Dresden firebombing of February 13 to 15, 1945, killed approximately 25,000 civilians and devastated a city swollen with refugees. Similar attacks struck Pforzheim, Würzburg, and dozens of smaller communities with limited military significance. This final bombing phase created profound psychological trauma that post-war German society struggled for decades to process adequately. The apparent purposelessness of destruction at this late stage generated lasting moral questions that transcended typical war narratives. Resource systems collapsed entirely. Food distribution became localized and irregular. Municipal water and sanitation services functioned intermittently. Electricity availability declined to a few hours daily in most regions. Medical supplies disappeared from civilian facilities. Currency effectively lost practical value, replaced by direct barter arrangements for essential items. Despite these catastrophic conditions, remarkable instances of organizational continuity persisted. Hospital Administrator Ruth Elke documented, "We maintained surgical services despite lacking basic antiseptics. Staff performed procedures during daylight hours due to frequent electricity failures. Instead of using supply systems, staff gardens provide food to patients. Medicine continues amid societal collapse." Military-age males faced impossible choices. Desertion rates increased dramatically despite field executions for undermining military morale. Approximately 30,000 German soldiers were executed for disciplinary violations during the war, with the majority occurring during these final months. Many soldiers sought medical excuses, self-inflicted injuries, or unauthorized home visits rather than formal desertion. Others continued fighting despite recognizing strategic hopelessness, motivated by unit cohesion rather than ideological commitment. This complex response pattern defies simple categorization as either fanaticism or resistance. Most participants navigated impossible ethical terrain with limited available options. Leadership psychology deteriorated markedly. Hitler's physical decline accelerated following the July 1944 assassination attempt, with witnesses describing trembling hands, shuffling gait, and increasing detachment from operational realities. His strategic directives became increasingly divorced from military capabilities, often ordering non-existent units to conduct impossible operations. This leadership collapse created a vacuum filled by competing power centers. Himmler, Bormann, Goebbels, and various military factions pursued contradictory agendas while maintaining nominal loyalty. This fragmentation prevented coordinated surrender negotiations that might have limited final phase destruction. The concentration camp system underwent frantic evacuation as Allied forces approached, producing notorious death marches with extraordinary mortality rates. Camp guards forced inmates to walk westward in harsh winter conditions with minimal provisions, executing those unable to maintain pace. Approximately 250,000 prisoners died during these evacuations. German civilians and communities along these routes faced moral decisions about intervention, assistance, or passive observation, choices many would later struggle to explain satisfactorily during post-war accounting. This final phase of systematic atrocity occurred amid broader societal disintegration, creating complex moral entanglements between perpetrators, victims, and bystanders. Children experienced particularly severe psychological trauma during this period. With schools closed indefinitely, normal developmental structures disappeared. Many youths assumed adult responsibilities managing households with absent parents. The Hitler Youth Organization transformed from ideological indoctrination into practical military auxiliary, with teenagers operating anti-aircraft batteries, serving as courier runners, and providing emergency services during bombing raids. This militarization of childhood created lasting psychological effects that psychiatrists would document for decades afterward. Religious resources provided crucial psychological support for many Germans during this terminal phase. Church attendance reached unprecedented levels despite building damage and clergy shortages. Improvised worship services occurred in basements, bunkers, and damaged sanctuaries. Theology emphasized apocalyptic themes while providing frameworks for understanding suffering outside political narratives. Pastor Ernst Neuwirth recorded, "People who never previously showed religious interest now crowd our damaged church. They seek meaning system that transcends immediate catastrophe." This religious revival represented significant movement away from state ideology toward alternative value frameworks. As Allied forces penetrated deeper into Germany, civilian encounters with Western troops often contradicted propaganda expectations. Wehrmacht veteran Heinrich Böll later wrote, American soldiers distributing chocolate to children did more to demolish Nazi ideology than 12 years of opposition could accomplish. These direct interactions revealed enemy monsters as recognizably human, accelerating psychological separation from regime narratives. Soviet zone experiences often proved dramatically different, with widespread atrocities creating lasting trauma that shaped post-war political alignments. Hitler's suicide on April 30th, 1945, followed by Germany's unconditional surrender on May 8th, created the formal endpoint of the Nazi state. However, the psychological process of regime collapse had occurred unevenly across German society over the preceding months, and would continue long afterward. Military historian Joachim Fest noted, Germany experienced not one surrender, but thousands of local capitulations occurring at different moments for different reasons. This fragmented ending created inconsistent experiences that complicated post-war memory formation and accountability processes. The war's conclusion found German society in catastrophic material condition. Approximately 20% of housing stock had been destroyed. Transportation infrastructure had collapsed. Industrial production had ceased almost entirely. Food production had fallen to approximately 35% of pre-war levels. Beyond physical devastation, the psychological condition proved equally damaged. Collective trauma, disrupted identity formations, and moral compromise created lasting effects that would shape German development for generations. The societal challenge transitioned from military conflict to fundamental questions of physical survival, ethical reconstruction, and cultural meaning-making amid unprecedented devastation. The immediate post-surrender period created experiences that defied conventional categories of peace or post-war for most Germans. Daily existence centered on basic survival challenges rather than political reorientation. Caloric intake in the British and American occupation zones averaged approximately 1,200 daily calories through 1945, and 6 above starvation levels, but producing chronic malnutrition and associated health conditions. Housing shortages forced multiple families into damaged dwellings designed for single households. Fuel scarcity made winter heating incomplete, while destroyed infrastructure limited basic sanitation. These material conditions created a persistent emergency mentality that hindered the community's ability to psychologically process recent events. The currency collapse produced economic conditions that normalized irregular transactions. The cigarette emerged as the functional monetary unit, with complex exchange rate systems developing spontaneously. A skilled worker's daily wage might purchase 2 cigarettes, which could be traded for 3 pounds of potatoes or half a pound of butter on grey markets. This economic disruption particularly disadvantaged those lacking access to agricultural connections or valuable trade items, especially the urban elderly and war widows. Social worker Emma Wieskirch noted, "Those who survived bombing and invasion now face starvation amid technical peace. Many question whether survival itself constitutes victory." Denazification procedures created profound ambiguity for individuals navigating occupation systems. The classification categories, major offenders, offenders, lesser offenders, followers, exonerated, required complex documentation, character, witnesses, and narrative explanations of past activities. This process generated what historian Norbert Frey terms exculpatory creativity, retrospective reinterpretation of actions within acceptable frameworks. By 1948, approximately 25% of adult Germans had completed some form of denazification procedure, creating inconsistent accountability that satisfied neither justice requirements nor practical reintegration needs. Family reunification proceeded unevenly, as approximately 11 million military personnel returned from captivity over several years. Soviet prisoners, in particular, extended detention, with the last of them returning only in 1945. These delayed homecomings created complex reintegration challenges, as families had established new functional patterns during men's absence. Psychologist Alexander Mitscherlich documented widespread reintegration syndrome, psychological difficulties as returning men encountered wives and children who had developed independence and decisional autonomy. Children often struggled with fathers they barely remembered or never knew, creating intergenerational communication barriers that persisted for decades. The Stunde Null and 0 hour concept emerged as psychological framework for managing recent past. This metaphor suggested complete historical rupture, dividing experience into separate before and after periods with minimal continuity. While historically inaccurate, this conceptualization provided psychological utility by allowing compartmentalization of uncomfortable memories and moral compromises. Historian Konrad Jarausch identifies the practice as protective periodization, creating mental boundaries that facilitated daily functioning while postponing genuine historical reckoning. This separation particularly manifested in family silence about Nazi-era experiences, creating what psychologists later termed the communicative gap. Many German households established implicit rules against discussing certain topics, particularly personal involvement in Nazi organizations, knowledge of atrocities, or moral compromises made during the regime years. Children born after 1945 often reported growing up with nebulous understanding of their parents' war experiences, receiving fragmentary or sanitized accounts that emphasize suffering rather than agency. This intergenerational silence created psychological inheritance patterns that psychoanalyst Nicolas Barbian called transmitted trauma. Younger generations experiencing emotional disturbances from events they never personally witnessed but absorbed through family dynamics. The silence about the Nazi past within families reflected a broader societal pattern where public discourse focused overwhelmingly on German suffering, bombing, expulsion from Eastern territories, post-war hardships, while minimizing questions of complicity or responsibility. This selective memory approach allowed many Germans to navigate daily existence without crippling guilt, but created substantial barriers to genuine moral reckoning that would only be confronted decades later by subsequent generations. Elizabeth Schuyler came into the world on August 9th, 1757, cradled by the rolling vistas of the Hudson River. Her father, Philip Schuyler, was a respected military leader and landowner in the colony of New York, and her mother, Catherine Van Rensselaer, hailed from one of the most influential families in the region. Growing up amid such privilege might have nurtured a sense of arrogance in some, but Eliza, as she was often called, had a natural warmth that set her apart from many of her peers. Nestled in the Schuyler mansion in Albany, Eliza spent her earliest years as part of a large clan that valued public service, hospitality, and the quiet force of tradition. The estate hummed with activity. Soldiers sometimes shared camp stories by the hearth. Travelling merchants arrived to do business, and politicians stopped by on their way to legislative sessions. In this swirl of visitors, Eliza learned to mingle with all sorts, haughty aristocrats, weary militia officers, and even the occasional foreign envoy. Yet her home life had its share of complexities. The Schuyler family, though wealthy, carried the anxieties of living in a colony hovering on the brink of conflict. The tensions between Britain and its American subjects simmered. As a child, Eliza observed how her father weighed the possibility of war. General Philip Schuyler eventually became a key figure in the Continental Army, and dinner-table conversations often circled back to strategy, logistics, and the moral burden of rebellion. These discussions shaped Eliza's understanding of politics as something more than an abstract game. It was about forging a future from uncertain times. Despite such concerns, her childhood retained a sense of magic. She roamed the gardens overlooking the Hudson, daydreaming about distant places she only knew from travellers' tales. She and her sisters, Angelica and Peggy, shared a bond forged by laughter and mischief, pranks on unsuspecting cousins, midnight raids on the kitchen to pilfer sugar biscuits. Eliza was neither the bookish child Angelica was, nor as vivacious as Peggy, but she combined a quiet determination with a thoughtful curiosity. As she approached her teenage years, Eliza's mother introduced her to the more formal aspects of womanhood. Sewing circles, polite dances, and lessons in hospitality were considered essential to any young lady's future. For some, these rituals were rote, but Eliza took to them with a sense of genuine kindness. She discovered she could put people at ease, a smile here, a well-timed joke there. It was less about social climbing and more about forging a real connection. Sometime around her adolescence, the American Revolution moved from hushed speculation to living reality. Soldiers set up camp on the Schuyler grounds, forged alliances in the drawing room, and apprehension about the future permeated daily life. Eliza's father was dispatched on missions across the region, leaving her mother to manage the estate's day-to-day operations. In this environment, Eliza developed resourcefulness, noticing how the women of her family stepped up when men were off waging war. Her father's increased involvement in the war in 1777 marked a significant shift in the situation. That year, British forces threatened the Hudson Corridor, and Albany itself seemed vulnerable. While many families fled south for safety, the Schuylers remained steadfast, trusting in Philip's strategic mind. Eliza watched as her once calm household transformed into a nerve centre of patriot supporters. Maps on tables, correspondences carried in and out by exhausted couriers, and the muffled clang of armaments stacked in the yard. Amid this upheaval, Eliza grew keenly aware of her position in the swirling drama of a young nation's birth. With Angelica off forging social alliances in other colonies and Peggy bouncing between acquaintances, Eliza found herself called upon to maintain a semblance of normalcy. She visited the wounded in makeshift infirmaries and prepared care packages for soldiers. Though still unmarried, she was no longer a mere child listening in on adult conversations. She was a participant, embracing the cause of liberty her father championed. As the war raged, each new day seemed to bring a surprise, shifting alliances, uncertain supplies, and heartbreak over lost battles. In that cauldron of revolution, fate was about to introduce her to a fiery young officer of illegitimate birth and boundless ambition. Elizabeth Schuyler was about to meet Alexander Hamilton, and her life would never be the same. She first encountered Alexander Hamilton in 1779, but their paths had nearly crossed earlier. He served as an aide-de-camp to General George Washington and was known among the Continental Army's inner circle for his articulate letters and keen strategic mind. Hamilton's origins, born out of wedlock in the West Indies, could have made him an outsider, but his intellect and fervour for the patriot cause earned him respect. Though not from an elite lineage like Eliza's, Hamilton possessed a magnetic quality that defied social conventions. When they finally met, it was through mutual acquaintances who gathered in the Schuyler household. Hamilton arrived with a swirl of laughter and conversation, an earnestness in his eyes that left an impression. He was no tall, gallant figure. Instead, he was compact and brimming with restless energy. Rumour had it he could dictate multiple letters simultaneously to different aides, his mind racing faster than his quill could keep up. Eliza, conversely, was known for her measured confidence, quiet but unwavering. Their conversations, at first, centred on practicalities, the direction of the war, rumours of British troop movements, and the hardships faced by soldiers. But beneath these tactical topics, a personal connection sparked. Eliza found Hamilton's ambition refreshing rather than boastful. He, in turn, appreciated her sincerity and the intelligence she did not flaunt. They spent evenings strolling through the garden, forging a bond grounded in shared hope for America's future and a mutual sense of responsibility to their respective families. Still, Eliza harboured doubts. Courtships in wartime carried uncertainty. She saw how heartbreak could follow a letter announcing a casualty or a transfer to a distant front. But Hamilton's letters, penned during his absences, were tender, infused with more than just flattery. He spoke of unity, both for the nation and between two souls ready to face life's challenges together. When he addressed her as Eliza, it felt simultaneously intimate and reverent. They married on December 14th, 1780, in a ceremony that reflected the swirl of revolutionary fervour. The bride's father, though still weighed down by the complexities of war, offered a generous celebration at the Schuyler mansion. Guests included prominent military officers, local dignitaries, and friends from across the colonies. Candles flickered as violins played, and talk of independence mingled with toasts to love. For Eliza, that night felt like a bridge between her old life and a new horizon. In the early weeks of marriage, their world seemed to pulse with promise. Yet the realities of the war intruded almost immediately. Hamilton was pulled back to his post, drafting critical communications for Washington, orchestrating supply logistics, and occasionally heading into dangerous territory. Eliza, accustomed to supporting her father's campaigns, adapted swiftly. She learned to manage household finances, keep track of important documents, and serve as a confidant for Hamilton's anxieties about the fate of the revolution. She first encountered Alexander Hamilton in 1779, but their paths had nearly crossed earlier. He served as an aide-de-camp to General George Washington and was known among the Continental Army's inner circle for his articulate letters and keen strategic mind. Hamilton's origins, born out of wedlock in the West Indies, could have made him an outsider, but his intellect and fervour for the patriot cause earned him respect. Though not from an elite lineage like Eliza's, Hamilton possessed a magnetic quality that defied social conventions. When they finally met, it was through mutual acquaintances who gathered in the Schuyler household. Hamilton arrived with a swirl of laughter and conversation, an earnestness in his eyes that left an impression. He was no tall, gallant figure. Instead, he was compact and brimming with restless energy. Rumour had it he could dictate multiple letters simultaneously to different aides, his mind racing faster than his quill could keep up. Eliza, conversely, was known for her measured confidence, quiet but unwavering. Their conversations at first centred on practicalities, the direction of the war, rumours of British troop movements, and the hardships faced by soldiers. But beneath these tactical topics, a personal connection sparked. Eliza found Hamilton's ambition refreshing rather than boastful. He, in turn, appreciated her sincerity and the intelligence she did not flaunt. They spent evenings strolling through the garden, forging a bond grounded in shared hope for America's future and a mutual sense of responsibility to their respective families. Still, Eliza harboured doubts. Courtships in wartime carried uncertainty. She saw how heartbreak could follow a letter announcing a casualty or a transfer to a distant front. But Hamilton's letters, penned during his absences, were tender, infused with more than just flattery. He spoke of unity, both for the nation and between two souls ready to face life's challenges together. When he addressed her as Eliza, it felt simultaneously intimate and reverent. They married on December 14th, 1780, in a ceremony that reflected the swirl of revolutionary fervour. The bride's father, though still weighed down by the complexities of war, offered a generous celebration at the Schuyler mansion. Guests included prominent military officers, local dignitaries, and friends from across the colonies. Candles flickered as violins played, and talk of independence mingled with toasts to love. For Eliza, that night felt like a bridge between her old life and a new horizon. In the early weeks of marriage, their world seemed to pulse with promise. Yet the realities of the war intruded almost immediately. Hamilton was pulled back to his post, drafting critical communications for Washington, orchestrating supply logistics, and occasionally heading into dangerous territory. Eliza, accustomed to supporting her father's campaigns, adapted swiftly. She learned to manage household finances, keep track of important documents, and serve as a confidant for Hamilton's anxieties about the fate of the revolution. When the Treaty of Paris officially ended the Revolutionary War in 1783, Alexander Hamilton found himself in a position to help shape America's future. After his bar admission, he established a thriving legal practice in bustling New York City. Initially, he focused on property disputes left in the war's wake, yet bigger ambitions loomed. He sensed the new nation needed a stable financial structure, a strong central government, and a cohesive framework for unity. Eliza, meanwhile, adapted to city life with the same resilience she had shown amid military camps. The Hamiltons' household was never quiet for long. Their circle of acquaintances ballooned, including statesmen, merchants, and military comrades turned politicians. The Hamilton home became a hub of spirited discourse. Eliza served as both hostess and participant. Her hallmark was a welcoming presence, ensuring everyone felt at ease, from the most polished senator to the rough-hewn frontier representative. Despite sometimes intimidating conversation about economics or legislation, she never shied away from asking pointed questions. Alexander's participation in the Constitutional Convention in 1787 represented a progressive moment. While he was away in Philadelphia, Eliza managed affairs in New York, maintaining correspondence with him. She offered moral support, reading newspapers to gauge public sentiment and relaying her observations. Though not formally educated in political theory, she grasped the importance of a balanced government. She often wrote that the promise of liberty would flounder without practical safeguards. When Hamilton returned with the proposed constitution, debates raged. Federalists championed a robust central government, while anti-federalists feared tyranny. Hamilton, a leading Federalist, penned the majority of the Federalist Papers, explaining the Constitution's merits. Late nights of writing blurred until dawn. Eliza recognized his fervour, doing what she could to ease his workload. She edited drafts lightly, made sure he ate, and even coordinated with his co-authors, John Jay and James Madison. Although her name never appeared on the pamphlets, her unseen labour and emotional support proved invaluable. As the Constitution was ratified, Hamilton stepped into a new role, the nation's first Secretary of the Treasury under President George Washington. He tackled the public debt, proposed a national bank, and laid out an economic blueprint that would stir controversy for years. Throughout this whirlwind, Eliza managed a rapidly expanding family. More children arrived, each named with care. She also tended to her father's affairs, as Philip Schuyler had joined the new US Senate. Eliza adeptly juggled her responsibilities, balancing the realms of motherhood, social diplomacy, and philanthropic engagements. One of her quieter achievements involved the creation of an orphanage. In the aftermath of war, many children roamed the streets bereft of parents. Eliza's heart went out to them. She tapped into her connections, rallying other women from prominent families to organise resources. Though Hamilton's name was more associated with financial policy, it was Eliza who championed charitable efforts, seeing in them a reflection of the new republic's moral obligations. She believed social welfare was not a luxury, but a fundamental sign of civilized values. Meanwhile, the couple's personal life was a tapestry of devotion, intense arguments, and fleeting reconciliations. Hamilton's political enemies targeted him relentlessly. He was accused of favouritism, monarchy-leaning sympathies, and financial improprieties. Eliza stood by him, convinced of his integrity. Yet stress loomed. Long hours at the Treasury, combined with the scorn of detractors, sometimes left Hamilton edgy. Family dinners occasionally turned into strategy sessions, with Eliza offering a calm perspective. At other times, he withdrew into brooding ruminations. Then came scandal. In 1791, Hamilton embarked on a disastrous affair with Maria Reynolds, eventually revealed in 1797. Eliza learned of it in disjointed pieces, the betrayal hitting hard. The affair was no trifling rumour. It was a reality that threatened to unmoor her marriage. And yet, in her heartbreak, she chose not to abandon him. Some historians interpret her reaction as moral fortitude. She believed in redemption, especially for the father of her children. Others see it as a pragmatic move, given her limited options in that era. Regardless, her decision underscored a resolve forged by adversity. She insisted that Hamilton come clean publicly, which he did through the infamous Reynolds pamphlet, revealing private matters in humiliating detail. The scandal tarnished Hamilton's reputation, but Eliza never wavered in supporting him. Their union, tested by the court of public opinion, emerged battered yet intact. She retreated from society's glare, focusing on her children and philanthropic ventures. In private, she and Hamilton worked toward mending the trust between them. Her stance was rooted in a belief that individuals and the young nation could be redeemed from failings, provided they confronted their missteps openly. By the end of the 1790s, Hamilton had resigned from the Treasury. Political battles consumed him. Federalists and Democratic Republicans fought bitterly. Eliza, quietly reflective, saw the shape of things to come. A new century beckoned, but personal storms had left scars. Still, she pressed on with her philanthropic dreams and unwavering commitment to her family, convinced that the American experiment and her marriage both warranted every ounce of perseverance she could muster. As the 1800s dawned, Alexander Hamilton's political career entered a contentious phase. He engaged in newspaper feuds, criticised John Adams' presidency, and tried to sway elections behind the scenes. Eliza watched, worried that his relentless ambition might alienate even his allies. She urged moderation, but Hamilton's temperament demanded he push forward, certain that his vision for the nation outweighed short-term unity. Meanwhile, Eliza deepened her involvement in New York's charitable circles. She helped organize relief for impoverished families, often visiting tenements with a small retinue to distribute necessities. Her presence in these rough neighborhoods surprised many. Dressed modestly but unmistakably from a higher social sphere, she approached each household with empathy, inquiring about their hardships and connecting them with local artisans or job possibilities. In her mind, the spirit of the revolution hinged on ensuring that liberty was not purely for the privileged. At home, life was busy. The Hamilton children, by now a lively brood, required guidance and moral grounding. Eliza's father had retired from the Senate, and her sisters were scattered among marriages and estates. Letters flew back and forth among the Schuyler siblings, exchanging gossip and confidence. Angelica, living abroad, lamented the distance, while Peggy struggled with health issues. In these letters, Eliza was a pillar, pragmatic, affectionate, and ever eager to uphold family bonds despite the swirling chaos of politics. Hamilton's disputes escalated. He penned damning critiques of Aaron Burr, once a political ally but now a rival. Burr, equally ambitious, felt slighted by Hamilton's influence and remarks. In 1804, Burr, on the verge of losing New York's governorship, intensified tensions by accusing Hamilton of undermining his campaign. As accusations swirled, Burr issued a challenge, a dawn duel to settle their honour. Eliza, upon learning of the challenge, pleaded for Hamilton to find another resolution. She implored him to consider their children, to think of the scandal that had already tested their marriage, to weigh the heartbreak that another public confrontation would unleash. Hamilton assured her the affair was a matter of principle. He confessed personal reservations about duelling. It contradicted his moral convictions and religious beliefs. Yet the unwritten rules of honour among gentlemen at the time left little room for retreat without being branded a coward, torn between personal ethics and societal codes. Hamilton resolved to meet Burr across the Hudson River in Weehawken, New Jersey. The night before the duel, Hamilton wrote letters to friends and family. Eliza found him in a sombre mood, his usual fiery determination replaced by introspective melancholy. He gave her instructions about the children's education, finances, and even personal regrets. She tried desperately to dissuade him, offering every argument from his political future to their family's stability. But the machinery of the duel was set in motion. In a final gesture of love, they prayed together, tears unspoken but understood. On the morning of July 11th, 1804, Hamilton and Burr faced each other at Weehawken. Eliza waited anxiously at home, racked by dread. The details of the duel remained debated, but the outcome was tragically clear. Hamilton was mortally wounded, shot in the lower abdomen, and transported across the river. Eliza rushed to his side, finding him in a friend's house, drifting in and out of consciousness. He lingered for more than 24 hours, enough time for them to exchange final words. He expressed regret for the turmoil he'd caused, and she, through tears, assured him of her unconditional love. Hamilton died on July 12th, leaving Eliza a widow at age 47, with 7 surviving children and another extended family to support. The entire city of New York was shocked. A funeral procession took place, overshadowed by the scandalous nature of the duel. Burr fled, publicly vilified. Eliza's grief was immense, a mixture of sorrow and anger at a code of honour that demanded lethal resolution, at the political climate that spurred such violence, and at the cosmic cruelty of losing her husband just as the nation was stabilising. In her anguish, she sought solace in faith and family. The immediate aftermath required practical decisions. Hamilton's debts loomed large, some due to his lavish lifestyle and unprofitable investments. Eliza, reluctant though she was, tackled the financial intricacies head-on. Rather than retreat into mourning, she found a clarity of purpose. She would safeguard her husband's legacy, provide for their children, and carry on with the charitable missions that held a special place in her heart. If Alexander Hamilton died ensuring his place in history, Eliza would live on to shape how that history remembered him. In the weeks following Alexander Hamilton's funeral, Eliza confronted a daunting to-do list. She sorted through unpaid bills, discovered unfinished essays and treatises in his study, and faced the prospect of raising her children in a social climate that still buzzed with rumours about the fatal duel. The Schuyler family offered emotional and financial support, but Eliza felt compelled to manage her affairs independently. She liquidated some assets, negotiated with creditors, and carefully planned a modest lifestyle that would preserve dignity yet remain financially feasible. One of her first initiatives was to gather Hamilton's letters and writings. She sensed that his political enemies might attempt to distort his legacy. Determined to present an accurate account of his contributions, she approached friends and colleagues for additional correspondence, anything that could shed light on Hamilton's thought process and character. These efforts planted the seeds of what would eventually become a significant archival trove. Though she had no formal training in historical preservation, all she knew was that the story of his role in founding the new nation needed to be told honestly, free from the rancour that surrounded his final years. Her philanthropic spirit surged as well. She returned to the Orphan Asylum Society of New York, later known as Graham Windham, dedicating more hours to its expansion. The orphanage had grown since its inception, and children of various ages depended on stable funds and guidance. Eliza believed her personal grief could fuel a deeper compassion for those who had lost families under equally harsh circumstances. She organised fundraisers, leaning on acquaintances from Hamilton's Federalist circles and from her father's old networks. Donations trickled in, enough to expand the orphanage's facilities. At home, she took solace in her children's presence. Some older ones, like Philip Jr. and Angelica, stepped into supportive roles, though they too reeled from their father's violent death. Eliza's maternal instincts extended beyond mere comfort. She actively cultivated their education and moral development. Hamilton had always advocated for robust learning, so she ensured her sons and daughters had access to tutors and libraries. The younger children gleaned from her an abiding sense of hope despite life's traumas. Friendship with Dolly Madison, the charismatic wife of President James Madison, rekindled after the duel. Though Madison had once been Hamilton's political rival, Dolly admired Eliza's fortitude and philanthropic drive. The two women exchanged letters on everything from child-rearing to the complexities of shaping national identity. During visits to the capital, Eliza dined among statesmen who revered her husband's intellect yet had once clashed with him. Her presence in these circles underscored that while Hamilton was gone, his ideals and family remained part of America's evolving story. Over time, Eliza found a measure of peace. She read extensively scripture, philosophy, and even Hamilton's essays on finance. She became a discreet mentor to young women, advising them that loss did not have to define one's entire existence. In that process, she uncovered an internal wellspring of power. No longer defined merely as a general's daughter or a statesman's wife, she was forging her identity as a protector of children, a keeper of her husband's legacy, and a quiet, stabilizing figure in a nation still shaping its post-war identity. Yet she confronted constant reminders of the duel's aftermath. Burr's reputation had collapsed, but he lingered on society's fringes, and occasionally rumours of his presence in New York circulated. Some supporters of Hamilton yearned for Eliza's public condemnation of Burr. She responded by emphasising forgiveness, not for Burr's sake alone, but for her own spiritual health. Still, she admitted to close friends that the wound ran deep, and any mention of Burr reopened old pain. In 1806, tragedy revisited her life when her sister Peggy died. Though they had not spent as much time together recently, losing a sibling reignited her sense of mortality. Each family loss spurred reflection. Why does fate entwine sorrow and joy so tightly? She found partial answers in her faith, which had grown more earnest since Hamilton's death. Eliza turned to church communities for comfort, simultaneously offering her organisational skills to parish events. Slowly, the Hamilton household stabilised. Debts were gradually paid off. The children advanced in their studies or commenced livelihoods. Eliza's philanthropic projects flourished, earning her quiet admiration across class lines. Life was by no means carefree, money was tight. Social slights stung, but she navigated each challenge with calm determination. By middle age, she stood as a testament to endurance, weaving heartbreak, duty, and service into a tapestry that gave her a renewed sense of mission. As decades rolled on, Eliza entered a reflective phase of life. She remained in New York, though the city changed around her, evolving from a post-revolutionary port into a bustling metropolis. She occasionally visited her beloved Schuyler mansion in Albany, now quieter and steeped in nostalgia. Each time she walked the garden paths where she once courted Alexander, reminded of both the innocence of youth and the seismic shifts that had sculpted her fate. During the War of 1812, when the US again clashed with Britain, Eliza worried for her sons, some of whom served in the conflict. Memories of the revolution merged with fresh anxieties. She found the national mood reminiscent of her childhood: uncertainty, pride, and the determination to defend independence. Though she was no longer at the forefront of patriotic fervour, she contributed by donating to relief efforts for soldiers' families. The Orphan Asylum Society also expanded its reach, taking in children orphaned by this new war. Family events punctuated her life with both grief and celebration. Her father, Philip Schuyler, passed away in 1804, mere months after Hamilton's death. Her mother, Catherine, died in 1803, so Eliza found herself increasingly the matriarch of a sprawling clan. Grandchildren eventually came into the picture. She watched them with pride, telling stories of their heroic grandfather. These tales often alluded to Hamilton's intellectual prowess, omitting the specifics of his downfall. Eliza believed that preserving his better qualities would inspire younger generations. A notable shift occurred in the 1820s when John Church Hamilton, one of her sons, began collecting material for a biography of his father. Eliza became an essential collaborator, providing letters, anecdotes, and clarifications. Her memory was sharp despite advancing age. She recalled specific conversations, recounted legislative battles, and recalled the exact inflection in Hamilton's voice when he debated a point of law. Many historians would later marvel at her recollections, which filled gaps in the archival record. It was as if she carried a living library of Hamilton's life in her heart. Yet that collaboration was not free of emotional toll. Revisiting the events leading up to the duel forced her to confront old wounds. Tears occasionally halted her storytelling, especially when she recounted the final hours of Hamilton's life. John Church pressed gently, wanting to capture every detail for posterity. Eliza, sensing the greater purpose, persevered. She recognised that telling Hamilton's story might help the nation appreciate the foundations he helped lay, structures like the Treasury Department, the National Bank, and the concept of federal credit. In 1828, she travelled briefly to Washington, D.C., invited by friends who remembered her philanthropic achievements. The capital had grown since her earlier visits. Monuments dotted the landscape, celebrating founding fathers. She experienced a bittersweet pride passing tributes to men Hamilton had worked alongside: George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and James Madison. Some pointed out the conspicuous absence of Hamilton's own monument. She shrugged it off, insisting that the measure of a person's influence lay not in stone effigies, but in living institutions. With the passage of time, she also became more candid about the Reynolds scandal, though still discreet. In private conversations, she admitted the pain had never vanished, but she framed it as a testament to the flawed humanity even brilliant people carry. Her capacity to forgive reflected a deep spirituality. She attended church regularly, praying for unity in a country that seemed perpetually on the brink of new conflicts, nullification crises, debates over slavery, and the push westward. Living well into her golden years, she gathered a tight circle of confidants. Often, they found her mending clothing for orphan children or proofreading a letter for John Church's next manuscript draft. She rarely sought acclaim for her charitable work. If praised, she gently redirected attention to the cause itself. For her, the real triumph lay in ensuring children had a chance at life, just as the nation's founders had tried to secure opportunity for future generations. In 1832, she experienced another heartbreak when her oldest son, Philip Jr., passed away after a struggle with illness. Each loss reminded her of time's relentless march, yet her faith and familial bonds kept her grounded. She wrote that her love for God and for the late General Hamilton fortified her soul against despair. Approaching 80, Elizabeth Schuyler. Hamilton was more than a relic of a revolutionary era. She was a living narrative of strength, weaving personal tragedy and national memory into a single tapestry of compassion and hope. Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton lived to see Andrew Jackson's presidency and the beginnings of the Industrial Revolution. She watched America morph into a nation both deeply reflective of its revolutionary roots and straining toward modernity. Railroads spread, factories arose, as this political scene erupted with fresh tensions over states' rights and potential expansion. By now, Eliza was considered a venerable figure, one of the last living links to the nation's founding generation. In her final years, she resided in a modest home in Washington, D.C., partly to be nearer some of her children. The city had matured since the muddy, partly built capital she once knew. She took quiet walks with visitors, reflecting on how her husband had helped shape the financial systems that fueled such growth. Political leaders occasionally sought her out for anecdotal insights, hoping to glean from her personal glimpses into Hamilton's strategies and relationships. She obliged politely, though she often reminded them that real progress required fresh ideas, not mere nostalgia. Her commitment to philanthropy never waned. Even in advanced age, she attended Orphan Asylum Society meetings when possible, offering guidance on fundraising and resource management. Younger trustees listened intently, aware that the Society's founding mother was still sharp despite her frailty. In many ways, the orphanage had become a symbol of her life's work, caring for the vulnerable, preserving hope amidst adversity. Ensuring the completeness of John Church Hamilton's father's biography was one of her most cherished final projects. She reviewed the final drafts, contributing details she'd previously withheld or forgotten. She emphasised Hamilton's unwavering dedication to the Union, his progressive stances on federal power, and his unrelenting push for financial stability. Some editorial disagreements arose, particularly around the Reynolds affair, but Eliza insisted on honesty tempered by grace. The published volumes, though not immediate bestsellers, gradually shaped public understanding of Hamilton's legacy. As her health declined, her family closed ranks around her. Letters from grandchildren poured in, stories of their studies, their marriages, their small triumphs. Eliza's once robust figure had become frail, but her mind held firm. She reminisced about ballrooms in Albany, the swirling war councils at her childhood home, and the day she first locked eyes with a brash young officer in revolutionary garb. Occasional visitors found her reading the Federalist Papers by candlelight, as if reacquainting herself with Hamilton's voice. She also kept a well-worn Bible, reflecting a faith that had buoyed her through heartbreak after heartbreak. Prayer, to her, was less about ceremony and more about continuous conversation with a higher power that had guided her from war to widowhood. In these final dialogues with God, she found peace, certain that her labours, both familial and charitable, held meaning beyond mortal life. Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton died on November the 9th, 1854, at the age of 97. Her passing marked the end of an era. Obituaries praised her dedication to preserving Alexander Hamilton's legacy and championing charitable causes. Publications recounted her devotion to the Orphan Asylum Society and her unwavering presence during the tumultuous birth of the Republic. While she never held public office, her influence was palpable in the communities she served and in the narratives of America's founding. She was buried near her husband in the graveyard of Trinity Church in Manhattan, reuniting them in eternal rest beneath the city skyline he had once helped transform. For decades, the memory of her kindness lingered in the stories told by those who knew her, a woman who had endured scandal and duel-driven tragedy, only to emerge as a symbol of grace. In the decades following her death, interest in Hamilton's financial genius grew, spurred by economic expansions and civil conflict. Historians found in Eliza's carefully guarded letters a trove of insight into the man behind the policies. Her philanthropic legacy endured, with the orphanage continuing to serve children well into the modern age. Over time, as the nation wrestled with the complexities of its founding ideals, the figure of Eliza gained renewed appreciation. She was not merely the devoted wife of a founding father, but a quiet architect of social welfare and historical stewardship in her own right. To this day, visitors at Hamilton's gravesite often spare a moment for Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton. Her story underscores how the quieter characters of history can profoundly shape. When Emperor Alexios I Komnenos dispatched his emissaries to Pope Urban II in 1095, he hardly imagined his diplomatic outreach would unleash 2 centuries of bloodshed across 3 continents. The Byzantine ruler merely sought military assistance against the Seljuk Turks, who had claimed significant portions of Anatolia following the Battle of Manzikert. What transpired instead was the weaponization of religious fervour on an unprecedented scale. Pope Urban II's response at the Council of Clermont transcended mere strategic calculation. The papacy, having emerged from the investiture controversy with its authority diminished, saw an opportunity. Urban's speech, so often sanitized in modern retellings, was a masterclass in medieval propaganda, deploying fabricated atrocity stories and eschatological fearmongering. He falsely claimed that Eastern Christians faced systematic extermination and that Muslim forces were desecrating Christian holy sites in ways that historical records simply do not support. "Let the deeds of your ancestors inspire you," Urban proclaimed to the assembled nobility and clergy, invoking not biblical compassion, but rather Carolingian conquest. The First Crusade was marketed not merely as a defensive action, but as a path to spiritual and material redemption. Urban's innovation was profound. He offered plenary indulgences, complete absolution from temporal punishment for sins, to those who took up arms. This spiritual economy of violence transformed killing from a sin requiring penance into a means of achieving it. What historians often overlook is how the Crusades emerged precisely when Europe was experiencing its first sustained period of economic growth since the collapse of the Western Roman Empire. Agricultural innovations had increased food production, creating population pressures and land scarcity among the noble classes. The promise of new territories served the interests of younger sons disinherited by primogeniture. Urban's call offered a providential solution to social pressures that threatened to destabilize the feudal order. The earliest crusading armies included not just knights, but apocalyptic peasant bands led by charismatic figures like Peter the Hermit. These popular movements, largely written out of triumphalist narratives, conducted the first pogroms against Jewish communities across the Rhineland. In cities like Worms, Mainz, and Cologne, thousands of Jews were slaughtered when they refused forced baptism. Bishop Albert of Mainz's eyewitness account notes that, unless they chose baptism, the Crusaders killed the women as well as the men and nursing infants. This violence wasn't an aberration, but a logical extension of a worldview that regarded non-Christians as legitimate targets. When these irregular forces reached Byzantine territory, they subjected Orthodox Christian communities to pillaging and assault, revealing how quickly religious justifications could be abandoned when plunder was at stake. Emperor Alexios, alarmed by these supposed allies, hastily transported them across the Bosphorus, where most were promptly massacred by Seljuk forces at Sivito, an episode sympathetic chroniclers strategically minimised. The military contingents that followed, led by figures like Godfrey of Bouillon, Raymond of Toulouse, and Bohemond of Taranto, were hardly more disciplined. They extorted provisions from Byzantine cities and refused to swear the customary feudal oaths to Alexios, exposing the political ambitions that drove many crusade leaders. Their journey through Anatolia was marked by tactical blunders and internal power struggles that somehow escaped the sanitized chronicles produced by clerical propagandists like Fulcher of Chartres. What emerges from primary sources is not a divinely ordained mission, but a chaotic military expedition riven by competing interests, logistical failures, and strategic incoherence. The Crusaders weren't unified by shared purpose so much as trapped in a mutual dependency born of hostile territory. Their eventual success against overwhelming odds at Antioch and Jerusalem owed more to factional divisions among their Muslim opponents, unexpected disease outbreaks, and sheer desperation than to divine intervention or military brilliance. The mythologizing began almost immediately, transforming a brutal campaign of conquest into a miraculous triumph of faith. The fall of Jerusalem on July the 15th, 1099, stands as perhaps the single most notorious episode of the entire crusading era. The typical narrative describes the conquest as exceptionally brutal even by medieval standards, but seldom examines the psychological mechanics that enabled such violence or its broader implications for crusader governance. When the city's defences finally buckled after a month-long siege, crusader forces moved methodically through the streets. Raymond of Aguilera, an eyewitness, described the scene at the Temple Mount. Men rode in blood up to their knees and bridle reins. In the Temple and Porch of Solomon, men rode in blood up to their knees. This was not the chaotic frenzy often depicted in popular accounts. Archaeological evidence indicates a systematic execution of the city's inhabitants. The Crusaders corralled civilians into confined spaces, synagogues, mosques and courtyards, where they could be efficiently dispatched. What's missing from many accounts is how this violence was ritualized. Survivors reported the Crusaders singing hymns and religious canticles during the massacre. Their bloodshed wasn't merely strategic but performative, a violent liturgy symbolizing the purification of sacred space. When Godfrey of Bouillon entered the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, he did so barefoot and in penitential garb, even as his followers continued their bloody work. This ritualized violence established a template that would be repeated throughout the crusading period. The immediate aftermath revealed the contradictions inherent in the Crusader project. Having secured Christianity's holiest sites, most crusaders fulfilled their vows and returned to Europe. Only a small fraction remained to hold these conquests. The Kingdom of Jerusalem that emerged was a precarious entity, a narrow coastal strip perpetually on the defensive, never possessing the demographic depth to secure its existence without constant reinforcement from Europe. The governance structures established by the remaining crusaders have been romanticized as a model of feudal efficiency. The reality was far messier. The Frankish nobility that ruled the kingdom refused meaningful integration with the local population. While other conquerors throughout history had typically intermarried with indigenous elites to secure their rule, the Crusader states maintained rigid social segregation. Even Eastern Christians were relegated to secondary status, creating a two-tiered society that undermined the kingdom's legitimacy among its subjects. Perhaps most revealing was the Crusader state's economic foundation. Despite religious justifications, the Kingdom of Jerusalem quickly demonstrated its fundamentally extractive nature. The Italian maritime republics, Venice, Genoa and Pisa, established commercial quarters in coastal cities, turning holy war into profitable enterprise. These merchants secured monopolies on trade between East and West, transforming religious pilgrimage into a commercial activity. The kingdom levied taxes on Muslim caravans passing through its territories, profiting from the very commerce with infidels that Crusader rhetoric condemned. Agricultural production relied on the exploitation of the native peasantry through a system that differed little from serfdom. Indigenous farmers were subjected to oppressive taxation that channeled wealth to a thin layer of Frankish nobility. The military orders, the Templars and Hospitallers, became major landholders, developing sophisticated financial instruments that made them Europe's first multinational corporations. The gap between rhetorical ideals and governance realities widened with each passing decade. Most striking was the kingdom's diplomatic pragmatism. Despite their origins in the religious warfare, Crusader leaders regularly formed alliances with Muslim powers against rival Christian factions. Baldwin I negotiated with Fatimid Egypt against Damascus. The Principality of Antioch allied with Aleppo against Byzantine claims. These expedient arrangements exposed the fundamentally political nature of institutions supposedly dedicated to defending the faith. The indigenous response to Crusader rule was neither the uniform hostility portrayed in nationalist historiographies nor the passive acceptance suggested by colonial narratives. Archaeological evidence reveals creative forms of resistance and accommodation. Local Christians maintained their religious practices while adapting to new political realities. Muslim communities preserved their identities through parallel institutions. Jewish communities, though devastated by the initial conquest, eventually re-established themselves in peripheral areas. The conquest of Jerusalem left a lasting impact due to its brutality. For Muslim populations throughout the region, it represented not just a military defeat, but a profound betrayal of intercommunal norms that had generally protected civilian populations during warfare. The psychological impact reverberated far beyond the immediate victims, creating a narrative of existential threat that would fuel counter-crusades for generations to come. Most striking was the kingdom's diplomatic pragmatism. Despite their origins in the religious warfare, Crusader leaders regularly formed alliances with Muslim powers against rival Christian factions. Baldwin I negotiated with Fatimid Egypt against Damascus. The Principality of Antioch allied with Aleppo against Byzantine claims. These expedient arrangements exposed the fundamentally political nature of institutions supposedly dedicated to defending the faith. The indigenous response to Crusader rule was neither the uniform hostility portrayed in nationalist historiographies nor the passive acceptance suggested by colonial narratives. Archaeological evidence reveals creative forms of resistance and accommodation. Local Christians maintained their religious practices while adapting to new political realities. Muslim communities preserved their identities through parallel institutions. Jewish communities, though devastated by the initial conquest, eventually re-established themselves in peripheral areas. The conquest of Jerusalem left a lasting impact due to its brutality. For Muslim populations throughout the region, it represented not just a military defeat, but a profound betrayal of intercommunal norms that had generally protected civilian populations during warfare. The psychological impact reverberated far beyond the immediate victims, creating a narrative of existential threat that would fuel counter-crusades for generations to come. Pope Innocent III, who had authorized the crusade, initially expressed shock but quickly accepted the reality, legitimizing the conquest as divine judgment on Greek schismatics. This theological flexibility demonstrated how easily crusading ideology could be retrofitted to justify naked aggression against fellow Christians. The Latin Empire established in Constantinople would last less than 6 decades, but the breach between Eastern and Western Christianity proved permanent. The Children's Crusade and Fourth Crusade bookended a crucial transition. What began as a defensive response to a specific request for military assistance evolved into an institutional framework that could justify virtually any exercise of violence when properly sanctioned by ecclesiastical authorities. The victims of crusading violence now included Eastern Christians, Jews, Baltic pagans, Christian heretics, and political opponents of the papacy. Jerusalem had become almost incidental to a movement that had developed its own internal logic of sacred violence. The Islamic response to the Crusades challenges simplistic narratives of religious polarization. Initially, Muslim rulers viewed the First Crusade not as an existential religious threat, but as merely another Byzantine-backed incursion into a politically fragmented region. The limited resources committed to resisting the initial invasion reflected this miscalculation. Only gradually did a coherent counter-crusade ideology emerge, transforming localized resistance into a pan-Islamic response. The early Muslim world's disunity was its critical vulnerability. When Jerusalem fell in 1099, the Fatimid Caliphate of Egypt was engaged in bitter rivalry with the Abbasid Caliphate centered in Baghdad. The Seljuk Turkish Empire was fragmenting into competing emirates. These divisions allowed the numerically inferior Crusaders to establish footholds in territories that might otherwise have been easily defended. The first systematic intellectual response came from Ali ibn Tahir al-Salami, who composed the Book of Holy War around 1105. Al-Salami interpreted the Crusader invasion as divine punishment for Muslim disunity and moral laxity, particularly the abandonment of jihad as a communal obligation. His work received limited attention in his lifetime, but established conceptual frameworks that later leaders would deploy more effectively. Imad ad-Din Zengi, the Turkish Atabeg of Mosul and Aleppo, represented the first phase of organised counter-crusade. His recapture of Edessa in 1144, the first major Crusader state to fall, inspired a new consciousness among Muslim elites. Zengi's propaganda portrayed him as a mujahid, holy warrior, rather than merely a territorial ruler. His assassination in 1146 prevented further advances, but his son Nur ad-Din continued this ideological project. Nur ad-Din's innovations were structural rather than merely rhetorical. He systematically redirected religious endowments, waqf, to fund military campaigns against the Crusader states. He sponsored the construction of madrasas, religious schools, that promoted jihad ideology, while commissioning architectural projects like the minbar, pulpit, intended for Jerusalem's Al-Aqsa Mosque after its recapture. This material culture of counter-crusade created tangible symbols around which resistance could coalesce. The Byzantine-Seljuk peace treaty of 1160 allowed Nur ad-Din to focus exclusively on the Latin states, creating unprecedented pressure on the Kingdom of Jerusalem. When Nur ad-Din's forces intervened in Fatimid succession struggles, his Kurdish general Salah ad-Din, Saladin, eventually emerged as ruler of Egypt, creating a united front against the Crusader states for the first time. Saladin's complex legacy has been distorted by both Western Romanticism and modern Arab nationalism. Contemporary evidence suggests he was neither the chivalric paragon portrayed by Sir Walter Scott nor a proto-nationalist hero. His initial campaigns prioritised eliminating Shia influence in Egypt and securing his own dynastic interests. Only after consolidating power did he fully embrace counter-crusade as his central purpose. The Battle of Hattin in 1187 represented the culmination of decades of strategic preparation and ideological development. Saladin's victory was not merely military but psychological. The capture of the True Cross and mass execution of Templar and Hospitaller Knights symbolically reversed the humiliation of Jerusalem's fall nearly a century earlier. When Jerusalem surrendered later that year, Saladin's calculated clemency toward its Christian inhabitants explicitly contrasted with the 1099 massacre, establishing moral superiority within the conflict's narrative. The Third Crusade from 1189 to 1192 revealed the changed dynamics of the conflict. Despite mobilizing the full resources of England, France, and the Holy Roman Empire, the expedition secured only a narrow coastal strip and negotiated access to Jerusalem for pilgrims. This limited outcome, despite unprecedented investment, illustrated the counter-crusade's effectiveness. The Muslim world had developed institutional resilience against external aggression, while crusading had become a fiscally ruinous obligation for European monarchs. Less acknowledged in traditional narratives is how the counter-crusade transformed Islamic institutions. The military dominance of slave soldier Mamluk units accelerated during this period, eventually culminating in the Mamluk Sultanate that would deliver the final blow to Crusader presence in the Levant. Religious endowments were increasingly militarized, diverting resources from civil development. Political legitimacy became increasingly tied to anti-Frankish credentials, narrowing the space for pragmatic coexistence. The Ayyubid dynasty established by Saladin initially maintained his balanced approach, but gradually succumbed to internal rivalries. When Ayyubid rulers negotiated the surrender of Jerusalem to Frederick II during the Sixth Crusade in 1229, they faced intense opposition from religious scholars and the general population. The city was retaken by Ayyubid forces in 1244, demonstrating how counter-crusade ideology had become self-sustaining, able to override elite diplomatic calculations. The Mongol invasions of the mid-13th century initially appeared to signal a new Christian-Muslim alignment against a common threat. The Mongols destroyed the Abbasid Caliphate in 1258, creating a political vacuum that transformed regional dynamics. When Mongol forces entered Syria, they allied with Christian powers against the Mamluks of Egypt, who had overthrown the Ayyubids. The Mamluk victory at Ain Jalut in 1260 halted Mongol advancement and paradoxically reinforced counter-crusade ideology by linking it to broader resistance against foreign domination. The final stage of the counter-crusade culminated in the systematic dismantling of Crusader territory under Mamluk Sultan Baybars and his successors. The fall of Antioch, 1268, Tripoli, 1289, and finally Acre, 1291, eliminated Latin presence in the Levant. These campaigns were marked by meticulous planning, technological innovation, particularly in siege warfare, and strategic ruthlessness. The centuries-long encounter had transformed both Islamic military organization and religious thought, creating new paradigms that would influence Muslim societies for generations to come. The brutality of the Crusades extended beyond the battlefield into the realm of cultural warfare. While physical violence claimed immediate victims, the crusading movement's assault on cultural identity and knowledge produced casualties that would never be counted. This dimension of Crusader brutality remains underexplored, overshadowed by more visually dramatic aspects of military conflict. The Library of Tripoli, reportedly containing over 3 million volumes, represented one of the medieval world's greatest repositories of knowledge. Crusaders systematically destroyed this irreplaceable collection when they captured the city in 1189. Raymond of Aguilé, who had earlier glorified the bloodbath at Jerusalem, described this destruction as necessary because many texts contained the abominable teachings of Muhammad. The specific targeting of libraries was not incidental but ideological, an attack on knowledge systems that challenged Latin Christian exclusivity. The Crusaders' cultural program extended to the built environment. Upon capturing Jerusalem, they immediately converted the Dome of the Rock into a church called Templum Domini and Al-Aqsa Mosque into Templum Solomonis. These appropriations were coupled with iconographic additions that overlaid Christian symbolism onto Islamic sacred spaces. Art historians have documented how Crusader modifications deliberately obscured or defaced Islamic inscriptions, while preserving architectural elements that could be incorporated into Christian narrative frameworks. Linguistic violence characterized the Crusader states throughout their existence. Despite ruling predominantly Arabic-speaking populations for generations, most Frankish nobles never learned the language of their subjects. This linguistic isolation was not merely practical but ideological, a refusal to engage with local cultural frameworks. When administrative necessity required translation, this work was typically performed by local Christians or Jews, creating mediated power relationships that reinforced colonial hierarchies. The Crusaders' ideological impact extended beyond the immediate conflict zones. In Europe, the movement accelerated the development of a persecuting society that would reach its full expression in the late medieval period. The juridical framework was gradually turned inward, providing templates for persecuting domestic minorities after being established to identify and punish enemies of the cross abroad. The Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, which formalized much crusading theology, also mandated that Jews wear distinctive clothing, institutionalizing their otherness. Intellectual casualties included the severing of philosophical and scientific exchanges that had previously flourished across religious boundaries. The translation movement centered in Toledo and Sicily, which had transmitted critical Greek texts preserved in Arabic commentaries, faced increasing suspicion. As crusading ideology hardened boundaries between Christian and Muslim intellectual worlds, opportunities for cross-fertilization diminished, delaying European access to crucial classical knowledge for generations. Even artistic production was militarized. The Chanson de Roland, initially composed before the First Crusade, was expanded and modified to incorporate crusading themes, transforming a regional conflict into an existential struggle between Christianity and Islam. This literary weaponization created cultural templates that would influence European perceptions of Muslims for centuries. Similar transformations occurred in visual arts, where depictions of Muslims became increasingly stereotyped and dehumanized in manuscript illuminations and church sculpture. Women's experiences during the crusading period reveal particularly complex dimensions of cultural violence. Anna Komnene's Alexiad documents how female Byzantine nobles were forced into marriages with crusader leaders, creating bloodline claims to eastern territories. In the crusader states, policies regarding intermarriage shifted according to demographic necessity rather than principled acceptance. Local Christian families permitted temporary accommodations with Frankish women when they were scarce, but these arrangements remained exceptional rather than normative. The cultural legacy of crusader brutality survived long after the military conflicts ended. The Portuguese and Spanish voyages of discovery explicitly framed their enterprises as extensions of crusading, with Columbus carrying a crusader banner when he landed in the Americas. The juridical frameworks developed to dispossess Muslims and Jews in Iberia following the Reconquista were directly transported to the Americas, informing colonial practices toward indigenous populations. The papal bulls that divided the New World between European powers explicitly reference crusading precedents. In the Muslim world, the cultural memory of crusader aggression created enduring suspicion toward Western intellectual traditions. The earlier openness toward Greek philosophical traditions, which had produced figures like Avicenna and Averroes, faced increasing resistance within Muslim intellectual circles. Theological positions that emphasized distinctive Islamic identity gained prominence over those that had sought common philosophical ground with other traditions. This cultural retrenchment represented a significant loss for intellectual exchange across civilizational boundaries. Perhaps most profoundly, the Crusades transformed religious violence from an incidental feature of political conflict into a central expression of devotion. By sanctifying warfare through elaborate theological frameworks, the movement created templates for religious militancy that transcended its immediate historical context. These templates proved remarkably adaptable, capable of being invoked in radically different circumstances across centuries. The cultural brutality of the Crusades thus extended far beyond the immediate violence of conquest and occupation, reshaping how religious communities understood themselves in relation to others. When the Crusaders ruled, people had to deal with intimate forms of violence every day that are often left out of stories that are mostly about battles. These daily acts of violence, which hurt people's bodies, families, and spiritual lives, were part of life for indigenous people living on Crusader lands. Evidence from archaeology, court records, and non-Latin chronicles shows patterns of dominance that went beyond regular military operations. Movement itself became a tool of control. The Crusader states set up complex networks of internal checkpoints that made it hard for Palestinian farmers to get to their farms and crops. Toll booths made it costly for locals to travel between towns. These limits significantly impacted Muslim pilgrimage routes, transforming religious journeys into periods of frequent harassment and financial demands. In the 1180s, Ibn Jubayr was moving through Crusader lands and wrote about how Muslim travellers were detained without a reason, had their goods taken away, and were physically abused at these border areas. Physical punishment in Crusader law systems demonstrated racial hierarchy. The Livre des Assises court records show that the sentences given to Franks and native Christians were very different, and the sentences given to Muslims and Jews were even tougher. Frankish people who broke property laws were usually fined, but native people who broke the law could be mutilated. Written reports of different punishments are backed up by archaeological evidence from burial sites. Skeletal remains show patterns of amputated limbs and trauma consistent with judicial torture that are more common in non-Frankish cemeteries. Under Crusader rule, homes turned into dangerous places. Latin settlers were given more property rights than native people, and native landowners were often turned into tenants on land that their families had owned for generations. In cities, housing was separated, with Muslims and Eastern Christians living in separate areas that got more crowded, as Latin settlers moved in and took the best spots. Archaeological digs in Ecre and Tyre during the Crusader era show the stark difference between the large Frankish compounds and the more crowded native areas. Getting to water, which was important in the temperature of the Levant, became another way of controlling people. The Crusader government changed the flow of water to help Latin towns and military bases, which messed up traditional irrigation systems. In Jerusalem, cisterns were increasingly reserved for Frankish use. These restrictions meant that native people had to drive farther to get water. This hydraulic colonialism entirely changed farming methods and community habits that had developed over hundreds of years to make the best use of water. During the Crusades, religious experience changed in big ways. Muslims and Jews could practice their faiths, but there were many restrictions. In many places, going to the mosque was limited. So Muslims from rural areas often had to go to cities for Friday prayers, where they could be watched more closely. In places where there were many Christians, the call to prayer at hand was not allowed. The ban stopped a key part of Muslim life. Jewish communities had to deal with new rules about building and fixing up synagogues. Archaeological evidence showed that Jewish religious buildings were purposely left out of urban makeover projects. There were many problems for Christian villages in the East. Theoretically, they shared the same faith as the Crusaders, yet their distinct religious beliefs and liturgical practices were increasingly undermining each other. The Latin Patriarchate regularly replaced Orthodox bishops with Latin-appointed ones, disrupting the historical lines of succession within the Church. Latin power stepped in and took away the religious freedom of Greek, Armenian, Syrian, and Coptic Christians. Their actions caused divisions within these Christian communities that lasted longer than the Crusader states themselves. During the Crusades, it was challenging to start a family and be sexual. When Latin men married local Christian women especially, it caused complicated legal questions about inheritance and status. These unions placed their children in a challenging situation, frequently facing abuse from both sides. For Muslim women, being Crusaders made them more vulnerable. Contemporary Islamic legal opinions, known as fatwa, discuss the prevalence of abuse against women by Crusader troops. These papers demonstrate the struggle of communities to maintain their unity amid systematic dominance. Under the Crusader seigneurial system, work in agriculture changed. Native American farmers were given new responsibilities, such as working as corvée on Crusader building projects. To meet the needs of European markets, traditional planting patterns were changed. Cash crops like sugarcane, which needed a lot of watering and processing, were given more attention. Archaeological and paleobotanical studies show that these changes had long-lasting effects on the environment, such as more soil erosion and tree loss that changed the Levantine landscape forever. Everyday conversations were full of linguistic abuse. Latin or Old French court cases often required native defendants to rely on biased translators. More business contracts required Latin documents, making it harder for Arabs to do business. Over generations, this linguistic exclusion led to a kind of cultural amnesia, as indigenous communities fought to keep up their literary and intellectual traditions while being shut out of government programs. Medical care showed and strengthened the order of things in society. Historical records praise the hospitals built by the military orders, but most of their clients were pilgrims and settlers from Latin America. Native people relied on traditional networks of healing that had fewer means when the Crusaders were in charge. Archaeological evidence from cemetery sites shows that the health of native people in those areas got worse during the Crusader time. Skeletal pathologies show that they were malnourished and sick more than people who lived there before the Crusaders. These kinds of personal violence were not just a side effect of Crusader rule, they were what it was. The Crusader states didn't just keep their power by the winning battles, they also kept it by enforcing daily rules of body control, space separation, and spiritual disturbance. When Saladin took back Jerusalem in 1187, it was just as important that he lifted these daily restrictions on movement, worship, and property ownership as it was that he won the war itself. Native people's support for his troops wasn't based on some vague theological agreement. It was a response to the personal violence of Crusader rule. The Crusades continued to be violent after Acre fell in 1291. Diplomatic relations, religious discourse, and cultural memory still echo its effects. Understanding the crusading movement's legacy demands appreciating how its violence altered institutions and mentalities throughout civilizations, generating patterns that remain today. Diplomatic consequences followed immediately. In 1302, Mongol Emperor Ghazan Khan issued peace overtures to European nations, offering united action against the Mamluks and creating distrust. Pope Boniface VIII wondered if Islam had tainted the Mongols' Christianity. This diplomatic setback showed how much crusading ideology has limited cross-civilizational cooperation. Pragmatic coalitions were nearly unimaginable due to the religious warfare paradigm. Crusading violence set permanent precedents in European politics. Special levies for expeditions generated new fiscal mechanisms that increased state power. Henry II of England imposed the Saladin tithe in 1188, one of the earliest systematic national taxes in medieval Europe. Financial advances outlasted the Crusades and became permanent parts of new states. External cruelty helped extract resources from local communities. Crusading laws were assimilated in European communities. Domestic religious minorities gradually adopted Fourth Lateran Council restrictions against enemies of the faith. The medieval Inquisition used existing methods to locate and suppress Muslim resistance in conquered regions. Crusades were used against Cathars in southern France, pagan people in northeastern Europe, and papal opponents in Italy. European societies handled internal diversity differently due to this procedural legacy. Colonial expansions after the 15th century expressly cited crusades. Portuguese armies deliberately continued the Crusades when they took Ceuta in North Africa in 1415. Columbus thought his journeys would revive the possibility of freeing Jerusalem by avoiding Muslim-controlled territory. Papal bulls that directly cited crusading powers justified the Spanish conquest of the Americas by providing indigenous Americans with foundations for battle against Muslims. The memory of Crusader assault affected Ottoman institutions and diplomacy. The millet system, which united religious minorities under their leadership with relative autonomy, was partially a response to Crusader subjugation of Eastern Christians. Ottoman diplomatic correspondence with European nations sometimes invoked Crusader atrocities to frame current disputes. The Sultanate's claim to sacred sites contradicted the Crusader narrative of freedom. The Crusades caused significant theological and institutional damage to Eastern Christians. Eastern Christians who acknowledged papal authority while keeping their liturgical customs formed Uniate churches, dividing Orthodox communities permanently. The Maronite Church in Lebanon, the Greek Catholic Church in Syria and Palestine, and the Armenian Catholic Church evolved from these difficult talks between Eastern Christians and Latin authority. Modern Middle Eastern sectarian dynamics are shaped by these ecclesiastical divisions' political identities. Jewish communities across Europe saw the Crusades as a major break with Christianity. The First Crusades targeted brutality against Rhineland villages, devastated centuries-old Jewish study centres, and caused a steady eastward migration. Sacred poetry, piyutim, commemorated these massacres, preserving their memory. Theological links between crusading and anti-Jewish violence set precedents for successive persecutions, including expulsions from England 1290, France 1306, and Spain 1492. Cultural legacy created lasting symbols. Nationalist, colonial, and religious groups used the Crusader cross for centuries. The Swedish flag used during the Northern Crusades and the International Red Cross flag, paradoxically a humanitarian symbol, bear the Crusader cross. These visual continuities show how deeply crusading iconography shaped European culture, often without historical context. Literary and artistic depictions skewed stories. Medieval epic poems like the Song of Roland made Muslims into monsters, shaping European perceptions for generations. Renaissance paintings of Moors used Crusader iconography. These cultural productions actively maintained differences between Christian Europe and the Muslim world. Modern nationalism in the 19th century politicized crusading memory. European colonial powers in the Middle East justified their presence with Crusader tales. Press coverage purposely evoked Crusader imagery when British General Allenby invaded Jerusalem in 1917. Syrian French Mandate authorities rebuilt Crusader castles as proof of their dominance. Arab nationalist organizations defined their struggle as continuing Saladin's liberation of Jerusalem in response to colonial appropriations. Political discourse about the Crusades shows their unfinished business. The immediate uproar demonstrated the lasting impact of the term when President George W. Bush referred to the War on Terror as a crusade in 2001. Extremist movements in Western and Muslim countries use crusading iconography, showing the conflict's enduring relevance to modern problems. excavations continue to reveal Crusader violence's material legacy. Recent excavations at Caesarea Maritima found Frankish and Christian mass graves from Baybar's 1265 conquest. The bone remains indicate hurried burial after systematic execution, echoing Crusader tactics at Jerusalem about 2 centuries before. Popular culture romanticizes, but this archaeological record is sobering. Many Eastern Mediterranean tourism economies whitewash Crusader bloodshed by commodifying their past. Crusader castles like Crac de Chevalier in Syria and Belvoir in Israel are portrayed as architectural marvels rather than military weaponry. This limited commemoration shows continued difficulties in confronting Crusader brutality and its effects on Western Middle Eastern relations. Epistemologically, the Crusades changed how different civilizations perceived themselves and others. This time hardened religious identities, associated territory with confession, and sanctified violence in defense of faith, all of which continue to impact contemporary conflicts. The Crusades changed the conceptual terrain of international contacts. True revolutionary historical events create new paradigms that last beyond their immediate influence. By this metric, the Crusades' violence was one of history's most significant events. After nearly a millennium, Urban II's fatal sermon at Clermont continues to impact our world because it cuts to the heart of how civilizations identify themselves and others. Crucifer violence haunts modern discourse as the Middle East struggles with recurrent wars and Europe grapples with religious and cultural identity. Addressing this history's enduring legacies requires understanding its complexity beyond triumphalist narratives and simplistic condemnations. The Crusades' cruelty was a revolutionary historical process with lasting effects. Margaret Holloway had always prided herself on being the sort of person who read instruction manuals. Particularly for toasters, her insurance company continued to mention the incident from 19 years ago in hushed, traumatized tones. So when she inherited her great-aunt Millicent's peculiar collection of antiques, including what appeared to be a medieval astrolabe made of suspiciously modern materials, she naturally assumed there would be documentation. There wasn't. What there was, tucked behind the device like a guilty afterthought, was a post-it note reading, "Don't touch the blue bits when Mercury is in retrograde. M." Margaret, who possessed both a master's degree in library science and a healthy skepticism toward astrological nonsense, promptly touched the blue bits. It was Tuesday morning. She had already dealt with 3 passive-aggressive emails from her supervisor, and Mercury could frankly retrograde itself into the sun for all she cared. The astrolabe hummed. This was Margaret's first indication that perhaps Great-Aunt Millicent had been more eccentric than previously documented. The second indication was the way her kitchen began folding itself inside out like origami designed by a mathematician having an existential crisis. "Oh, bollocks," and Margaret had said, which were destined to be the last words spoken in her ranch-style home in suburban Ohio for approximately 700 years. The world transformed into a pretzel, infused with cosmic salt, and offered itself to the universe, accompanied by temporal displacement. Margaret found herself lying face down in what smelled suspiciously like a combination of horses, unwashed humans, and regret. When she lifted her head, she discovered she was wearing a brown woolen dress that itched in places she didn't know could itch, and her sensible flats had been replaced by leather things that appeared to have been crafted by someone who had only heard footwear described second-hand. Around her, a medieval village conducted its morning business with the sort of casual chaos that suggested this was perfectly normal Tuesday behaviour. A man chased a pig while shouting what Margaret assumed were medieval profanities. A woman emptied a chamber pot from a second-story window with the practised aim of someone who had clearly done this before. Children played in the dirt with sticks, apparently finding the activity the height of entertainment. Margaret sat up slowly, her librarian instincts immediately cataloguing the historical inconsistencies. The architecture was wrong for any specific period she could identify. The clothing was a mixture of styles spanning roughly 3 centuries. Was the man over there wearing what appeared to be a digital watch? "Is this your first time?" asked a voice behind her. Margaret turned to find a woman in her 50s, wearing robes that managed to look both authentically medieval and suspiciously well-tailored. Her smile was knowing, and her teeth were far too straight for someone living in the pre-dental era. "May I ask for your pardon?" Margaret asked. Margaret asked, then immediately regretted it. In her experience, begging anyone's pardon in an unfamiliar situation typically led to complications. "Time travel," the woman clarified, as if the solution were obvious. "You've got that look. You've recently realised that physics is more of a suggestion than a law. I'm Sister Agatha, formerly Agnes Whitmore, of the Cambridge Medieval History Department. And you're clearly not from around here, temporally speaking." Margaret stared. "This is impossible." "Oh, honey," Sister Agatha laughed, a sound that carried distinct notes of hysteria carefully controlled through years of practice. "Impossible was last Tuesday. This is just inconvenient. Come on, let's get you oriented before the anachronism police show up." "The what now?" But Sister Agatha was already walking away, her robe swishing with the authority of someone who had learned to navigate both medieval politics and university bureaucracy. Margaret scrambled to follow, her new shoes making sounds like frustrated cats on the cobblestones. As they walked through the village, Margaret noticed more inconsistencies. A blacksmith hammered what looked suspiciously like a smartphone case. A merchant sold authentic medieval remedies from bottles that clearly bore modern safety seals. And everywhere people moved with a particular sort of resigned efficiency that Margaret recognised from her office environment. "Right," Sister Agatha said, stopping outside what appeared to be a tavern with a sign reading, "The Temporal Refugee." "Here's the situation. Welcome to Kronos Commons, the accidental dumping ground for temporal tourists, displaced individuals, and the generally temporally confused. We've got Romans, Victorians, a perplexed gentleman from 1623, who keeps asking about the location of the nearest Starbucks, and last week we acquired a flapper from the 20s who has already revolutionised our cocktail menu." Margaret felt a familiar sensation that she usually associated with faculty meetings, the gradual realisation that she was trapped in something that made no sense but would somehow become her responsibility. "How do I get home?" she asked. Sister Agatha's smile took on the sort of kindness typically reserved for delivering catastrophic news. "Well, that's the question, isn't it? Some people figure it out, others don't. But the good news is, we've developed quite a nice little community here. We've got running water, thanks to a Roman engineer, decent food courtesy of a Victorian chef, and surprisingly progressive social policies implemented by a group of suffragettes who arrived last spring." Margaret looked around at the village with new eyes. It wasn't medieval at all, she realised. It was something entirely new, a place where time had hiccuped, collected its mistakes, and decided to make the best of things. "How long have you been here?" she asked. 5 years is a subjective time. It could be 5 minutes or 5 decades in the real world. Time's a bit wobbly here. Sister Agatha shrugged. "But I've got to say, the research opportunities are unparalleled. Where else can you get primary source material from actual primary sources?" Margaret felt herself beginning to panic, which was unfortunate because panic had never been particularly useful in her experience. "But I have a job, I have a mortgage, I have a cat." "Had," Sister Agatha corrected gently. Past tense is crucial when you're dealing with temporal displacement, but look on the bright side. No more mortgage payments. The temporal refugee turned out to be precisely what it sounded like. A tavern for people who had accidentally fallen through the cracks in time and were making the best of it with varying degrees of success. The proprietor was a cheerful woman named Gladys, who claimed to be from 1943 and had arrived during the Blitz expecting to find an air raid shelter. Instead, she'd found herself the accidental mayor of history's most confused municipality. "New arrival," Gladys announced as Sister Agatha led Margaret through the door. "Welcome to the club that no one desired to join, yet everyone inextricably finds themselves a part of. The first drink is free, the second is on credit, and the third is your responsibility because you should know our economy by then." The tavern's interior was a fascinating collision of architectural periods. Tudor beams supported what appeared to be Art Deco light fixtures, while Roman mosaics decorated floors laid with Victorian tiles. The overall effect was like walking into time and having an identity crisis. At a corner table, a man in what looked like 18th century clothing was engaged in animated conversation with a woman wearing a 1960s mod dress, and a Roman centurion who had apparently decided to keep his armour but update his attitude. Their discussion appeared to centre around the best methods for organising a democratic government when your citizenry spanned roughly 2,000 years of political evolution. "That's our steering committee," Sister Agatha explained. "We found that representative democracy works surprisingly well when everyone's equally confused about the present situation. Thomas, who hails from the year 1776, arrived shortly after signing a document he describes as terribly important, which is why he has strong opinions about governance. Veronica, who is from 1967, holds strong opinions on a wide range of topics. Marcus has strong opinions about military organisation, primarily suggesting that all disputes should be settled through combat." Margaret accepted a drink from Gladys that tasted like it had been invented by someone who remembered alcohol fondly, but had to work with medieval ingredients. Although it wasn't entirely unpleasant, the drink felt like a metaphor for her entire situation. "So how does this work?" Margaret asked. "The day-to-day, I mean. You can't all just sit around drinking and forming committees." "Oh, heavens no," Gladys laughed. "We've got quite the economy going. It turns out when you put together people from different times, you get a lot of useful knowledge exchange. Marcus taught us Roman construction techniques, which the Victorian engineer improved with modern material science, which Thomas enhanced with democratic labour practices, which Veronica revolutionised with modern efficiency methods." She gestured toward the window where Margaret could see people working on what appeared to be a construction project involving both medieval stonework and suspiciously modern-looking plumbing. "We're building a proper town hall," Sister Agatha explained, "complete with meeting rooms, a library, and what Veronica insists on calling a social services department. Apparently temporal displacement comes with its own unique set of bureaucratic needs." "But surely someone's trying to get home?" Margaret asked. The tavern went quiet in a way that suggested she'd touched on a sensitive subject. Gladys polished a glass with unnecessary intensity, while Sister Agatha developed a sudden interest in the pattern of the tablecloth. "Well," Thomas said from the corner table, his colonial American accent carrying clearly across the room, "that's rather the central question, isn't it? Some folks spend all their time trying to figure out the way back. Others come to the conclusion that staying in the present isn't necessarily a bad thing. And some—" He trailed off. "Some?" Margaret prompted. "Some discover that home isn't quite what they remembered," Veronica finished, her London accent crisp despite the anachronistic setting. "Turns out when you've been gone for subjective years, certain assumptions about what you want to return to start looking rather questionable." Marcus, the Roman centurion, nodded gravely. "I was fleeing Gaul when I arrived here. The situation, which involved a superior officer's wife and a misunderstanding about Roman marriage customs, was rather embarrassing. Point is, going back would involve considerably more crucifixion than I'm comfortable with." Margaret felt the weight of her life settling around her like an ill-fitting coat. Her job at the library, while stable, had become increasingly automated and decreasingly fulfilling. Her marriage had ended 2 years ago when her husband discovered that his midlife crisis required a motorcycle and a 25-year-old named Crystal. Her mortgage was for a house that had always felt too large for one person and too small for the life she'd imagined she'd have. "How do you know if you want to go back?" she asked quietly. "That," said Sister Agatha, "is the question everyone asks, and nobody can answer for anyone else. But I will say this. In 5 years here, I've published more original research than I did in 20 years at Cambridge. It turns out that primary source material is much easier to obtain when your sources are sitting at the next table." Gladys set down her glass and leaned against the bar. "I've been thinking about that night in London when I ended up here. The sirens were going off, bombs were falling, and I was more terrified than I'd ever been in my life. But I was also more alive than I'd felt in years. 3 years had passed since my husband's death. My children had grown and left, and I was merely existing. You need me here. I'm building something." "But don't you miss it?" Margaret asked. "Your real life?" "This is my real life," Gladys said simply. "The other one was just what happened before I started living." The tavern door abruptly opened, suggesting either extreme urgency or poor door maintenance. A young man stumbled in wearing clothes that looked like a confused merger between medieval peasant wear and what Margaret was beginning to recognise as the standard-issue temporal refugee uniform. "Emergency committee meeting," he announced breathlessly. "We've got anachronism police incoming, and they're asking about unauthorised timeline modifications." The tavern erupted into organised chaos. Thomas immediately began drafting what he called emergency protocols for democratic crisis management. Veronica started organising people into what she termed efficiency groups. Marcus began discussing defensive strategies that involved words like phalanx and tactical retreat. Anachronism police, Margaret asked Sister Agatha about the commotion. Time travel's governing body, Sister Agatha explained grimly. Consider them to be the universe's hall monitors, but with the authority to erase entire timelines if they think things have gotten too messy. They don't like places like this. Too many variables, too much potential for paradox. What do? Best case scenario, they relocate us to approved temporal zones. Worst case scenario, they decide we're too much of a risk and... Sister Agatha made a gesture that could be interpreted as either poof or obliteration. Margaret felt that familiar librarian instinct kicking in, the one that appeared whenever someone threatened to reorganise her carefully maintained systems without consulting her first. It was the same feeling she got when patrons tried to return books to the wrong shelves, or when her supervisor suggested improving efficiency through methods that would clearly make everything worse. Right, she said, surprising herself with her decisiveness. What actions are necessary? The emergency committee meeting took place in what Gladys optimistically called the community centre, which was actually the tavern with the tables pushed together and everyone trying to look official, although half of them were drinking ale at 10 in the morning. Margaret found herself appointed as Secretary of Records primarily because she was the only one present who knew what carbon paper was and could also operate the hand-cranked printing press that a Victorian gentleman named Nigel had constructed from memory and spare parts. Right then, Thomas said, calling the meeting to order, with the sort of gravitas that suggested he'd had practice at this sort of thing. Jeremiah, report. Jeremiah, the young man who'd brought the news, stood up and consulted what appeared to be notes written on bark. 3 anachronism police officers arrived this morning via what looked like a temporal vortex disguised as a travelling merchant's wagon. They are staying at the inn and asking questions about unauthorised timeline modifications and dangerous temporal accumulations. Dangerous temporal accumulations, Sister Agatha repeated thoughtfully. That's what they call places like us. We have an excessive number of individuals from various eras residing in one place. We're apparently creating what they term chronological instability. Bollocks, said Veronica firmly. We're creating a chronological community. There's a difference. Marcus nodded approvingly. In Rome we had a saying, when the bureaucrats arrive, hide the wine and sharpen the swords. We're not hiding wine or sharpening swords, Thompson said quickly. We're civilised people having a civilised discussion about how to handle a bureaucratic situation through proper democratic channels. Have you met bureaucrats? Gladys asked dryly. In my experience, proper democratic channels work about as well for people in London during the Blitz as they do now. That is, not at all, and you mostly have to muddle through and hope for the best. Margaret found herself taking detailed notes, partly out of professional habit and partly because writing things down helped her think. As she wrote, patterns began to emerge. The anachronism police seemed concerned about their community's effect on the timeline, but from what she could gather, they hadn't actually done anything to affect it. They were just living their lives in a place that technically shouldn't exist. What exactly is the timeline we're supposedly affecting? She asked. The room went quiet. Margaret was beginning to recognise this particular type of silence. It was the same one that occurred in library staff meetings when someone asked obvious questions that revealed fundamental problems with the entire system. Well, Sister Agatha said slowly, that's rather complicated. See, technically none of us should be here. We should all be in our original times, living our original lives, making our original contributions to history. But we're not affecting our original times, Margaret pointed out. We're not there. If anything, our absence should have more impact than our presence here. Ah, said Nigel, the Victorian engineer, speaking up for the first time. That's where it gets intriguing. My research, which I've dedicated a significant amount of time to, indicates that our disappearances have received compensation. Compensated how? Thomas asked. Replacements, Nigel said simply. The timeline has generated substitute versions of us to fill the gaps we left behind. My wife believes I died in a factory accident. Sister Agatha's university believes she took early retirement. Margaret's library believes she moved to Florida to care for an elderly relative. Margaret felt a chill that had nothing to do with the medieval heating system. So there's another version of me living my life? A timeline-generated approximation, Sister Agatha confirmed. Close enough to maintain continuity, but not actually you. Think of it as temporal autocorrect. That's deeply unsettling, Margaret said. Welcome to time travel, Gladys said cheerfully. Nothing about it makes sense, and the more you think about it, the more you realise that sense was always overrated anyway. The meeting continued for another hour, with various committee members proposing solutions that ranged from diplomatic negotiation, Thomas, to strategic misdirection, Veronica, to trial by combat, Marcus predictably. Margaret found herself thinking about the other version of herself living in her house, doing her job, and presumably feeding her cat. Was that version of her fulfilled? Was she living the life Margaret had been too afraid to lead? "I propose," she said, interrupting a discussion about the proper protocol for addressing temporal law enforcement, "that we find out what the anachronism police actually want before we decide how to respond to them." "Revolutionary thinking," Veronica said approvingly. "Gather intelligence before forming strategy. I like her." "It's called reconnaissance," Marcus added. "Basic military procedure." "It's called common sense," Gladys said. "But I suppose that's revolutionary enough in most situations." Thomas nodded thoughtfully. "Margaret raises an excellent point. We've been assuming they want to shut us down or relocate us, but perhaps their concerns are more specific. Jeremiah, what exactly were they asking about?" Jeremiah consulted his bark notes again. They wanted to know about unauthorized historical documentation, anachronistic technological development, and unsanctioned temporal education programs. Margaret felt her librarian instincts tingling. Those are very specific concerns, not general timeline protection, specific activities. "Sister Agatha's been writing papers about medieval life based on direct observation," Nigel said slowly. "I've been developing hybrid technologies using knowledge from multiple times, and we've all been sharing knowledge across historical boundaries." "We've been learning from each other," Margaret said, "and apparently that's what they're worried about." The room fell silent again, but this time it was the thoughtful silence of people realising they were in more trouble than they'd initially understood, but also possibly more right than they'd dared to hope. "So," Thomas said finally, "we're not just temporal refugees, we're temporal revolutionaries." "Accidental temporal revolutionaries," or Sister Agatha corrected. "The best kind," Veronica said with satisfaction. "Nobody expects the accidental revolutionaries." Margaret looked around the room at her fellow temporal misfits and felt something she hadn't experienced in years. The sense that she was precisely where she was supposed to be, doing exactly what she was supposed to do. She appeared to be tasked with challenging the fundamental principles of temporal law enforcement by radically establishing a functional community. "Right then," she said, surprising herself again with her decisiveness. "Let's go talk to these anachronism police and find out exactly what kind of revolution we're accidentally leading." Based on her experience with various forms of bureaucratic authority, Margaret expected the anachronism police to be polite, efficient, and firmly convinced that their approach was the only logical one. They had taken up residence in the village's only inn, which was run by a cheerful woman from the 14th century who had adapted to her unusual clientele by developing what she called a flexible approach to customer service. The three officers were sitting in the inn's common room when Margaret's diplomatic delegation arrived. Thomas had insisted on formal protocols, Veronica had insisted on strategic positioning, and Marcus had insisted on bringing weapons, ceremonial purposes only, he'd assured them, while checking the edge on his gladius. Margaret had insisted on bringing tea service because, in her experience, any difficult conversation went better with proper refreshments. The lead officer was a woman who introduced herself as Inspector Kronos, which Margaret suspected was either an assumed name or evidence that the anachronism police had a department devoted entirely to ironic nomenclature. She was wearing what appeared to be a uniform designed by someone who had been told to create timeless professional attire and had interpreted the term as a boring grey suit that could plausibly exist in any century. "Thank you for meeting with us," Inspector Kronos said as Margaret arranged the tea service on the inn's largest table. "We appreciate your cooperation in this matter." "Our pleasure," Thomas replied smoothly, "though I confess we're uncertain about the nature of the matter that requires our cooperation." Inspector Kronos consulted a tablet that definitely hadn't existed in any time period Margaret could identify. "You're aware that this settlement exists in violation of several temporal accords?" "We weren't aware there were temporal accords," Sister Agatha said mildly. "Perhaps you could enlighten us?" Margaret poured tea while listening to Inspector Kronos explain the complex legal framework that apparently governed time travel. According to the temporal accords, unauthorized time travel was prohibited, temporal settlements were forbidden, and cross-temporal knowledge sharing was considered a Class 3 chronological offence punishable by timeline rehabilitation. Timeline rehabilitation sounds ominous, Veronica observed. It's a humane process, Inspector Kronos assured her. We simply relocate individuals to appropriate temporal zones where they can live productive lives without disrupting historical continuity. Separate us, you mean, Margaret said, offering the sugar cubes. Send us back to our original times, whether we want to go or not. The personal preferences of temporally displaced persons are secondary to the stability of the timeline, Inspector Kronos replied, accepting her tea with the sort of politeness that suggested she'd been trained in diplomatic protocols but found them tedious. Margaret felt that familiar librarian anger rising, the specific fury that came from dealing with people who prioritised systems over people and called it necessary efficiency. And who decided that timeline stability was more important than personal autonomy? Inspector Kronos looked genuinely puzzled by the question. The temporal authority, of course. Timeline stability maintains the proper order of historical events. Whose proper order? Thomas asked, his colonial revolutionary instincts clearly activated. Who gave this temporal authority the right to determine how people should live their lives? The authority derives from temporal law, which exists to prevent paradoxes and maintain historical accuracy, Inspector Kronos explained patiently, as if speaking to children who couldn't understand basic concepts. Historical accuracy according to whom? Sister Agatha asked. I've spent 5 years here conducting primary research that's revealed significant errors in accepted historical narratives. Are you more interested in preserving factual accuracy or in upholding your own interpretation of accuracy? Margaret watched Inspector Kronos' face carefully. Years of dealing with library patrons had taught her to recognise the exact moment when someone realised their position might not be as unassailable as they'd assumed. Inspector Kronos was having that moment right now. Your research is part of the problem, one of the other officers said, speaking for the first time. You're creating unauthorised historical documentation that could alter scholarly understanding of past events. You mean it could improve scholarly understanding, Margaret said sweetly, refilling his teacup. Isn't that what research is supposed to do? Not when it disrupts established historical consensus, the officer replied. Established historical consensus has been wrong before, Veronica pointed out. I should know. I lived through the 60s, and the established historical consensus about that decade is almost entirely bollocks. Margaret could see that this conversation was heading toward the sort of philosophical impasse that typically resulted in either violence or very long meetings. In her experience, violence was messier, but often more efficient than meetings. However, both typically ended with someone feeling aggrieved and nothing actually resolved. Inspector Kronos, she said, interrupting what appeared to be the beginning of a lecture about the importance of historical stability. May I ask you a personal question? Inspector Kronos looked wary. I suppose. When did you last have a vacation? The question clearly wasn't what Inspector Kronos had expected. That's not relevant to this investigation. Humour me, Margaret said, employing the same tone she used with particularly stubborn library patrons. When did you last take time off from work? Temporal authority agents don't take vacations, Inspector Kronos said stiffly. We have important work to do. Everyone needs time off, Margaret said gently. Otherwise work becomes the only thing that gives life meaning, and that's not healthy for anyone. Trust me, I speak from experience. She gestured around the inn's common room, where the afternoon light was streaming through windows that had been designed by someone from the 18th century, built by someone from ancient Rome, and decorated by someone from the 1960s. The result was chaotic, but somehow harmonious, like a visual representation of their entire community. This place works, she said. We have people from a dozen different times living together, sharing knowledge, building something new. We're not disrupting the timeline. We're creating something the timeline never had before. Something beautiful. Unauthorized beauty is still unauthorized, Inspector Kronos said, but her voice lacked conviction. According to the temporal accords, yes, Margaret agreed. But have you considered that the temporal accords might be wrong? The silence that followed was different from the previous uncomfortable silences. This silence was the result of someone who had blindly followed the rules for years, suddenly forced to question their logic. The accords exist for good reason, Inspector Kronos said finally. I'm sure they do, Thomas said diplomatically. But good reasons can become bad reasons if circumstances change. In my experience, the best laws are the ones that can adapt to new situations. What if, Sister Agatha suggested carefully, instead of shutting us down, you studied us? We could be a pilot program for controlled cross-temporal community development. Think of the research opportunities. Margaret could see Inspector Kronos wavering. Years of bureaucratic training were warring with what appeared to be genuine curiosity, and possibly the first intriguing conversation she'd had in decades. That would require authorization from the temporal authority, Inspector Kronos said slowly. Then let's get authorization, Margaret said briskly. I assume there's some sort of application process? Inspector Kronos stared at her. You want to apply for legal recognition as an experimental temporal community? Why not? Margaret shrugged. We're already here, we're already functioning, and apparently we're already breaking the rules. Might as well break them officially. Applying for legal recognition as an experimental temporal community turned out to involve approximately 17 different forms, each of which had to be filled out in triplicate using writing implements appropriate to the time period of the person filling them out. Margaret found herself wielding a quill pen for the first time in her life, while cursing whoever had decided that bureaucracy should be deliberately difficult. This is ridiculous, Veronica muttered, struggling with what appeared to be a form designed to assess cross-temporal cultural integration protocols. They want to know our policy for resolving conflicts between Roman law and Renaissance banking practices. We don't have conflicts between Roman law and Renaissance banking practices, Thomas pointed out, working his way through a form about democratic governance in multi-period communities with the sort of methodical precision that suggested he'd had experience with colonial paperwork. Exactly, Sister Agatha said. Marcus handles military justice, Nigel handles infrastructure disputes, you handle governance issues, and Gladys handles everything else because she's the only one who's actually good at managing people. Margaret looked up from Form 47B, Justification for Temporal Cohabitation, and realised something important. They hadn't just accidentally created a community, they'd accidentally created a functioning government. And not just any government, but one that actually worked because everyone involved was too confused and too practical to waste time on politics. We need to document this, she said suddenly. Document what? Inspector Kronos asked. She had remained at the inn to oversee the application process, but Margaret suspected that her primary reason for staying was her interest in their community, which she found far more engaging than her usual assignments. This is how we govern ourselves, Margaret explained, reaching for a fresh sheet of paper. If we're applying to be an experimental community, we need to show that our experiment actually produces results. Over the next several hours, Margaret found herself doing what she did best, organising information. With input from the others, she documented their decision-making processes, their conflict resolution methods, their resource allocation systems, and their integration protocols. What emerged was a picture of a community that had organically developed solutions to problems that political scientists spent decades debating. This is extraordinary, Inspector Kronos said, reading over Margaret's documentation. You've created a functional multi-temporal democracy with built-in cultural sensitivity protocols and adaptive governance structures. We've muddled through, Gladys corrected, bringing them all another round of tea. We've made the best of it, just like anyone else who finds themselves in an unexpected situation. But that's precisely the point, Inspector Kronos said, excitement creeping into her voice for the first time since Margaret had met her. Most temporal displacement results in psychological trauma, cultural isolation, and eventual breakdown. You've created something that not only works, but actually enhances the lives of everyone involved. Margaret looked around the inn's common room, where their impromptu government session had attracted an audience of curious community members. Marcus was explaining Roman military organisation to a group that included a Viking warrior, 2 medieval merchants, and what appeared to be a flapper who had arrived just that morning. Nigel was sketching engineering diagrams on a napkin, while a Renaissance artist offered suggestions about aesthetic improvements. Thomas and Veronica were deep in discussion about the practical applications of democratic theory, with a gentleman who claimed to be from the court of Louis XIV. It works because we need it to work, Margaret said. We can't go home, so we have to make this place home, and that means figuring out how to live together even when we come from entirely different worlds. The temporal authority should see this, Inspector Kronos said. They've been trying to solve the problem of the temporal displacement for centuries, and you've accidentally discovered the solution. "What's the problem with temporal displacement?" Sister Agatha asked. "Displaced persons typically suffer from severe temporal culture shock," Inspector Kronos explained. "They can't adapt to their new time, but they can't return to their original time either. Most end up in specialised care facilities or isolated temporal reservations." Margaret felt a chill. Temporal reservations? Quarantine zones where displaced persons can live out their lives without affecting the timeline, Inspector Kronos said, apparently not noticing the horror on everyone's faces. "It's considered the most humane solution." "Humane?" Thomas repeated flatly. "You isolate people from society and call it humane." "It's better than the alternative," Inspector Kronos said defensively. "Uncontrolled temporal displacement can cause paradoxes, timeline disruptions, and even reality cascades." "Has that actually happened?" Margaret asked. "Or is it theoretical?" Inspector Kronos paused. "Well, theoretical. But the risk is theoretical," Margaret finished. "Meanwhile, the reality is that you're condemning people to isolation based on theoretical risks." She stood up, feeling the same sense of righteous indignation that had sustained her through years of fighting budget cuts and bureaucratic interference at the library. "Inspector Kronos, I think it's time the Temporal Authority met with some people who have actually made temporal displacement work." "You want to petition the Temporal Authority directly?" Inspector Kronos asked, looking alarmed. "I want to invite them to visit," Margaret corrected. "Let them see what we've built here. Let them meet our community. Let them understand that temporal displacement doesn't have to be a problem to be managed. It can be an opportunity to be embraced." The room went quiet again, but this time it was the excited silence of people who had just realised they were about to do something either very brave or very stupid, and weren't entirely sure which. "That," said Veronica slowly, "is either brilliant or completely insane." "In my experience," Gladys said cheerfully, "the best ideas are usually both." Inspector Kronos looked around the room at the faces of people who had accidentally revolutionised temporal community planning, and were now proposing to take their revolution directly to the highest levels of temporal authority. Margaret could see her trying to calculate the potential consequences, weigh the risks against the benefits, and figure out whether supporting this plan would advance or destroy her career. "I'll need to send a preliminary report first," she said finally. "Prepare them for the possibility of an unconventional solution to the displacement problem." "Unconventional solutions are the best kind," Marcus said approvingly. "In Rome we had a saying, when conventional tactics fail, try something so unexpected that your enemies defeat themselves through confusion." "Did Romans actually say that?" Thomas asked. "No," Marcus admitted cheerfully, "but they should have. It's excellent advice." Margaret looked at Inspector Kronos, who was staring at their community with the expression of someone who had come to enforce the rules, and instead discovered that they might need changing. "Inspector," she said gently, "when did you last do something that made you excited about your work?" Inspector Kronos was quiet for a long moment. "I can't remember," she said finally. "Then maybe it's time to try something new," Margaret suggested. "Maybe it's time to help us show the Temporal Authority that some problems are actually opportunities in disguise." The Temporal Authority's response to Inspector Kronos' preliminary report arrived 3 days later, in the form of what appeared to be a medieval messenger, who rode a horse that moved slightly too smoothly and cast no shadow. The message itself was written on parchment that looked authentic but felt like high-quality printer paper, and the ink had the peculiar property of remaining wet until someone read it, at which point it dried instantly. Margaret had become fascinated by these temporal inconsistencies. Everything about the Temporal Authority seemed designed to look period-appropriate while functioning with modern efficiency, as if they couldn't decide whether they wanted to blend in with history or transcend it entirely. "They're sending a delegation," Inspector Kronos announced, reading the message aloud to the assembled community. "Senior Inspector Paradox, Inspector Causality, and Director Temporal will arrive tomorrow to assess the viability of Kronos Commons as an experimental temporal community." "Director Temporal?" Sister Agatha asked. "That's either a critical person or someone with a deeply unfortunate name." "Both, probably," Veronica said. "In my experience, the most important bureaucrats always have the most ridiculous titles." Margaret felt the familiar flutter of anxiety that preceded any important inspection, whether it was library auditors, health department officials, or, apparently, temporal law enforcement. But underneath the anxiety was something else. Excitement. For for the first time in years, she was part of something that mattered, something worth fighting for. "Right then," she said, standing up with the sort of decisiveness that surprised everyone, including herself. "We have one day to prepare for the most important visitors this community has ever received. I suggest we show them exactly what we've accomplished here." The next 24 hours passed in a blur of organised chaos that would have made any event planner weep with either admiration or despair. Gladys organised a feast that showcased culinary techniques from 12 different times. Nigel provided the entire village with a comprehensive overview of infrastructure improvements, highlighting the innovations that emerged from the fusion of Roman engineering, Victorian precision, and modern material science. Thomas prepared a presentation on their governance structure that managed to be both academically rigorous and practically applicable. Margaret found herself coordinating the entire effort, which felt remarkably similar to organising the library's annual fundraising gala, except with more times involved and significantly higher stakes. She discovered that her years of managing library events had prepared her surprisingly well for managing temporal diplomacy. The delegation arrived precisely at noon, stepping out of what appeared to be a travelling merchant's wagon that definitely hadn't been there moments before. Director Temporal turned out to be a woman who looked like she could have been anywhere between 30 and 300 years old, wearing robes that managed to suggest both medieval authority and modern professionalism. Senior Inspector Paradox was a tall man with the sort of precisely groomed appearance that suggested he took temporal regulations very seriously indeed. Inspector Causality was younger, with the eager expression of someone who had recently been promoted and was determined to prove worthy of the position. "Welcome to Kronos Commons," Margaret said, stepping forward with the sort of confidence usually reserved for dealing with particularly difficult library board members. "We're honoured by your visit." Director Temporal looked around the village square, where the community had assembled to greet their visitors. Her expression was carefully neutral, but Margaret caught her pausing to study the architectural innovations, the way people from different times were naturally interacting, and the general atmosphere of purposeful activity. Inspector Kronos has submitted a preliminary report suggesting that this community represents a viable alternative to traditional temporal displacement protocols, Director Temporal said. "We're here to assess the accuracy of that assessment." "We'd be delighted to show you around," Thomas said, stepping forward with colonial diplomatic charm. "Perhaps we could begin with our governance centre." What followed was the most unusual tour Margaret had ever participated in. They showed the delegation their democratic decision-making processes, their conflict resolution methods, their resource allocation system, and their integration protocols. At each stop, community members demonstrated not just how their systems worked, but why they worked. "The key insight," Sister Agatha explained as they stood in what had become their informal research centre, "is that temporal displacement doesn't have to mean cultural isolation. When you put people from different times together, they don't just adapt to each other, they enhance each other." She gestured to a wall covered with research notes, engineering diagrams, artistic collaborations, and what appeared to be a detailed analysis of democratic theory, written in 4 different languages by authors from 4 different centuries. "We're not just preserving historical knowledge," she continued. "We're creating new knowledge by combining historical perspectives in ways that have never been possible before." Inspector Causality was taking in emailed notes, while Senior Inspector Paradox maintained an expression of professional skepticism. Director Temporal, however, was studying the research wall with the sort of intense focus that suggested she was seeing something she hadn't expected. "This is unprecedented," she said finally. "Cross-temporal knowledge synthesis on this scale. The implications are extraordinary." "The implications are what we live with every day," Gladys said cheerfully, appearing with a tray of refreshments that somehow managed to appeal to taste preferences from across the centuries. Turns out when you stop worrying about the implications and start focusing on the practicalities, most problems solve themselves. The tour continued through the afternoon, with the delegation observing everything from Marcus's conflict resolution sessions, which involved more shouting than Margaret was comfortable with but seemed to work, to Nigel's engineering workshops, which had produced innovations that probably shouldn't have been possible with available materials. However, Margaret was aware that the evening feast would determine the success or failure of their argument. As the community gathered around tables that had been built by combining Roman construction techniques with Victorian craftsmanship and modern ergonomic principles, she watched the delegation observe something that couldn't be documented or measured, The simple fact that their community was genuinely happy. "I have a question," Director Temporal said as the meal wound down. "What happens when someone wants to leave?" The question lingered in the air, akin to an uncomfortable truth that everyone had been evading. Margaret felt her stomach clench because this was the one aspect of their community they hadn't fully addressed. "Well," Thomas said slowly, "that's rather complicated. We haven't actually figured out how to leave, even if someone wanted to." "But would you?" Inspector Causiletti asked. "Want to leave, I mean? If you could." Margaret looked around the table at faces that had become more familiar to her than her family. These people had become her colleagues, her friends, her chosen community in a way that her old life had never provided. "I think," she said carefully, "that's the wrong question. The right question is, would we want to go back to the lives we were living before we came here?" "And the answer to that question?" Director Temporal asked. Margaret smiled. "Ask me tomorrow." The temporal authority's decision came in the form of an official proclamation that somehow managed to be both bureaucratically precise and genuinely revolutionary. Kronos Commons was granted experimental status as the first authorised cross-temporal community development project, with funding, legal recognition, and most importantly, official permission to continue existing. "Congratulations," Director Temporal said, presenting Margaret with a document that looked like a medieval charter, but contained clauses about innovative temporal integration methodologies and sustainable anachronistic community planning. "You've accidentally solved a problem we've been working on for centuries." "We've accidentally solved several problems," Veronica corrected. "Temporal displacement, cross-cultural integration, sustainable community development, and Margaret's midlife crisis." Margaret laughed because it was true. Somewhere between organising emergency committee meetings and negotiating with temporal bureaucrats, she had discovered that her midlife crisis hadn't been about her age or her circumstances. It had been about the fact that she hadn't been living a life that felt like her own. "So what happens now?" she asked. "Now," Director Temporal said, "you become a model for other temporal displacement situations. We'll be sending observers, researchers, and probably a few more accidental time travellers your way. You're going to be busy." "We're already busy," Gladys pointed out. "But we're good at busy. Busy is what happens when you're doing something that matters." As the temporal authority delegation prepared to leave, Inspector Kronos approached Margaret privately. "I've submitted a request for reassignment," she said. "I'd like to stay here as a permanent liaison between the community and the authority." "Why do you want to be reassigned?" Margaret asked, though she suspected she knew the answer. "Because for the first time in decades I'm engaged in work that feels significant," Inspector Kronos stated plainly. "And because someone needs to document what you're accomplishing here. Future temporal communities are going to need guidance, and you've already figured out most of the answers." Margaret nodded. "We'll need help with the paperwork anyway. Temporal bureaucracy is even more complicated than regular bureaucracy." That evening, as the community gathered for what had become their traditional end-of-day meeting, Margaret reflected on the strange journey that had brought her here. 6 months ago she had been living a life that felt too small, too predictable, and too much like settling for less than she deserved. Now she was helping to pioneer a new form of human community that existed outside normal time and space. "Any regrets?" Sister Agatha asked, settling into the chair beside her. Margaret considered the question seriously. Did she miss her old life? Did she miss her house, her job, her routine? Or did she miss the person she had been when those things had felt like enough? "I miss my cat," she said finally. "But cats are adaptable. If he could see me now, he'd probably approve. He always thought I was capable of more than I believed." "Cats are excellent judges of character," Thomas agreed. "They see potential that humans often miss." "Speaking of potential," Veronica said, "what do we want to be when we grow up? Now that we're officially experimental, we get to decide what we're experimenting with." The questions sparked the sort of enthusiastic discussion that Margaret had learned to associate with her new community. Ideas flew around the room like butterflies, establishing a university for cross-temporal studies, developing sustainable technologies that combine knowledge from multiple time periods, creating artistic collaborations that had never been possible before, and writing the definitive guides to temporal community planning. "We could change how people think about time itself," Nigel suggested. "Demonstrate that past, present and future aren't separate things. They're different perspectives on the same human experience." "We could revolutionise historical research," Sister Agatha added. Imagine what we could learn if historians could actually talk to the people they study. We could perfect democracy, or, Thomas said with the enthusiasm of someone who had spent centuries thinking about political theory. Test different approaches with people who have lived under different systems. We could just keep being ourselves and see what happens, Gladys said pragmatically. In my experience, the best revolutions are the ones that happen naturally, because people are living the lives they want to live. Margaret listened to the conversation swirl around her and felt something she had never experienced before. Complete certainty that she was precisely where she belonged, doing exactly what she was meant to do, with exactly the people she was meant to do it with. "I have a proposal," she said, and the room quieted to listen. "What if we stop defining ourselves and just become who we want to be? We're not just a temporal community or an experimental project or an accidental revolution. We're people who found each other across time and space and decided to build something beautiful together." "That," said Marcus approvingly, "is the sort of proposal that wins wars." "Are we at war?" Inspector Causality asked, looking alarmed. "We're at war with the idea that people have to accept the lives they're given instead of creating the lives they want," Margaret said. "We're at war with the notion that different is dangerous instead of wonderful. The belief that the future must mirror the past, simply because it's the norm, is what we're fighting against." "Revolutionary wars are the best kind," Veronica said with satisfaction, "especially when you win them by accident." As the meeting wound down and people began drifting back to their homes that had been built by combining architectural knowledge from across the centuries, decorated with art created through cross-temporal collaboration, and filled with the sort of contentment that came from living in a community where everyone belonged, Margaret stepped outside to look up at stars that had witnessed all of human history. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new visitors, and new opportunities to prove that their accidental experiment in temporal community building could work on a larger scale. There would be more paperwork, more bureaucracy, and more negotiations with authorities who still weren't entirely convinced that rules were meant to be broken. But tonight, Margaret was simply a woman who had accidentally time-travelled into the best life she had never imagined living, surrounded by friends she had never expected to make, working on projects that mattered in ways she was still discovering. She thought about the other version of herself, living in her old house, working at her old job, probably wondering why life felt so unsatisfying. Margaret had been awaiting approval to pursue her desired life. This Margaret had learned that sometimes the best thing you can do is stop waiting for permission and start creating the life you deserve. The stars looked exactly the same as they had in her time, which somehow made everything else feel possible. Time was more flexible than anyone had imagined, community was more important than anyone had realised, and revolution could happen accidentally when people simply decided to treat each other with kindness and respect across the barriers that were supposed to divide them. Margaret smiled and went inside to help Gladys plan tomorrow's menu, because even accidental revolutionaries had to eat, and someone needed to coordinate the logistics of changing the world one shared meal at a time. After all, she was still a librarian at heart, and librarians understood that the most important revolutions were the ones that happened quietly, one person at a time, through the simple act of helping people find exactly what they were looking for, even when they hadn't known they were looking for it. Was born in Frankfurt in 1929, entering a world already trembling beneath financial hardship and political acrimony. From the outset, she displayed a lively temperament, an eagerness to scribble down thoughts on scraps of paper, a tendency to examine curious objects in the house with unguarded fascination, and a readiness to question the grown-ups around her. Yet before she truly got to know the city of her birth, before she could form a bond with the rhythms of German streets, her family decided to leave. A gathering storm which transformed from sporadic political slogans into a monstrous force dictating who deserved to exist freely and who did not, compelled them to leave. Her father, Otto Frank, was a thoughtful man, by turns reserved and quietly determined. He had no taste for radical politics. His mind was anchored to the practical. Otto recognised that Germany was changing. He had once pictured it as a place of vibrant culture, his homeland, a nation that championed arts, literature, and philosophy. But by the time Anne was 4, it had become a place that turned hateful eyes toward Jewish families like his. The Franks uprooted themselves, leaving old neighbours behind and stepping into what they hoped was a kinder environment in Amsterdam. Amsterdam in the early 30s was not entirely tranquil. No place in Europe could claim complete serenity then, but it at least allowed the Franks to breathe without immediate fear. For Anne, it was a wonderland of bicycles clacking over cobblestones, flower stalls lining canals, and people whose different accents floated through the city like a living orchestra. She was intrigued by each subtlety of daily life. She watched the canal waters shift from grey to glittering green and found novelty in the simplest tasks, from brushing up on Dutch words to examining the swirl of watery reflections on her window. Still, life was not always breezy. Otto took on various entrepreneurial ventures in Amsterdam, a spice business, then one dealing with pectin for jam making, attempts at building stability for his family in uncertain times. Yet, beyond the household table, talk about balancing budgets and maintaining a reputable standing among local merchants, Anne had her personal curiosities. She was the type of child to craft stories in her head while overhearing adult conversations, weaving little narratives about the passers-by she saw from her vantage point by the window. Outside her home, she was known to be friendly but occasionally moody, quick-witted in a way that others sometimes found surprising in someone so young. Certain teachers at her school found her liveliness endearing, others found it distracting, especially when she giggled during lessons or whispered jokes to her classmates during grammar drills. She had a capacity for charm, but she was equally able to slip into lonely daydreams if something, an unkind remark, an abrupt shift in a friend's demeanour, muddied her sense of belonging. By the age of 10, Anne's environment gave her ample room to explore. She visited street markets with her mother, Edith, noticing the layers of life in every merchant's stall. The haggling, the laughter, the day's frustrations. Margot, her older sister by 3 years, was softer spoken and more academically inclined. The contrast between the two sisters became a household joke. Margot with her pristine schoolwork, Anne with her comedic flair and unstoppable chatter. Yet behind that playful tension was genuine affection. When nights were cold, Anne might slip into Margot's bed for warmth, and they would whisper about petty jealousies and fleeting hopes, simple concerns overshadowed by the swirling chaos in Europe. Though the Franks tried to keep talk of politics discreet, Anne absorbed more than she let on. She caught a glimpse of a neighbour reading a Dutch newspaper with bold headlines about persecution in Germany. Her father's whispers with friends, hushed but urgent, hinted that the calm in Amsterdam could fracture at any moment. Even so, Anne pressed on with childlike tenacity. She was growing, she wanted fresh notebooks and new friends. She wanted experiences beyond her parents' experiences, and if the world was threatening to shape her future in frightening ways, she was determined to keep her own sense of curiosity intact. A family friend would sometimes bring over pamphlets from Germany, detailing new anti-Jewish edicts. Otto read them in silence, his brow creased. Still, he managed to maintain a semblance of optimism. Perhaps the Netherlands would stay safe, he reasoned. Perhaps all of this ugliness would remain confined to distant borders. But the dread was difficult to fully conceal. Anne sensed it in the way her mother's voice caught when asked about the future. She felt it in the hush that settled over her father's face when he listened to the radio in the evening, straining to hear news of the next ominous shift in Europe. In the meantime, she grew comfortable in her new city, walking canals with that open-hearted stare reserved for the young. The promise of tomorrow still excited her. The possibility of a new friend, a new game, or a new rumour swirling at school. She was, after all, still just a child, not entirely conscious of the forces that were about to tighten their grip on her life. The curtains were only just beginning to draw shut on a chapter she had barely started writing. During the late 1930s, Amsterdam's charm still glowed, though a sense of caution dimmed the edges of daily life for Jewish families. Anne learned the city through her own lens, a mixture of innocence and growing awareness. She observed the chattering customers in small cafes, the varied dialects of dock workers, and the clatter of trams. She found it all mesmerising. Yet, she was not naive. At school, she overheard quiet discussions among older classmates about unpleasant changes in neighbouring countries. She would sidle close, gleaning half-facts about hatred and unbridled authority. In many ways, her mother, Edith, served as a shield. Edith believed in preserving a sense of normalcy. She insisted on routines, Sunday lunches, bedtime reading, and making sure the girls wrote in neat cursive. Anne, perched beside her mother on the sofa, would sometimes stare at the ticking clock, listening to the seconds slip by as Edith talked about personal values, about compassion, and about keeping one's dignity. The words might have sounded old-fashioned to some, but Anne found comfort in them. She saw her mother as gentle yet quietly sturdy. Meanwhile, Margot was forging her path in academics. Teachers often praised her discipline and intelligence. Anne sometimes bristled at the comparisons. She recognised the familial pride. Margot was considered the reliable one, but she also wanted to make her own mark. So, while Margot was off reading textbooks, Anne would roam corners of Amsterdam with a friend, giggling about inconsequential details, the shape of a dog's ears, a funny hat worn by a passerby, or the new marquee outside the local cinema. Beneath the laughter, though, she felt the silent undercurrent of war creeping into everyday conversation. As the political climate worsened, the Franks took more precautions. They heard stories of relatives in Germany who had lost businesses, homes, or worse, vanished altogether. Although Otto and Edith tried to spare their daughters the details, Anne was discerning. She began to grasp that some people viewed families like hers with malice that defied logic. She noticed fewer carefree outings, fewer times her father returned from work wearing that small, confident smile. Even so, she clung to humour, scribbling short stories in notebooks. They were full of lively characters, sometimes overshadowed by moral dilemmas she overheard adults discussing. In her own fictionons, she rearranged reality to make sense of it. At school, Anne forged relationships that were both superficial and meaningful. Some classmates were simply partners for projects. Others were confidants who exchanged hushed confessions about shifting alliances in Europe. The teachers seemed increasingly tense. The slightest classroom disruption could ignite frustrations. Sometimes talk of censorship or newly imposed rules floated around the corridors. When a classmate whispered that their family was planning to flee to Britain, Anne's heart pounded in fear and envy. Fear, because it confirmed that danger was near, envy because that option might not be open to her. The sense of uncertainty pressed on her chest at night. In those months, she developed a small yet persistent habit of journaling, practiced daily self-reflection as a child before she gained notoriety for her diaries and wrote about food shortages, about a favourite candy no longer in stock, about the annoyance of wearing an armband with a Star of David if it ever came to that in the Netherlands, about the disapproval she sensed when walking around certain parts of the city. She wrote about hoping to see a film star in the streets, about admiring the carefree swirl of a dancer's skirt she once glimpsed. She wrote because it let her feelings breathe beyond the hush of fear. Tension turned to reality when German forces invaded the Netherlands in May 1940. The swiftness of that invasion left the Dutch reeling. For Anne, the city she had come to love was transformed overnight. Buildings still stood, shops were still open, but there was an unshakable sense of foreboding. Soldiers marched along roads she used to find friendly. The radio blared unfamiliar proclamations. Suddenly, daily freedoms were chipped away. Jewish children like Anne were restricted from certain playgrounds, certain schools. The weight of each new rule encroached on her sense of self, as if invisible hands were reconfiguring her place in the world. Still, the Franks tried to maintain a semblance of ordinariness. They participated in subdued gatherings with other Jewish families, exchanging nervous jokes to lighten the mood. Anne noticed the flickers of worry in adult conversations. How does one navigate forced restrictions? Could one travel safely? The men discussed forging connections to get visas or find safe houses, while the women lamented about rationing or the difficulty of obtaining essential supplies. For Anne, these evenings often ended with her retreating to her bedroom, mind swarming with 1,000 questions. She tried to keep her voice steady, telling Margot ridiculous jokes to break the tension. The jokes often fell flat, but they were attempts to cling to normalcy. Increasingly, day-to-day activities felt like illusions. An insurmountable occupying force muffled the city's vibrant pulse. Anne would watch from her window as uniformed men passed by, hearing the slow crunch of boots on cobblestone. A sense of dread would seep into the depths of her stomach. She yearned for the old city, the one still alive in her memories, a place of swirling canal reflections and laughter among street vendors. She missed the version of life where she could imagine any future she wanted, without the weight of a designated identity forced upon her by prejudice. And yet, even in these shadows, she held on to a spark of hope, perhaps borrowed from her father's quiet optimism, that a better day would come if they could only outlast the madness. The year 1942 arrived with a more oppressive atmosphere. Anne could feel it in the stiffening posture of her teachers and the solemn hush that fell whenever an official notice was posted in the neighbourhood. She turned 13 that June, though the celebrations were muted. Her family still managed a birthday cake, scrounging for ingredients wherever they could, and it was in that flickering moment of normality that Anne received a checkered diary. She had always enjoyed writing, but this diary felt different. It had a lock, symbolic in ways she did not yet understand. It promised a private domain for her expanding thoughts. Shortly after, life changed abruptly. Orders circulated that Jewish families might be relocated, or worse, taken away. When Margot received a summons to a labour camp in Germany, Otto recognised the writing on the wall. He had already prepared a secret hiding place, a concealed section of the office building where he ran his business. The plan had been set for some time, but the final push to execute it came with terrifying immediacy. The family packed their things hurriedly, leaving behind large pieces of furniture, personal belongings, and cherished objects that would have signalled a life in progress. Anne's head spun that day. She tucked her new diary under her arm, while her mother insisted on bringing a few personal mementos. The ordinarily chatty Anne found herself tongue-tied as they walked through the dim streets early in the morning, wearing several layers of clothing to avoid carrying suitcases. She was scared to look at anyone's face. She feared the disapproval or suspicion that might lurk in a passerby's eyes. When they finally reached the annex, slipping into its hidden corridors, she felt an odd mixture of relief and dread. She felt a mixture of relief at having found a temporary shelter and dread at what isolation would do to them all. The secret annex was cramped, made up of several small rooms behind a movable bookcase. The Franks were joined by another family, the Van Pels, whom Anne would later label Van Daen in her diary, and a dentist named Fritz Pfeffer, Albert Dussel. The arrangement was necessary for survival, but hardly conducive to comfort. Thin walls meant little privacy. Often, someone would be in the makeshift kitchen at odd hours, rustling through meagre supplies. The single bathroom demanded coordination and patience, especially in the mornings when personal space was at its premium. At 13, Anne chafed under these conditions. She missed the outdoors, the swirl of city life, and her friends. In her diary, she spilled raw honesty onto the pages, frustration with the grown-up scoldings, her disagreements with Mrs. Van Pels, her feelings of being misunderstood by her mother. She felt stifled by the incessant reminder that she must remain quiet during certain hours so the workers downstairs wouldn't suspect their presence. She discovered how footsteps on creaky floorboards could set her pulse racing. Every muffled noise became a potential danger. The annex was a fortress made not of stone but of secrecy, where any slip in vigilance might lead to catastrophe. Yet, amid the tension, there were flickers of hope. Helpers on the outside, trusted employees like Miep Gears, risked their safety to provide supplies and updates. Through them, Anne kept a tenuous link to the world beyond. She heard rumours of Allied forces pushing against Nazi lines, gleaned stories of neighbours who had managed to flee. The news was not always comforting, often it relayed more horrors, but it was a reminder that life existed beyond the walls she now inhabited. Anne's emotional world became increasingly complex. She found that her diary was the sole outlet where she could shed the mask she wore around the annex's cramped quarters. She named the diary Kitty, personifying it as her confidant. Each page was a story on which she could vent her teenage frustrations, the pangs of budding romance she harboured for Peter Van Pels, the sense of inadequacy she felt when compared to Margot, and the longing to be recognised as more than a chatterbox. She craved independence, yet her entire existence now depended on the group's collective ability to stay invisible. The mental strain of living in tight confinement tested everyone. Small disagreements ballooned into thunderous standoffs. Someone's cooking style became a proxy for deeper resentments. A snore at night might provoke laughter one day, and fury the next. Anne, perceptive as she was, noted these shifts. She saw how fear chipped away at adult composure. Even the calm, steady Otto lost some of his cheerful veneer. He worked painstakingly on ledgers and accounts, trying to help manage the business from afar. But it was an odd charade, acting as though life was normal while concealed behind a bookshelf. As weeks turned into months, the outside world receded. The war raged on beyond their concealed perch. Occasionally, Anne glanced out a hidden window at the church tower that loomed above the city. Its bells reminded her that life still ticked forward, unstoppable. Every ring was a brief invitation to imagine the bustle of a free world. And yet, each ring was also a reminder of her entrapment, that the clock was running in a timeline she could not fully join. Every day, she wrote. She poured her observations into lines that tried to reconcile the tension of living with hope in the midst of imminent danger. The confines pressed in on her, forging a young mind's determination to remain spirited even when shadows lengthened. As summer gave way to autumn in 1942, the secret annex adopted its own patterns, stilted ones, but patterns nonetheless. Office workers rustled in the building below, hushed in the mornings. The inhabitants tiptoed through daily chores, mindful that a dropped spoon or a raised voice might shatter the fragile illusion of an empty space overhead. Afternoons brought slight relief. The offices would close, allowing more freedom of movement and the chance to whisper with fewer constraints. Anne's self-awareness deepened in this seclusion. She dissected every glance, every offhand remark exchanged among the annex residents. She noticed subtle changes in her mother's eyes, sadness marinated with resignation. She saw new lines etched across Otto's forehead, reflecting the weight of shepherding them all through this ordeal. And she recognised reflections of her own changing emotions mirrored in Peter Van Pel's, who retreated into corners of the annex to escape the watchful gaze of adults. Peter fascinated her. He was different from the boys she used to know of at school, who laughed loudly and chased one another through the streets. He was awkward, uncertain, often caught in the crossfire of his parents' arguments. In that environment, Anne began seeing him as more than a housemate. There were fleeting moments in the attic space, rummaging for a jar of beans or a quiet place to think, when their eyes met. It was a wordless connection, the electric hum of adolescence overshadowed by the hum of approaching warplanes. She continued filling her diary, now with an emphasis on self-examination. She asked why she often argued with her mother, why she felt overshadowed by Margot, and how she could nurture a sense of individual identity in a place that demanded conformity for survival. At times, she was startled by her introspections. She was discovering corners of her mind she never would have explored in a free-flowing world. The enforced stillness gave her time to question everything. This internal blossoming did not come without friction. Anne's spirited nature grated on others. Mrs. Van Pel's found her chatter too bold, her opinions too insistent. Fritz Pfeffer, a meticulous man accustomed to his own routines, complained that Anne's nighttime writing disturbed his need for rest. Yet, the more they tried to rein her in, the stronger her resolve grew. She believed that if external freedoms were stripped away, her internal world was the one realm she could still shape. She would not allow that final sanctuary to be censored. Meanwhile, the war pressed closer. Occasionally, they heard about neighbourhood raids or saw glimpses of uniformed soldiers carrying out arrests in the distance. Every time they heard knocks or footsteps near the bookcase, their hearts raced. The fear of discovery gnawed at them daily. Anne was learning how easily terror could become normal, how one could adapt to a constant state of near panic, eventually folding it into the fabric of everyday existence. Food shortages became a pressing concern, meals grew monotonous. Potatoes, once a staple, became a treasure when they could get them. Dried beans and cabbage soup rotated through their limited menu. These hardships kindled resentment. It was simple to blame each other for miscounted rations or mistakes in planning. In public, families might declare unity. In reality, stuck in tight quarters, small tensions could erupt into lasting grudges. Anne documented this. She wrote about overhearing whispered accusations, about the tension swirling in the cramped kitchen when an extra morsel of bread was unaccounted for. Yet even in these fractious moments, an undercurrent of mutual dependence bound them. They knew they either survived together or fell together. Anne's diary entries also captured flickers of humour that glimmered amid the gloom. Once, Mr. Van Pel's tried to fix a faulty lampshade using a contraption of wire and tape. It collapsed spectacularly, prompting exasperated shouts that devolved into communal laughter. Another time, Anne found an old board game that had lost half its pieces and improvised rules for a clumsy new version. They played, and for an hour, Life felt almost ordinary, a tiny triumph in a sea of anxiety. Week by week, Anne underwent a quiet evolution. She was still a teenager, prone to exasperation and mood swings, yet her words, penned by candlelight, revealed a maturity shaped by adversity. She reflected on the nature of good and evil, on the question of whether people were basically kind or fundamentally cruel. She tried to make sense of the paradox, how she could still believe in the potential for goodness while the world outside raged with violence and persecution. In those fleeting moments before sleep, when she heard others breathing softly in the next room, she yearned for a future full of colour and open skies. She wondered if she'd ever again ride a bicycle along Amsterdam's canals, feel the wind against her cheeks, and choose her path without fear. That longing for normal life coexisted with a newfound realization. She was growing into a person who did not just see but felt profoundly. She was forging a philosophy, an unspoken pact with herself to cling to hope and introspection, no matter how ominous the nights became. In the interplay between her hidden existence and her unquenchable curiosity, Anne was crafting a voice that would, in time, resonate far beyond the confines of a secret annex. Winter blanketed Amsterdam in a drab light, the city's chill seeping into the annex. Darkness fell earlier, which meant longer hours of hushed existence. The building's wooden beams groaned in the cold, a haunting reminder of how fragile and temporary their refuge was. Inside, the residents braced for gloom, not just meteorological but emotional. With each passing day, the outside world carried rumours of intensifying conflict, deeper atrocities, and diminishing hope for those targeted by Nazi decrees. During these months, Anne's reflections took on a more poetic bent. She wrote about the shapes of clouds beyond the attic window, about missing the sun on her cheeks. Whenever she managed a glimpse outside, a pang of loss coursed through her. She grieved not just for the restrictions placed on her life, but for the uncountable stories unfolding in the city below. Stories of neighbours, acquaintances, entire families being torn from their homes. She yearned to capture that heartbreak in words, as if writing could stitch together the frayed edges of collective suffering. Inside the annex, relationships continued to evolve. Anne's dynamic with Peter became deeper and more complicated. In half-lit corners, they spoke in halting whispers, sometimes about trivial things, childhood pranks or favourite foods, but increasingly about the future. Each conversation was tinged with a sense of borrowed time. They didn't declare romance in any grand way. In fact, their connection felt more like a quest for solace. Two adolescents drawing warmth from each other's company, while surrounded by a menacing void. However, it was impossible to suppress teenage impulses. Occasional jealousy flared. Anne sometimes felt overshadowed by Margot's studious composure. Meanwhile, Peter felt claustrophobic under the constant watch of his parents. The push-pull of adolescence, typically played out in schoolyards and social gatherings, was compressed into this hidden space. A single harsh word could unravel hours of unspoken camaraderie. They each grappled with the realization that they were forced to grow up faster than they'd ever wanted. Despite the daily dread, intellectual pursuits flourished in the annex, spurred by the older inhabitants' desire to keep the teenagers' minds engaged. Otto and Mrs. Van Pels quizzed Margot and Anne on geography, history, languages. Pfeffer, for all his quirks, had moments of generosity, sharing knowledge about dentistry or discussing foreign literature he'd read in his younger days. Books, smuggled in by helpers, were as precious as any ration. They devoured them, gleaning glimpses of worlds untouched by the crackdown they faced. These small acts of learning became defiance, an assertion that they still had the right to grow, think, and imagine. However, the tension of captivity took its toll. Privacy was scarce. If one person needed a moment alone, they had to negotiate with the rest, rearranging the living area or waiting for others to be occupied elsewhere. Tones of voice grew sharper. Some nights, Anne pressed her ear to the thin walls and listened to the muffled arguments. Money worries, fear of betrayal, or the question of whether to trust certain acquaintances outside, everything was debated in hushed, urgent tones. The claustrophobia was physical, but it was also spiritual. Each person carried the dread that one betrayed secret, one careless word could doom them. In the diaries, Anne noted these cracks in the foundation of their enforced togetherness, but she did so with a remarkable empathy for the adults. She recognised they were doing their best in unthinkable circumstances. Otto tried to maintain an even temperament, urging reason when tempers flared. Some nights, he'd gather everyone to read a book aloud or discuss a snippet of radio news. For a short while, the flickering lamp would illuminate a circle of somber faces, each participant clutching at hope that maybe, just maybe, the tide of war was turning. As the winter wore on, the line between day and night blurred. The impetus to remain hidden, combined with the shortage of indoor light, meant it was all too easy to lose track of time. Sometimes Anne woke, unsure if dawn was near or if it was still the depths of midnight. In that surreal twilight, she'd scribble in her diary by candlelight. Despite her uncertainty about what love meant in such dire circumstances, she penned confessions of love in her diary. She wrote about the anger she felt toward a world that had pinned a target on her family's back. She wrote about the faith she still had in human decency, though it teetered precariously. One particular entry documented a profound realization. She understood that her life's narrative might never be fully shared with the world. The diaries could be lost, or she could vanish. The thought of losing the diaries struck her with a chilling force. Rather than giving in to despair, she channeled that fear into a fierce determination to document everything she could. If this was the only record she might leave behind, she wanted to ensure it was honest. She refused to portray herself merely as a victim. She wanted the pages to convey the complexity of her internal life, the moments of laughter, the daydreams, the defiance, and the longing for small acts of liberation. Outside, the war crept closer. The sky sometimes roared with aircraft engines, Allied bombers perhaps forging a path that might liberate Europe, but with each tremor, the Annex residents clung to each other, uncertain if bombs might tear the neighbourhood apart. In the hush that followed these raids, Anne's breath would catch in her throat. She sensed the precariousness of her existence. Yet each time dawn came, she would push back against despair, buoyed by an unexplainable resolve. If she couldn't move freely in the physical world, she would soar through the realm of thought, words and dreams. That was the ember she refused to let go. Spring of 1944 brought faint glimmers of optimism to the Annex. Allied successes were whispered about, fueling speculation that liberation might be on the horizon. Anne was buoyed by these rumours. Each new snippet of promising news was a lifeline in her claustrophobic reality. She reread the few books they possessed, letting her imagination roam beyond the walls. She allowed herself to imagine post-war life, returning to school, travelling through open roads, carving out a future in journalism or literature. In her diary, she poured these fantasies into paragraphs bursting with yearning. Each page was a testament to her growing confidence as a writer. She refined her style, grappling with bigger questions about humanity and morality. If the outside world discovered her words, she wanted them to see a teenager who had wrestled with life's rawness under extraordinary pressures. She revised entries, polishing them like a craftsman, seeking clarity and expression. It was a bid for self-determination in a sphere she could control, however small. Yet behind the buoyancy of hope, tension still simmered. The Annex had endured nearly 2 years of confinement, and patience was wearing thin. Arguments erupted over trivial issues, how to budget dwindling resources, who neglected to wash dishes properly, or whose footsteps had been too loud during office hours. Sometimes these disputes opened deeper wounds, releasing anxieties about betrayal, or doubts about whether the helpers could continue risking their own safety indefinitely. Anne found these blow-ups both draining and strangely fascinating, as if she were watching an intricate play in which everyone was an unwilling actor. By midsummer, the atmosphere in Amsterdam felt expectant. Air raids became more frequent, indicating that the war front was shifting. Rumours circulated about a possible Allied invasion. Anne's heart soared each time she heard the drones of planes overhead. It meant the Nazis might soon lose their grip on the Netherlands. She pictured soldiers marching in to free them, imagined stepping out of the Annex and blinking in the bright sunlight of an Amsterdam street. The daydream was so vivid she could almost taste it. Then, one August afternoon, the unthinkable happened. In a flurry of panic, their hideout was discovered. The exact circumstances remain debated. Some suspect a tip from an informant, others blame an accidental slip of information. For Anne, all that mattered was the sudden pounding on the door, the heavy boots on the stairs, the abrupt intrusion into their concealed world. Fear seized her body, a terror so stark it made her eyes blur. It was as if everything slowed. The look of shock on Otto's face, the trembling hands of Mrs. Van Pels, the hush that fell over them as uniformed officers burst in. In the aftermath, they were taken into custody, forced to surrender personal belongings, including Anne's beloved diary. She had no time to secure it, no chance to salvage her carefully honed words. She felt as though part of her identity was wrenched away. Together with her family and the others, she was hustled into the trucks, then trains, herded alongside strangers wearing the same bewildered, hollow expressions. The transit led to the Westerbork transit camp first, a grim holding station for those awaiting transport to concentration camps deeper in Nazi-occupied territory. There, Anne confronted the mass scale of the persecution she had only heard about in bits and pieces. Sleep was fitful, marred by the wails of children separated from parents, by the unrelenting stench of overcrowded barracks. She clung to her family, though even that solace felt tenuous in the face of so many horrors. From Westerbork, they were crammed into freight cars bound for Auschwitz. It was a journey of unimaginable discomfort, with little food or water, suffocating air, and a brutal sense of finality. In the corners of the car, she glimpsed people too weak to stand, while others, gripped by despair, rocked back and forth silently. Anne's mind reeled with their questions. How could humanity reach such cruelty? Where was the justice for all these souls packed like cargo? She tried to recall lines from her diary, from the future she had once envisioned. She thought of passing them on by word of mouth if she couldn't write them anymore. But words no longer felt adequate. Auschwitz was a kaleidoscope of fear. Barking guards, snaking barbed wire, towering chimneys. Family members were separated upon arrival. Otto was taken away from the women. Anne, Margot, and Edith stayed together initially, although conditions were beyond dreadful. Stripped of personal belongings, forced to endure roll calls in the cold, they found themselves in a world that tested every last shred of hope. Still, Anne clutched the memory of her father's reassuring voice and the faint possibility that they might all survive. Before long, she and Margot were transferred to Bergen-Belsen, a camp in northern Germany. There, disease and starvation raged. As the winter of 1944 to 1945 bore down, the camp devolved into an even harsher nightmare. Food was scarce, sanitation non-existent, and each day more prisoners vanished from the makeshift huts, succumbing to typhus and other illnesses. Amid this grim reality, Anne's own strength ebbed. She coughed through the nights, feverish, her body worn thin, yet to her last conscious moments, she reportedly still clung to the slender thread of hope that she might one day see a world free of these torments. The flame in her eyes flickered, but it never entirely died. She had believed in something better. The weeks leading to Anne's death in early 1945 at Bergen-Belsen remained partially shrouded in uncertainty. Accounts from survivors mentioned that she was frail, afflicted by the rampant disease that haunted the camp. Margot was similarly weakened. Both sisters, once so distinct, Margot the studious one, Anne the outspoken dreamer, were reduced to gaunt silhouettes in the chaos of camp life. Starvation, exhaustion, and illness conspired to steal away their final reserves of energy. Their mother, Edith, had died in Auschwitz months earlier, and the separation from their father was complete. Neither sister knew that Otto Frank was still alive. Otto would be the only member of the immediate Frank family to survive the Holocaust. Liberated by the Soviet forces at Auschwitz, he began the agonizing search for his wife and daughters once the war ended. Hopes were cruelly dashed as he confirmed, step by step, that Edith had not made it, and that Anne and Margot had perished in Bergen-Belsen just weeks before British troops arrived to free the camp. In that painful discovery, Otto lost more than his family. He lost the future he had fought so hard to protect during their years in hiding. Amid the staggering grief, a slender thread of continuity emerged. Anne's writings, Miep Gies, one of the faithful helpers who had risked her own life to hide the Franks, had discovered Anne's diary left behind in the annex. She protected it, unaware of its full significance, hoping one day to return it to Anne herself. When Otto came back, broken and haunted, Miep handed him the papers, the notebooks, and the loose pages. In those delicate stacks lay Anne's words, raw, insightful, and at times painfully honest. Reading them was an ordeal for Otto. Each sentence bore the imprint of a daughter who no longer existed. Yet, as he ventured further, he recognized that Anne had transcended the limitations of her dire situation. Her diary was not just a record of fear, but also a testament to a young soul's will to dream and make sense of a senseless world. Otto saw that this wasn't a private chronicle of self-pity. Instead, it was a clarion call from a teenage girl who kept her mind vibrant under unimaginable constraints. She had turned introspection into a shield, and her pen had become a voice that soared beyond the annex walls. Gradually, Otto decided to share Anne's writings with a wider audience. He believed the world needed to hear her story, not to sensationalize tragedy, but to bear witness to the quiet heroism in a teenager's reflections. Initially, publishers hesitated. War memoirs were abundant, and some feared there was no appetite for yet another. Yet once the diary was finally printed in 1947, under the title Het Achterhuis, The Secret Annex, its resonance was immediate. Readers recognised Anne's vivid humanity. Her teenage worries, yearnings, and insight struck a chord that transcended the specifics of time and place. Her words made the Holocaust personal, one voice speaking for millions who could no longer speak. Over the subsequent decades, Anne Frank's diary was translated into dozens of languages, staged as plays, adapted into films, and included in curricula around the globe. Some commentators questioned the sanctification of a single story when so many lives had been lost. Others worried that her universal appeal risked diluting the brutal realities of the Holocaust. Yet few disputed the authenticity and power of her diary, which offered a profound glimpse into how hatred warps society and how an individual spirit can remain defiant. The annex itself became a museum, a tangible space where visitors could experience the cramped rooms and steep staircases that shaped Anne's daily existence. People from every corner of the world filed through, imagining the silent dread that once enveloped that hidden sanctuary. In those quiet rooms, Anne's voice still seemed to hover, urging reflection, on the precarious balance between survival and betrayal, on the nature of hope amid despair, on the vulnerability that defines our shared humanity. For readers in the 21st century, indeed for any era, Anne's writing remains startling in its intimacy and relevance. She documented her teenage angst with a frankness that resonates.